lock me up, don't wanna leave. Music, the little things, without you, don't mean a thing. My crime is being too good for you. I'm too good to you, I'm too good to you. My crime is being too good for you. I'm too good to you, I'm too good to you. I'm too good to you, I'm too good to you, I'm too good.
Welcome one and all to the Shadowverse Open. It's a new year with a new expansion and a new journey for the players here today. My name is Vicious, alongside some of the veterans we got today. We have Momo, Jelly, and Lewis the Panda. Welcome back, and first of all, Happy New Year to you guys.
Happy New Year.
How are you guys doing? You guys doing all right? You guys doing all right? We're excited for this brand new year for the Shadowverse Open. We've got some new rules as well.
Yeah.
If you guys didn't notice, you see in the back there, Shadowverse Open West.
The whole new set.
Yeah.
Whole new set, a whole new region.
Yeah.
Is what we're calling it. Actually, we just like put everything together.
Yeah,
as a matter
PAM
of fact.
EU just smashed. Now we're the West.
Yeah. So on top of that, we do have some of the players going head to head, but we got to take a look at the format first before we begin and how it all went down into today's top 8. Again, day 1 was the Swiss format, right? We had 5 to 7 rounds of grueling Shadowverse action. We got the top 16 players playoff in that section, as well as going with the typical rotation, right? We had the 3 decks, 1 ban rule, and these guys got a win or a card pack for each one of these wins, right? So for day 2, what we're here for, the top 8 is going to be single elimination, playing on rotation with a 3 deck and 1 ban rule. And you see there at the bottom what these guys are fighting for, right? We have a lot on the line for some of these guys. $1,000 for first place, second place taking home $600, third and fourth tying it up with $400, and of course, 5th through 8th with $200. But that's not all. With the top 8, if you have your webcam, you get an extra $100, which essentially pays for itself, right? I mean, there's no other incentive better than that. It's like, you know, I could actually get myself a brand new webcam if I wanted to.
And then if you make it back, you just full positive at that point.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So let's take a look at who we have in the bracket today for the top 8. We have Azure Cloud coming back, going up against Nitro. His first time in top 8, by the way. We have Anonymous versus Muil, as well. We have TS Noir versus MS Eldrin. That's going to be a pretty highly anticipated match, as well as Frost going up against Pain.
Yeah, we see a lot of players that were in the World Grand Prix. Asher Cloud, Noir, Pain, all had a great show in World Grand Prix. We saw dreams be made there, and now we get to the journey all over again in a brand new year.
Yeah, they're still consistent players, still showing up here at the top 8.
Yeah, these guys are getting all their points early as much as they can, which is, you know, one of the smarter things to do, right? You want to make sure you're ahead of the game, ahead of the meta, and we also have some new faces that we haven't really seen in the top 8 today.
I haven't seen Anonymous and Muil around, so it's nice to see them making it all the way to the top 8. Nitro and Frost, I know, have been in the community for a long time, but I think it's both of their first top 8s here in the Shadowverse Open, so very excited to see them play as well.
Now that we have the 2 regions combined into one, I think that means that the competition is harder than ever before, because you have the top player from Pan America, top players from European, in the same bracket, in the same Swiss, so getting top 8 now is an even bigger accomplishment, I think.
Yeah. For
You
sure.
know, I know we also talked about this off stream as well when we were getting ourselves ready for the matchups at hand. We actually have our first match, Azure Cloud versus Nitro, gearing up head to head. This is one of your more anticipated matches, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, for sure. I'm definitely really excited to see my teammate from Dawnbreakers, Nitro, be here at the top 8. And Azure Cloud definitely did so well at the World Grand Prix, did really well at Contenders, back again.
Yeah, Asher Clyde has such a nice story of, you know, being a great player, almost making it, barely making it to Contenders, then going all the way to top 8 in the World Grand Prix, and now he's here. He went undefeated in Swiss, looking like one of the West's finest right now.
Yeah, and we can see their bans here. Nitro's Control Forest has been banned off, and Nitro has banned Azure's Shikigami Rune, which is what we're calling Spell Boost today because of the nice Shikigami theme it's got.
Yeah, so Control Forest is a new deck that's popping up. It's really good against Shadow and Rune, which are the top 2 decks of the format. So I suppose it makes sense that Asher Cloud would ban it out.
Yeah.
Then again, he has Natura Dragon, which does so well against it. So I actually have to sort of question that, right?
I think it's just like looking at the whole set, maybe he could think that maybe his Natura Dragon would get banned off, maybe.
That's a good assumption. But I mean, we have to see how Nitro is really trying to make his decisions with the Shadowcraft deck he has in play, right? Let's take a look at the Yokai Shadow is like what we like to call it.
It's not even every other player has Yokai Shadow.
Oh, actually, this is Natura Shadow. Excuse me. It says it there on the left. Yeah.
He's got a Natura Shadow, which runs some of the same cards as the Yokai Shadow. It's got the Shuten Doji, it's got Miyako, it's got Gensetsu. Even has Kasha to get that draw in. But instead of things like Sora and Yukiona, we've got the Natura package. We've got Rams, we've got Thoth, Thoth is also.
Yeah, I think the main payoff being that
Yokai.
you can give Storm to the dog, which would be a 1 play point, potentially 5/5, 7/7, 9/9, which is really great. And on top of that, Lubell is just a fantastic card all alone. So you know, it seems good, but I do have to question, you know, to add those cards, he has to make some cuts. Is that going to hurt the consistency of the regular Yokai Shadow?
And now we're going to talk about Azure Cloud. He brings a deck that majority of these players have as well in the top 8. We have the Shikigami Rune. Tell me a little bit about some of the choices here from Azure.
So he's playing traditional Sorcerer, which some players have as a 3 of. Some people don't play it at all. It's one of those flex cards in the deck that I think not everybody likes to run because it has wards. It doesn't go face. It's a
weird card. I'm
Yeah.
not sure I like it. Like, I can understand in a tournament setting, you're trying to just not get KO'd, and it's a bit defensive tool, but I feel like when I play against Rune, and they have like the Dream Curve, where I'm like, oh, that's the strongest deck, they don't have the Sorcerer. It's not a part of the curve, right?
Yeah. But I definitely want to shout out one of the new cards that makes this deck so good. I think it's Kyoka.
Kyoka is so good.
So good. 2 boosts, remove 2 followers, have a big follower left over. She's just a cute leader, cute card. Does a
Didn't
lot of
mention
stuff.
the Union Burst is a fantastic effect
the
as
Union
well.
Burst goes face. That's what I'm about. And now
might
we
not
have
even see it because you saw it again being the ban choice against
Yeah.
Azure Cloud. Here we go in game number 1, Nitro versus Azure Cloud.
I like how quickly we're getting into this, you know?
Yeah.
Like, let's go. Game number 1, Nitro, Azure Cloud. Who's going to take it? Everything on the line, fighting for, you know, the money, the league points. Azure Cloud, hungry to be back in the World Grand Prix. I'm sure he's not satisfied with top 8, but it's going to be a long journey to get back there.
both doing full keeps there, but kind of very different full keeps, whereas Azure Cloud has got those like the starting hand where you can Demonic Possession, the Thoth, and get some card draw, play Bone Crane on 2. Nitro has the mid curve where he's got his 3, his 4, his 5, but he draws into his 2 drop, so all set there.
Yeah, so specifically in this matchup, I know, you obviously practice a lot with Nitro. How is the Nitro package stand up against just the regular Yokai Shadow?
I actually haven't played against his Nitro Shadow all that much. He made the decision to play this deck like 2 or 3
Last
days ago.
second?
Yeah, just pretty much as he was submitting decks the day before, he's like, yeah, this is what I'm doing.
I mean, sometimes you gotta just go with whatever you're feeling like, right?
Yeah.
And I think that shows like how difficult it is to come up with a good lineup. I know it's, the start of the year, players have 0 points. We have a lot of new people trying out in the Shadowverse Open, and it seems easy. Once you have to go do it, come up with a lineup, band strategy, it's actually quite complicated, right?
Yeah. I think it came down to wanting to play a deck that people aren't so used to playing against, because everybody plays against the regular Yokai Shadow.
Yeah, 100%.
It's everywhere. So having something that has different options in terms of removal with Lubel and the face damage that is our dog.
Yeah, I like the dog. I'd like to see him go Storm. I don't know if it's going to happen, though. And, talking about how difficult it is to, do all of these things, Nitro has the organization Dawnbreakers backing him up. You have his teammates, right?
Mm-hmm.
Azure Cloud has great success recently, but is still not found a slot in a team.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the place where he belongs, I guess.
I mean, right now he's at the top of his game, right? Winning Contenders Cup, top 8, World Grand Prix, undefeated in Swiss, top 8 here. Like, he's looking like one of the best. And
you said you're not sure if that dog is going to get stormed. The dog's in hand, and so is Shuten Doji. I think it's all a matter of time before this dog hits the face.
yeah, like at this point, would you say like dog is just a ticking time bomb then?
Yeah, it's definitely just a matter of time before he goes face.
I will say, when I play against the Shadow deck, usually the number of bursts, it's like 9 damage, right? Like Insetsu's doing 9 damage, maybe 11 if they have an Evo. But the dog can potentially give you so much more damage, right?
Exactly.
On turn 10, you can maybe play multiple things, get a really spooky dog. I'd like to see it happen.
Yeah.
And here's Shuden, gonna give Nitro the leader effect, which is such a powerful leader effect.
Yeah. Giving cards Storm is just...
Like, Storm tends to be a good keyword.
It's a good keyword, but on the other side, Azure has started to pick up the pieces of his side's game plan. He's got Shuten Doji on his own side. Sari's a very key card in just the normal Yokai Shadow build.
Yeah, Sari's going to get a great cleanup here. Sari's very, very powerful. I like to think that Sari's is only as good as what you can Eternal Vow. And we've seen Sari's be very strong when Arcus was the thing. She didn't see play for a bit. And now that you can discount Ginsetsu, and Ceres has 1 attack, all of a sudden Ceres is fantastic.
One of the weakest parts of Nitro's deck, though, is that it has only 1 answer to Sari's, and that's Shuten Doji.
And he does have it right now,
He's gotta shoot the
I guess
Doji
he's
in
okay,
hand.
right?
But he's going with Lubel instead.
What is the reason here? Because Lubel is not going to answer Ceres too well.
I'm not quite sure. I think
Okay.
he's just looking for trees to feed the dog.
I like the idea of
guess.
that, but I also have to question, like, sure, getting trees is nice, but he's going to just ignore that Ceres?
Yeah, it's a bold choice.
Like, you know, Lubel is a card that on turn 5 is okay. In turn 6, 7, 8 can become so powerful. And
So I think Nitro's chosen here to pre-evolve the Lubel so that Ceres can't answer it by itself.
but the Shooting Doji can.
Yeah,
The Bane is just so powerful.
Yeah.
And because of the stat line, it's not even gonna die.
Yeah. It was a rough turn there from Nitro.
You know, this does mean that Astro Cloud was not able to play the Eternal Bow on 6, and maybe Nitro was thinking of that, like, okay, whatever happens, let me deny the Eternal Bow. But, you know, Astro Cloud didn't even have the Gensetsu to discount, so I think he's more than happy to just hold on to that.
I don't even think the pre-evo Lubel can, like, always discount the, like, stop the Eternal Vow, because there is the Soras in hand, which, like, you'd have to do a combination of trades.
I mean, it's rough because with the Dream hand, you can Eternal Bow no matter what, right?
Yeah.
But it's not always like that, right? They don't always have everything, so maybe trying to just make it more difficult. The Lubel play, honestly, I'm not a big fan.
Yeah, I would rather have seen him just clear out the series. He's now down to 13 and not a lot of heal in his deck. There is Gensetsu, but there's no series. So, I mean, there's Traveling Respite as well, so.
Yeah, Astro
Traveling
Cloud
Respite.
has a great board right now. He has Shoot a Leader effect. Nitro's down to 13. And, you know, even though he's got Miyako's, those are essentially 4/4 storms, right?
Yeah.
We're about to get there. So I like Astro Cloud's position right now, even with the thought for the extra card draw.
If Azure just draws a Gensetsu, his hand is crazy.
Oh, 100%. And, you know, the dog that you said was sitting in Time Bomb, maybe he'll have to trade with it because
That feels so bad.
can't go face when you're down on board and you're down on life, right?
I think this Thoth is going to trade into Shootin' Doji, and then we might see a Shootin' Evo over the series this turn.
Shinobu is a good draw. I like Shinobu. She's a great card, but
We're not going to see that Union Burst until turn.
yeah, a long time from now.
Oh, actually, he's got the extra Evo point because of
Yeah, because he had the shadows. One of the great thing about Shootin' is that when you get the Evo, it's not like he Evos for free. You just get an Evo point, which is much more powerful.
Yeah.
And, you know, we saw Nitro use you get the leader effect to give followers Storm. And although that's great to go face, sometimes you just need to clear, right? So that can essentially become...
So here we see Shootin' Doji. He has the Evolve effect. Give your leader the following effect when you play a follower with an original attack or defense of 1 for the first time on each of your turns, and you give it Storm.
So, like, in the world of Shadowverse, there's some things that are very powerful, right? Storm is one of them.
Definitely.
Leader effects is another one of them.
When you combine the things.
He gives you a leader effect, which then gives your follower Storm. It's so good.
I wonder if one day we'll ever get a card that removes leader effects.
I don't think so, but that would be a long discussion for
Yeah,
another time, right?
for sure.
Okay, so the Miyakos are active now.
So we're going to see one come down, get Storm, go face for... Actually, you can't play the pudding time
Yeah,
unless it
because
has a
there's no
target. Yeah.
But this is fine because you can always double down on the pudding for the second one.
Yeah.
And still get the damage anyway. And even as a 1/1 with a shield, like, it's still stats. It's still just board presence, right? Honestly, I think I'd like him to just commit the Sora at this point. Like, the game's about to end.
He doesn't have another Evo.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I like playing on the Sora. Just get the best board possible, smell blood, and just go for the kill.
Like, if the Shinobu were active, it would clear the whole board, but the Shinobu can't.
Yeah, because it's not active, right? The thing
Yeah.
about the Universe is that, yes, Universe are really powerful, and those cards tend to be super good, but they do have that requirement that they must be in hand when the Evos are happening. You know, he drew Shinobu quite late, Universe is not active at this point, and even though Shinobu has a great Evo effect, without the Universe, it's just not going to be enough, right?
Yeah, I have to just roll it back to that Lubel turn.
I
Like, if
really
he had a
didn't like the
Lubel to
Lubel.
clear here, it'd be so much better.
It's exactly what I'm saying, right? Lubel on 5 is okay. Lubel on 7, now he'd be getting 3 Necrophonas, all the effects, you know, 1 damage pings, who knows?
Now he's got a second dog at least to maybe get some clears here, maybe double dog,
Right,
double
but
trees.
double
but
dog trade is
it's
not
not-
where you want to be at, right?
Yeah.
And, I mean, Astro Cloud had a good curve. He had a good game plan. And, you know, this is only one game, but the Natura package not really coming together too great for Nitro.
Yeah.
Okay, gonna see what he draws. Picks up a Noir Lubel. He does have an Evo as well. But, you know, your Evo, your 2-drop is the Ram. That's not a Sora that can Evo and then clear multiple things. It's just a 2/2 or 4.
And using the Evo and having the dogs be trading tools.
Yeah, like the dog has to bump the shield. That feels so bad for Nitro, right?
I have to consider why bumping the shield rather than going over the Sora.
Well, I think he knows
'Cause
there's a
this is-
pudding time, but
Yeah.
now it's just lethal, right?
Yeah.
Double pudding time, dog gets silenced, and just like that, Astro Cloud taking game number 1 over Nitro. So this is Nitro's first time in the Shadowverse Open top 8. But at this point, AstroCloud has been here. He's got big victories. He's been the biggest stage of Shadowverse competitive play. And just another day in the office for him now at this point.
Yeah. Now it just comes down to whether Nitro can take 2 wins against Dragon, which is going to be an uphill battle.
I like his flair, the 2019 MVP.
Yeah.
I wonder, he must get a World Grand Prix flair, right? Because I know Akamaru has one, right? Maybe they haven't, like, it's not in his mailbox yet.
Maybe. Or maybe he just likes the 2019 MVP. Maybe that's just
I mean,
his
it's
preferred.
a good one. And to be fair, like, the World Grand Prix was, like, not that long ago.
Yeah.
So, like, he was just there.
Just
A lot
couple
of
weeks
players,
ago.
I wonder, like, you know, was December, like, off-season? Just take time off, rest, recover?
There's a bit of off-season vibes from
I mean,
December.
there's still, like, community tournaments, things like that going on,
Yeah.
right? And I'm sure as the new expansion came out and the Shadowverse Open West was announced, all the teams are just hard at practice, right?
Yeah, it went down from like playing Shadowverse maybe like once a week, do your dailies maybe, to like every day we're playing scrims for 5 hours. Come on, guys, get in chat.
Yeah, and, so this has gone pretty fast. We're like just going out there. AstroCloud with the lead. Needs one more to advance to the semis. Nitro, his tournament life is on the line here. Sticking with the Natura Shadow. I mean, he needs to win with it. It's his wacky deck. And, you know, I say wacky, but like, it's not even that crazy, right?
He just needs to give us them dogs going storm. That's what we need.
On the other half, we have AstroCloud with the Dragon.
Oh,
Natura Dragon is one of the old relics of the past. One of the greatest decks, strongest decks of the last expansion.
and Azure's been playing it for months now.
Yeah, and it's still, you know, a pretty solid deck here.
Yeah.
His deck is pretty spicy. He's got a one-of Mammoth God, which I absolutely love. That is a great card.
It does remove things. Dog on 1.
Dog on 1. Okay, is that the...
That's the new space.
Do you like this hand for Nitro? Because
It's kind of lacking a 2-drop.
I like the deck list here. It's pretty sick.
Yeah, I like that. So we want to see either a Pathfinder or a Ram.
He needs a
come in.
2-drop so
Yeah.
badly.
But by playing the dog on
He
1,
does get one.
Azure played the Velociraptor instead of the Oracle on 2.
Yeah,
So,
maybe even the
little-
dog still can, you know, pressure and slow AstroCloud down.
yeah. You can't buff the dog until turn 3, though.
That's true. We see one of the newer Dragon cards, new addition to the Natura deck, is the
Garyu.
Garyu. I
Yeah.
was just calling him Gary, but Garyu.
Garyu.
He's a great card, though. I really like him. He's great.
He does a lot of things.
Yeah, like
He's
I like
a lot of reading whenever you like on turn 9.
maybe the first time you play it. After a while, you're just like, oh, I know exactly what he does, right? But
Yeah.
he's great as a 5 play point and 9 play point. And sometimes in Shadowverse, you just need a 2 play point 2/2, right?
Yeah.
Nitro will pick up a shooting, which is definitely key to his strategy.
He's really good at drawing his Shujin Dojis for turn 4
Yeah, he's been
going
on
second.
point.
Like,
And
he's got that going for
the
him.
Kasha here gives him a great curve. Kasha, one of the newer cards, so strong. I think it's comparable to like Unleash the Nightmare, which is one of the greatest cards ever made. You get a 2/1, you draw 2 cards. So good.
We were talking about him, is this the time for Garyu to come down and just be a good tempo play?
I mean, yeah, like
The flexibility of being a good 2-drop, a good 5-drop, and a good 9-drop.
exactly, it's up to flexibility. And while, you know, I just said how good the Kasha is, like it's a 2/1. It's gonna go up against the 4/5 and the 2/2 body from the Garyu.
He's going to use
Oh, the clear.
rush.
Interesting. You know, the clear also does push face damage.
And it's better against the turn 4 Shujin, which he can anticipate.
That's an excellent point. Sometimes the best play is one that can make your opponent's next play awkward if you can anticipate it properly, right?
Because if he had played the ward, then Shujin would just straight into the ward, and then he'd take the 2-1 into the 2-2.
Right,
Easy
for the
trades.
Bane.
Yeah.
Okay, so Shouldn't Evo comes out. Now Nitro has the leader effect, which he desperately wants. He has Lubel's, but AstroCloud has his key card as well. Baldane coming out.
And now it's all just a matter of time. But I don't think Valdane's going to take the trade here. I think Garyu's going to go into the 3-2.
Yeah, I like keeping Baldane as a 6/6 Bane. It's just quite powerful. And, you know, AstroCloud has extra play points. He's going to get card draw from the Confectioneer and the Respite. So I think AstroCloud is in a great spot, honestly.
Are we going to see another turn 5 Lubel that just kind of feels
You know, the thing about
bad?
that is that Lubel, the Fauna clears the Pathfinder and then doesn't clear the Baldane, right? Or
Yeah.
you trade both into Baldane and just ignore the Pathfinder.
I mean, if you get lucky on the rolls, it's a 2 and 3.
Okay.
It's a 2 and 3 that
Risk
you'll...
it for the biscuit?
Yeah, for the full clear.
The thing is, if you go for that play, that means that you have to trade the Fauna into a 2/2. And if you get the roll that doesn't give you the 1 damage, that just feels like atrociously bad, right?
Yeah, going with the Pathfinder.
Okay, taking a more safe guaranteed play perhaps. Let's get the card out of it. He just use the heal because he has Storm from the Shooting effect. That's clear. We'll get a 2/2 zombie next turn with Storm essentially. Is this a turn to activate the Corrosion?
Probably.
Gonna draw first as a Dragon Main, a little weird, but seems like a good choice. I can't fault him for it. We see the Mammoth God picked up.
Doing some more
I
drawing.
think this should be the Corrosion turn.
Yeah, it just fits really well here.
What about Evo and the Pathfinder? Because
Get
it's not
another
only
tree.
2 more face damage, but it's an extra tree, which is
Another
potentially
damage.
so much.
Yeah.
But, you know, he does have an Ian, which is pretty good with an Evo point, so holding it seems okay as well.
Now it's time for the Lubell.
And this is already a much, much better Lubell, even only 1 turn after. Now, there is no dog in Nitro's hand, and
He did get the buff.
okay, just for the record, he got the buff, yeah,
He did get the
okay.
buff. We don't know if he would have gotten the buff last turn, but that's what he got this turn.
But you can already see, like, Lubell on turn 6, so good, right?
Got 2 buffs. So I'm just saying chances are last turn.
It's a 5/7 though. We'll see how Astrolite can deal with it. The Mammoth God is great, but not playable until next turn.
And there's no more Masamune. Masamune is gone.
Yeah, Masamune is gone, but you know he had
Outta
a good run
here.
at the World Grand Prix, and he will be missed, right?
By some.
By some, not you.
I mean, he's just, I'm not a dragon main by any means. I know I'm
Alright, gonna bite the Lubell and then use the Ian perhaps to clear off. Gonna draw first.
drawing first.
Dawn Splendor could be a key card at the end of the game to
Yeah.
potentially give Astrolite 1 more turn. The Natura drawing gets to a point where Corrosion is doing like 4, 5, 6, or 7, and 1 turn is all they need, right?
Yeah. Do some more draw with the
I wonder.
Pteranodon.
Okay, he's not gonna play the EM, which I thought was the obvious play. Gonna choose a different line of play. Petron is.
Pathfinder.
Yeah, I actually like this way better. This is great because now he gets to 10 play points. He destroyed the extra tree. He gets to generate another one from the Evo.
So that Pathfinder Evo you wanted last turn, but now it's making a trade instead of going
Yeah,
base.
I like this though. This is great play from Astro Cloud. He's already doing 3 damage. He has 10 playmates to work with, a tree in hand, and 2 tree generators. It's looking really good for Astro Cloud right now.
And whereas trees represent damage for Azure, trees only represent draw for Nitro
Yeah,
unless he's got
exactly.
a dog out.
And you know, like, he doesn't have the Ceres Gensetsu to like get him back in the game and like try and steal a victory or something. So these Lubells are great, but
Oh, overdrew a tree. Feels bad.
like it feels like Nitro is fighting for his life here, just trying to survive. Well, Astro Cloud is like, okay, I have a very clear game plan, and he's just executing. And I mean, look at him, right? He's just another
Just
day at
chilling.
the office. The Velociraptor off the top is an amazing draw. Gonna give him 2 more trees.
Got a tree first.
Even
and
picks up the Tyrannosaurus.
is that the play?
Is he?
He's hovering it.
Yeah, he's thinking about it.
It does 3 damage to all right now. Which
Okay,
isn't
yeah.
enough to clear.
Maybe next turn. It might be like lethal next turn.
They might use the Axel.
Honestly, I wonder if Astrolite can just ignore the board. Because
That's
he
bold.
can't die from the board, right? Like, what is the burst that's going to come out from Nitro?
Well, if he leaves the board as is, like, it can't be a dog burst next turn. So,
Well, if you play the dog, there's no board space for you to play the
Exactly.
trees. Yeah,
That's what-
so
that's
if
what
you
I'm
ignore
saying.
the board and then just... Corrosion's going to do this job, right? You know it is. I think that is the play.
he's just gonna... Yeah.
Astro Cloud has some amazing plays, and he knows all the risks he can take. Gonna just ignore the board, set up the Corrosion lethal for next turn.
So there's 7, 9 with the Evo damage on board. He needs to make 9 damage happen out of hand, and that's
It's
just
just not gonna happen.
not happening. There's
Yeah.
no way to remove something off of his board.
He has Nicola and 15 Shadows, but that's only the first Nicola played. It's not like, you know, he has the spell or anything like that.
And even if he tries to draw, he just can't.
He just can't.
He can draw
Honestly,
1 card and then he's board locked.
Astro Cloud played this whole set just so great. And for Nitro, you know, I liked the Natura Shadow. It got him here to top 8, so obviously it was great in Swiss. But here, I don't know, it just...
Just kind of fell apart.
Yeah, it didn't look better than the regular Shadow. And the Lubells, while being a great card, standalone, not enough to just carry him to victory. The dogs, non-existent in this game. First game, they had to trade. Astro Cloud looking Looking real good right now.
Yeah, just a nice clean set.
Yeah, going undefeated in Swiss. About to pick up this victory right here. Nitro seeing if there's anything he could do to pull out a victory or maybe survive, but the corrosion damage is just too much, like I said. Dragon just needs one turn at that point, right? Muil pushes 3, but Asher Cloud just has to press the enter button.
And that's it.
And he's going to take the set 2-1 over Nitro.
2-0.
2-0, you're right. 2-0 over Nitro, advance into the semifinals. Great showing from Asher Cloud, who, again, looks unstoppable right now. One of the best players that we have.
There he is.
It was great to see him at the World Grand Prix, making top 8. It was such a... It was great to be able to root for a West player, right?
Yeah. And our first player into the semifinals.
Honestly, just a great story about his consistency as a player, his growth from last year, how far he's come, and now he's, again, I can't say it enough, one of the best.
Yeah, one of the representatives for the PAM Contenders Cup, by the way, coming from Canada. Back with a vengeance, as they've mentioned time and time again, with the performance he had over the WGP. He's looking stronger than ever. His decision-making in that round was absolutely crucial. He threw you off a little bit, Lewis. You're like, hey, I thought he was going to go for this decision. He went for something else, and it actually paid off well for him in the face of the Shadowcraft deck that Nitro brought back again. I mean, would there have been maybe a significant difference had he chosen a different deck in the second game?
I mean,
in terms of that matchup, right?
He has to win with the Shadow at some point anyway.
Yeah.
So I like the idea of him just going to run it back because he needs to win. And, like, when you bring a wacky or off-meta deck like that, I feel like the player wants to show it off and be like, hey, I brought this and it's good for this reason. But it just...
It feels bad when we don't get to see that reason.
Yeah, we didn't get to see why it was so good.
Yeah, and we saw with Nitro in his first game, you were talking about one of the decisions he made where he put Lou Bell out instead of Shuten Doji. Can you kind of elaborate on what might have gone differently in that match versus Azure Cloud's Shadow?
Well, leaving up that series meant just more damage going into his face the next turn, and then he just didn't have clean answers for like going into the next couple turns. Well, he had to eventually Evo the Shuten Doji the next turn anyway, but not having that Lou Bell that he used to not really that effective use on that turn 5. It would have been more useful in those later turns to remove some of the damage that was on the board and prolong the game just a little bit.
Yeah, see, Shadowverse is a game where, because of the evolution mechanic, the way the mid-games work is that you play a follower, your opponent evos over it, then I evo over it, and we have a sort of back and forth. When he ignores the follower, that means he falls behind on the board, and then the rest of the entire game he was trying to catch up. Asher Cloud, he has a better board, he gets more chip damage, and it's a lot easier for him to get the kill at the end.
And I think this meta is one where one mistake will cost you a game.
Oh, especially at this level, right? Against a player like Asher Cloud, cannot make those mistakes.
I've been playing a lot of spell boost, yokai, like Shikigami, yokai mirror matches where those are the two decks each player has, which is what we might be seeing for a lot of the rest of the matches. And just one bad decision on either side can really throw those games for sure.
Yeah, some of the games can go so fast. I feel like we just went so quickly. Like
that was 2-0, by the way.
That's Shadowverse, right?
Yeah, that was quick. That was probably the fastest game I've seen. I mean, it's a brand new year, so I might be wrong. But either way, no, you guys are right. In terms of this meta, it seems like it's a lot faster this time around.
Yeah, and even in the very early turns, there's so many decisions to be made. Like Asher Cloud could have played the Oracle, chose to play a follower instead, and those little key decisions in the early game have tremendous consequences in the late game.
Yeah, they just roll throughout the whole game.
Exactly.
But yeah, I think sometimes the games can be really fast, but in this meta, there are also really, really slow games. Like, we're not going to see Control Force. Control Force is now banned, or it was banned, and now it's out.
Yeah,
Nitro is the only one who's playing it. So, like, Control Force goes so slow. All it does, like, some of its best plays are just, I'm going to pass my turn.
Yeah, just pass, clear, and then eventually you win, right?
Pass. Here's a Roach. Pass.
Yeah, I think that was a great way to start the day, though. Just Asher Cloud continuing his dominance, and Nitro, a good showing. You know, getting top 8 in the SVO is a great start. You know, he definitely has a good year ahead of him.
Oh, yeah.
It's great that he made it here. Ultimately, falls a bit short, though.
Yeah, it's his first time getting a top 8 appearance, but he's no stranger to danger in terms of Shadowverse, right? And he got a shot to be able to play by going on to SVO.gg. Again, that's where you guys need to go if you guys also want to sign up for the Shadowverse Open. Again, it's open to everybody.
Yeah, you can go there, find the rule set, read the rules, figure out what's going on. just get more information on what's going on here at the
Yeah,
Shadowverse
and
Open.
at the start of the year, the players have no points except for players that played in this tournament. But it's early enough that anybody could play, get the points, go to the World Grand Prix, and then maybe win $1 million, right?
Yeah.
Maybe. That lion's share looks
possibility.
pretty good. That's some life-changing money, if you ask me. And these guys are getting a ton of packs on the way through. Every win gets you a pack. That's
Not just
pretty
wins.
good.
In day one, win or lose, you get a pack.
That's right. Every match played, you get a pack.
Yeah.
That's true.
So don't
That's
drop.
very, very
Get
true.
your packs. Get your points. Dropping is bad.
Yeah, and the community is super friendly, If you're a newer player and you're thinking about joining competitive, if you join the Discord, there's a lot of people that are happy to help you. There's a bunch of teams you could try and join. There's, streams, there's content out there.
It's true.
It's really easy to join the community, become a part of the Shadowverse Open, and become a millionaire sometimes.
I mean, you
Yeah.
can get your shot into top 8, just like these guys over here. We do have Anonymous going up against Muil. Two names we haven't seen, but best believe they have a lot in store for us. Let's take a look at the decks they have in store. Muil with Yokai and Shikigami, something we'll expect from the rest of the competitors. And Anonymous also rocking Shikigami, but with Nitro Dragon on the side.
Yeah, we have mirror lineups here, but different bands. So interesting there.
Yeah, so Muil's going to get to play the 2 best decks of the meta. So for that alone, I think I'm going to be in his side.
He's got that slight advantage. But
Yeah.
we did see a good showing from Nitro Dragon just there.
And, we have players that are in the World Grand Prix. It's nice to see new players rise up to the challenge.
Oh, yeah.
Because, again, the year is early. Anybody can become the next star of the Shadowverse Open. And maybe it's Muil, maybe it's Anonymous.
We'll get to see. And the winner of this match will face Azure Cloud.
Right, imagine if the first time you made top 8 at the SVO, you beat Asher Cloud, and then maybe you beat, like, Noir in the finals or something like that.
That makes a name for yourself.
Yeah, that would be a great, great start for the Shadowverse Open 2020.
Now let's take a look at Muil's deck. Again, we have the Yokai Shadow. Now, interesting about this, we've talked about this deck. It's a pretty common occurrence in the top 8. However, he has a very interesting tech choice with Nicola.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Nicola is just a great card because the deck amasses so many shadows, and Nicola happens to have 1 attack, 1 health, so he goes with the archetype. Before you know it, you get a 10 damage spell and just gives you more burst.
He also has one of Shiva.
I love Shiva.
That one of Shiva? Ooh.
We have to say it every time. Shiva's just great. Amazing.
We're Shiva fans here on this
Yeah.
couch.
It looks great, honestly. The artwork on Shiva looks great.
Yeah,
Artwork.
he's just awesome. Like, the
He's-
effect is fantastic. Well-statted follower.
4 damage on
yeah.
8 every single time.
The heal, he's got ward.
I mean, the other stuff.
I think majority of the deck lists actually have Shiva in there, if I'm
Yeah.
not mistaken.
A lot
I
of
was looking
people
over
like to play one of Shiva. It's just like, it doesn't cost you a lot in your deck slot, and he could be so rewarding.
Yeah. And having just that extra ward can be really big.
Yeah,
Maybe
he's
not
a
in the
well-statted
mirror,
follower.
but
Yeah, I also like Bone Crane. Bone Crane's a great card.
one thing about Melissa, we were just looking at, no Manifest Malice.
Oh yeah, you were telling me that. It's weird that you cut Manifest Malice, such a staple of Shadow.
Yeah.
But I guess you want to fit in, your Tex, your Nicolas, because he
Your
was playing
Sora,
2 of
your
Nicola.
Shiva.
True.
So even if the decks are, Yokai Shadow, there's a little difference in how they're
Yeah.
building them, right?
There's a lot of variance in those like little fringe cards outside of the core.
Yeah.
And we get to see how that's going to play out against Anonymous, who's bringing his Natura Dragon to the table. We're going to see that deck list shortly. And again, with the choices he has here, he has included Marion and Neptune.
Yeah, so Mary is a card that we've not really seen at this level. I think it's a great card. Being a 1 play point, 1/2 is great early game. And then once you're in overflow, you draw a card, you give it +1 attack, which is great. I'd like to see it pay off, but it's definitely unproven in this lineup, right?
Yeah. And he's not running Kaya, so you can't like give the +1 to Kaya. I think that'd be like the
that's
ideal.
True. He is playing Neptune though, but if you give the +1 to Neptune, it doesn't translate to more storms, so
Yeah. I would like to see Kaya instead of Neptune, but Neptune's an interesting choice for sure. Ghost Face has ward.
yeah. Also playing Inori, the new.
I love Inori.
You would, because she has ambush and she goes face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love face damage.
I mean, she's a good card. I think if you compare her to the other Uniburst, she's maybe not one of the best ones.
Yeah, she's more subtle.
Yeah, like
Less in
her
your
Universe
face.
is not as impactful,
Mhm.
but it's still a decent card all around, and it's good to see her show up in the new Dragon list.
Yeah. Definitely like her a lot. And we've got one of my team members, his name is Inori, so that was
Okay.
we like to poke fun at
Does
him
he
a lot.
play the card?
Yeah,
Okay.
sometimes.
Come on,
Sometimes.
Sometimes. He is a dragon main.
Like, okay, if there was a Panda card or Panda class in the, I'd be playing that all day, so.
Yeah. When I get the chance, I do put Momo in my sword decks. And
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So one of the decks we didn't actually get to see in Muil's arsenal is actually Shikigami. I wonder if he's actually going to be using that first going into the matchup. So I mean, like, you want to have maybe like a stronger start going into potentially what. You want to
Anonymous
avoid. You
actually
don't
going
want
for the Shikigami first.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, he didn't want to go into the mirror match, but we'll see. I might be wrong.
Yeah, so we have Muil against Anonymous. So in the first set, we saw the power of the Shadow. Now we're going to see the Rune. Now, Shikigami Rune is very, very powerful. So these are the two top decks, right? I think most people would say that maybe Shadow's a bit better overall. But I feel like Rune has the potential to just be the absolute best with the correct draws and plays, right?
Yeah, I think overall I prefer going Shadow first when we're doing the mirror lineups. But I think Spell Boost has the harder hitting high roll.
One thing that I want to point out in this matchup specifically is that when you go as Shadow, going first with the Miyako against Rune, sometimes you could just mork them down.
Oh yeah, I love going with the aggressive start. I think it's one of the best ways for Shadow to win against Spell Boost. Is just do
Like,
this.
this is a great curve for Muil. He can get so much chip damage. The 1-1 has the protection. It's not going to get cleared easily. And look at this. Already Anonymous, not able to clear a single follower. 19 is going to take another 3 damage next turn. And the board's just going to keep piling up for Muil.
Yeah.
And Helio is another very sticky follower, essentially guaranteed some damage at some point.
And Anonymous can spend this turn removing one of these followers and then reducing the damage he's taking next turn to only 3 rather than 5. But then he's slowing down his hand as well because he's not being played for initiative then.
Right, and you know, he did go second. He's going to have the Kyoka for the Fantastic Evil turn. We'll see if Muil can get a Shooten so he can really follow up on his aggression, because without it, he might struggle to close the game out.
And that play right there, the Demonic Procession on that skeleton, is I think why you
That's
run
why you play
Bone
Bone Crane, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, what I was going to say before is that Bone Crane's a card that when you saw Bone Crane, you're like, oh, this is insurance support, and it's kind of whatever. But it plays so well with the new Shadow archetype. You don't want the skeleton on the board. You want it in your hand so you can discount it.
Yeah.
Okay, here we see the Kyoka come out. Again, Kyoka is super powerful.
Able to
Also,
remove.
they pick up a Kuon so you can start that discount, right?
Yeah.
But, you know, only at 13 on turn 4 is that
It's
not
not
where you want to be,
ideal,
right?
but we're going to see it get pretty low pretty
It'll probably
fast.
show up at some point, right?
Yeah.
It is a defensive tool for Rune because it does come with a ward. And like I was saying, you know, Shadow going first, how much damage has the Miyako done? And it still has the shield.
Yeah, it still has the shield because last turn Kyoko removed the 2/2/1s, but Helios gives you back the zombie anyway, so the damage,
the damage is still
stick.
there. And, you know, I was like, is he going to find the Shootens? Well, he found not one, but 2 of them, right? So,
And so we got to toss the other one.
yeah, Shooten just, again, such a amazing card for Shadow.
Again,
Great
if
stat line,
Muil
Bane.
just draws Gensetsu, he's got like God Curve.
Yeah, pretty much. But honestly, like, just
Doesn't
going
even
first
need it,
against
but-
Rune, yeah, you just go phase. Like, Yukiona can be used for the enhance to push 6 phase damage, if he even gets to the turn 8, right?
Yeah. On this turn, we might see like a Demon Caller and summon the Shikigami to just remove as much as possible.
Yeah, this is one of the situations where maybe the Sorcerer could be good to try and fight back for the board, get some sort of defense out there. Demon Caller can be used for the rush to still clear the board, though. That's still pretty good.
Starting with the Shikigami summon and going with the Segeshi score to get some draw this turn, but only being able to remove one follower with the Evo on the paper Shikigami.
Yeah, I mean, he could play the Insights and then get to play Zero Cost Demon Caller to clear an additional follower, right?
Yeah, so gets to clear 2.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Picks up another Kuon. First one is still pretty expensive, but it is going to go down rapidly. He's like one play point off of having Zealots, though, right?
But he can toss the
Oh,
rush
yeah.
into the Bane and
You're
then
right.
reduce those.
Because the Summon has Last Word spell with your hand,
Yeah.
which honestly is what makes it so good, because, you know, we have the Golem, which is a 2 play point.
You can take either Shikigami into the Bane, actually, because they both.
Yeah, they both have the same effect, right?
Are
yeah,
the Zealots
the-
going to trade?
The Summon's so powerful because of the extra spell boost.
Zealots are out, but are they going to trade the Miyako?
I think so. I think we have to. It
Yeah.
might feel bad, but I think it's the correct play.
It also feels good having this board state going into a series turn. Like,
Yeah, for
they can't
sure.
just drop series here.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, they can, but
And, you know, even though Muil has such a great start, all of a sudden, Anonymous shown us the power of the Rune, where you have those mid-games where you play so many playboys in one turn. That was only his turn 5.
yeah, even when you're not playing Kuon, sometimes you're just dropping a bunch of zero-cost followers and building a big board anyway.
Right, and if your play is doing boards like these, and then following them up with Kuon, then you're good to go, right?
And the great thing about Kuon is that he reduces the cost of your own Kuon. Like if you have a second
Oh,
one in
by
hand.
like 1,000, right?
Yeah, by 5.
Yeah,
but
I mean, it's a lot. 5 is
Five is
it's a
a
big
lot.
number to spell boost.
yeah.
Even has the project to copy another one, core for extra card draw, and that Kyoko might be saved for the Union Burst, you know?
I mean, I often see the cores be played at 7 with a 0-cost follower because
Yeah.
it's a free Evo at that point.
It's actually pretty good. Shiva comes out, and you know, Shiva, we're talking about how great he is. But Shiva's great, just he's got to face the whole board by himself, and that's
This
a
Shiva
hard
would be
job.
really bad if there was a Fire Embrace in hand. I'm just going to toss
Yeah,
that
there
piece of
isn't.
information, though.
But I think Anonymous is still in a great spot after all that. He picks up another project. I have to imagine that you want to project the Kuon, right?
Yeah.
But even copying another Kyoko could be okay.
I think I like this idea of starting with core Evo and something starting to draw.
Yeah, this seems like a great start for sure, right?
Even the Kyoga makes sense.
Yeah, and then he can just start pushing face damage.
Your time, girl.
Okay, so the Kyoka is enough to clear. It does get destroyed by the... Or you can just trade the sell it. But I like the idea of going face, honestly.
You could trade the Paper Shikigami for more boosts as well.
That's an excellent point. And that Kuon that was so expensive is already down to 5. Gonna go even lower once the paper dies. With the last word, spell was the hand.
But yeah, because Kuon does so much boosts just by himself, you can wait on the Mysterian projects until like the last, like until you're playing Kuon essentially.
Right, because one Kuon alone boosts by 5, like you're saying.
Yeah, makes it almost near playable.
Yeah, and although Muil had a great start and, you know, a good early game curve, he wasn't able to play the Ceres, and he doesn't have a Gensetsu. So, you know, his curve is, I think, getting a bit weaker, while Anonymous is only making stronger and stronger plays every turn, right?
Yeah. Muil does have a Yukion in hand, so that's what we can say is 6 guaranteed damage.
Yeah, he still has burst. That's a good point.
So he just needs to do 4 in between. Actually, he's got on turn 8 10 damage. He just needs to make sure that Anonymous doesn't kill him in that time.
Right, because the Shiva's going to give him the 4.
Yeah,
Now, the question is, can he survive to get there? And, you know, Ceres
helps.
helps a lot because Ceres can clear and put him up to 16 life. And although Kuon does give you that very powerful ward, the thing about the Yukiona Enhance is that it destroys a follower. So,
Yeah.
destroy a follower, Storm Face for 6 is actually pretty good. And maybe Muil does have just enough damage.
I think he's gonna survive. I don't think he's losing this turn. If he's not losing this turn, he's winning this turn.
Yeah, exactly. So, Anonymous knows that Shiva effect is active. He knows that Yukiona is a card. So, his deck has no heal whatsoever. His play now should be, can I find a way to have not 1 but 2 wards on the board, right?
And the traditional sorcerer has been drawn, but I'm not sure if there's a way to boost it down enough to make them both playable this turn.
Yeah, it would have been good, but you know, that is spell boost where when you draw the cards, you need to start spell boosting them, and it's so expensive when you first draw it at 7 play points. You know, his hand was good for the Kuons, but he doesn't actually have a ton of like low-cost spells to play or anything like that, right?
Yeah.
No summons, no insights.
I'm so ready for this Yu-Gi-Oh! And Lethal.
I'm so ready for it too, yeah. This was such a nice back and forth because it looked like Muil had a great start, then Anonymous sort of brought it back, and now it looks like Muil will run away with it at the end, but we'll see what Anonymous can do here. You can play the Kuon and then use the followers to trade into the Ceres
But
to
you
spell with the
can't.
hand.
Yeah, you'll spell boost your hand, but you won't remove Ceres in that process.
Right, the question is where you could spell boost your hand enough to play the Sorcerer or something else, and I don't think you can, right? Because you're right, ultimately he also has to clear the board, right?
Yeah.
So Kuon shows up. The Circle is showing up too. It doesn't have a lot of time.
Actually, there is 2 boosts. You can't play the sorcerer.
Okay, yeah, play the Sorcerer, get an extra ward.
But because you can't remove the Ceres, it doesn't
Right,
matter.
it doesn't matter anyway. So he was trying to make the best of the situation, and I like his idea, just ultimately it's not enough, and he knows it.
Yeah, not
He's-
even enough time to attack with the last follower.
Yeah, so now we see an easy Ceres clear the ward, Yukiona destroy the ward with the enhance.
Go face for 6. Shiva damage
for the
for 4. Lethal.
Very clean game from Muil. Had a great start, found the Shuden Doji, had just enough damage.
We love to see it.
Yeah, Shiva, so
lethals.
good. You know, even on that turn 6 where we were like, oh man, Shiva's not that great here. Shiva was the best there.
Yeah.
Shiva was the
Shiva
best.
set up for lethal.
Yeah, just like that, Muil taking a 1-game lead against Anonymous.
And using that Zombieland Saga icon,
Are you a fan?
I am a fan.
I'm excited for the new collabs coming out this year.
Yeah.
In the World Grand Prix, they announced the Idolmaster,
Yeah, Idolmaster Cinderella Girls and
the
Nier Automata.
Yeah, it's always great because like you never know what they're gonna collab with, right?
Yeah, they just pull out these collabs like Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya in 2019.
Like One Punch Man, Street Fighter.
Don't, please. No, I was so upset when I missed the One Punch Man collab.
Oh, you
my-
missed the cards.
It was so. He looks so cool. All these collabs in general just look really, really well done.
Yeah, the power of side games, right? And
there's
they're
so-
doing great work out there.
Yeah, there's so many Princess Connect leaders now. There's so many.
Yeah, there's a lot of even the Prince Connect. Yeah, like we had the old ones. Now we had the new ones back in the expansion.
Yeah. Like, I'm a sucker for the cute girl leaders, but at this point, I'm like, I have so many, and I've spent so much money on these leaders.
All worth though.
I don't know if I haven't bought the new leaders out of the latest Princess Connect. Like,
Yeah,
I might get Saren, but I just
I like Saren. Saren is great.
Saren's
should.
I
really
think
cute.
she's an underrated card. I think once
Yeah.
Haven gets better amulet support, we'll see her and you'll be like, wow, Saren is so good.
Saren is so good. I don't know if I'll ever be saying those words, but just because Haven's not my jam. But
Alright, here we go.
Yuki
Game number
Nagato,
2. Muil against Anonymous. Now we're gonna have the Rune Mirror match.
talk about leaders. Yuki Nagato.
There you go.
Daria.
Daria, one of the classics, right?
Yeah.
So in the mirror match, anything specific we're looking for, Momo?
We're looking for Smork.
Smork, just face damage.
You want to go face. You want to go face as much as you can. But that Insight Shikigami Kyoka, those are
that's
playable
a curve.
cards.
I mean, that's a curve.
You get something to boost with all that, and you're looking golden.
Yeah, like okay, when I was
Anonymous.
talking about the the dream rune curve, that's the start of it. That's how it starts.
And then you hard draw into Kuon right here, right now.
Yeah, right here, right now.
Not
Not
done.
quite.
No, that's not it.
Yeah, you're talking about getting Storm, Smork. It's the Kuon is gonna give you the damage, right? So
Yeah. I mean, if you play 5 Zealots, that's a lot of damage.
yeah, the thing about the project is that you want to copy Kuon, but you can copy anything, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes copying Kyoka is good. Sometimes you copy Skeleton.
You know,
That's still
instead of
face
traditional
damage.
sorcerer, I like running Twin Blade Mage
Yeah,
for
okay.
that extra bit of damage.
It's more aggressive for sure.
I like hitting the face.
Did he hold Insight? I guess he didn't have anything to spell boost, right?
Yeah, he only had the Embrace, so I like holding it until
Okay,
like
so
3.
you get the Kuon probably?
Yeah. Because if you don't have Kuon, you're not playing Kyoka on 3 anyway.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? Picks up another summons.
So we might see the Insight here for the draw.
Right, because if he doesn't play Insight now, he's floating the play point. And that would be a bit worse, right?
I like holding Insight on 1 if you don't have a clear turn 3.
Yeah, that
you
makes
don't
sense
have
to
anything
me.
to boost.
It seems like a solid start. 2 summons. No Kuon though. He really wishes he had one. And
Muil.
under really no pressure, I think Muil is happy to just throw down the core. He can get Bally out of it next turn.
One thing about Muil's rune list that you can see from his hand right now is that he runs 2 different arts of Magic Missile. was writing
yeah, I
down-
see that.
I was looking at his list. I'm like, oh, he only has 2 Magic Missiles. And then I went further down the list. I'm like, oh, no, there's the 3rd one.
Yeah, there was one player last year who they used like the 3 different arts for cards like that, and like
You do 3 different arts for Nature's
yeah,
Guidance, 3
they're
different
just
arts
making
for
our job
Airbound.
hard when I go over the deck list,
They're making everyone's job hard when they're looking at the deck list. Like, all the other players are looking at the list, too, and they're like,
Wait, maybe that's part of the strategy, right?
yeah.
We see the core Evo, gonna give him 2 insights, play points back. No player has drawn a Kuon though, so
I don't like... I mean, this is fine.
I
Double
mean they
missiles
gotta
to the face.
dig, right? Just draw cards. Yeah, we see the Paper Shigami, such a powerful card. Because they get someone by a spell, you spell with your hand, and then last word spells with your hand again.
We've got a Zealot. We've
He
got,
also-
got something now.
Use the
I want to see the Chaos Wielder come down before
yeah,
this.
I was gonna say
but-
he used the card to copy the Chaos Wielder, a sign that he needs more resources. He needs that card draw, right?
Yeah, I would have liked to see him use the Chaos Wielder that was at 2 before he evoed the Kyoka.
To then spell was the cards that he drew.
Yeah, because there's a Kuon.
There's the Kuon.
That was a spell
finally
boost he
picked
missed
up.
out on. Just want to throw that out there. Bad order.
Yeah, the hand is okay. He needs a bit more spells, right? But he can always draw more. Has an Aura Chaos Wielder. Fiery Embrace in his matchup. How do you feel about it? Too relevant or?
I think it's definitely relevant.
Yeah.
When you're playing Kuons and Kuons, you want to be able to remove as much of the Kuon board as possible, and Fire Embrace is how you do that.
Right, because in the spell boost rune decks of old were mostly spell based, and a lot of removal could be useless in the mirror match. But because of the way that Shigami plays, you're summoning followers, the papers, the Kuon. So the
Spawning
removal becomes a bit
Shikigamis.
better, right?
Yeah. You're putting a lot of Shikigamis and followers on the board.
Yeah, there we saw Kuon, the win condition of the deck. Such a powerful card.
Kyoka into Kyoka.
Kyoka's character is good, but, you know, Muil doesn't have his cooldown, so...
Yeah, and doesn't have anything to go face with either. He doesn't
He's
have
got 3
Zealot.
embraces, though.
Yeah, and a Wind Blast. Like, he's going to be able to remove some stuff.
Yeah, for sure. But, you know, the thing is, if you remove the followers after they've gone phase, then they've already done their job, right?
Yeah, there's no heal in these decks.
Yeah,
so
no heal whatsoever. Every opponent damage will stick. And, hey, Clark is face damage.
we love to see it.
Like, right now it's how early can Anonymous get those coolers down, right?
But do you start with the Clarks or do you start with the core?
Well, maybe he wants to hold the core for the 7 play points, right?
That is
It is a-
consideration.
Yeah.
But it could be draw and boost this turn. And if you Evo the Chaos Wheeler, he does boost your hand.
Yeah, it's a pretty powerful effect. Like, maybe at this point he doesn't need to play the Kyoka, he could just Evo the Chaos Wielder, right?
Yeah. I mean, you might Union Burst the Kyoka.
Yeah,
Later.
like, it's a good universe.
That's the greatest thing about, I think, the Universe cards, is that they're good on curve, but you can hold them and have them be good in the late game as well.
Right. I mean, some of them are a bit better than others. Like, Kyoka is insanely good in the mid game.
7 damage removal
Yeah,
and
like,
face.
that's enough to get through everything. And pushing face damage, like, yeah, you'll take
No
the face
complaints.
damage. Okay, so now we can just, I think, go phase with the wielder, afford to use the Fire Embrace to clear the 5-4, and just push face damage, right?
Yeah, he's just determining how he wants to draw first, because he does have the insight, the missiles, so he's got ways of drawing.
Right, trying to get the correct order to maximize the number of spells he can get in the hand. As missile to his face, that's the 3rd Kuon.
He is floating the play point. Actually, no,
Well,
he
no,
can
he
play the
played
Zealous.
yeah,
He can play the Zealous.
just enough. So a great turn for Anonymous. Gets to push 6 face damage, dropping Muil down to 10, half his life. But most importantly, he set up with 3 Kuons in hand, while Muil has none.
Yes. And in the hand for Anonymous, he does have the Clark and the Kyoka, which will have Union Burst on 8. So that's 5 damage out of hand, so we need to put 5 more damage to the face.
Yeah, it could be a bit difficult to keep track of the universe with all the effects and all the evils going on, right? But once you get to that point where it's active, there's just such powerful effects. We see the Sorcerer and the Evo. I think, like, in the Spell Boost Shigami Rune deck, you can Evo followers like the Wielder and the Kyoka as well as the hand.
This is just such sad draws.
Right, when you Evo follower that doesn't do anything, it feels kind of bad, right?
Having to use a Fiery Embrace on a Zealot here.
I mean, he's got Fire Embraces, that's all he's got, right?
Yeah. Mysterium Project on a Chaos Wielder?
Do you ever copy the Clark?
If you've got, like, Lethal Insight.
Okay, because it gives you, I mean, it's 3 damage, right?
Yeah. 4 play points, 3 damage.
Yeah, it's not bad, and card draw, I suppose, right?
But when your hand's looking like this, I think Wielder is the answer.
Yeah, 100%. He needs the card draw. But, you know, I have to wonder, if he draws a Kuon now, it's going to cost 15. I don't know. It seems like Anonymous is ready to run away with this game.
Clark face.
Okay, draw first. Picks up a project. That's another Clark. Fire Embrace the level. Kyoka Universe is not active yet, right?
No, not active. till
Yeah,
next turn.
this might be a bit of an awkward turn for Anonymous. But, I mean, as long as he's playing cards and spell boost in the hand, I think he's going to be okay, right? Like, he just needs to get to a point where Kuon can close the game out. And, you know, Clark is 3 damage, Kuon is 4, right? So,
Yeah. He might be, like, thinking about his hand. I mean, if you project the Clark on this side, you can set up a lethal over 2 turns.
right. Like, if he just Clarks now to go face with next turn, that seems good, right?
Seems alright.
Yeah, I guess maybe you don't want to ignore the Sorcerer because then other Shigami followers could get ward, and that would stop some of your damage.
But if you Mysterium Project the Clark, you don't care what wards are up. You can just Clark, and then Kyoka over 2 turns.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, maybe
But
take
no.
them a bit longer, but have a more guaranteed way to get the damage.
Yeah.
They can
But-
just Clark.
Has decided to just Clark here.
Okay, do you think the Embrace is worth it then?
Maybe on the 4-1, yeah, just
Yeah,
get rid of
to
Sorcerer.
deny other potential wards, right?
Yeah.
It's also a spell boost, but if he holds it, he can also spell boost whatever cards he draws next.
But if you're anticipating, like, another Kuon,
There's a Kuon for Muil. He really needed that.
you really needed it, but is it too late?
Yeah, it's too little too late, perhaps,
Like,
right?
these Wind Blasts and Fire Embraces have no target.
Yeah, I was talking about how, you know, in the match now, the rules are a bit better, but they're not good for Muil at all right now. At least he can go phase with the Clarks, you know, do something with his turn. Play the Wielder for card draw.
Ooh, and
Gonna lose
Mills
the
or
Zealot.
Zealot.
That's bad. He could have kept the Zealot Instead, he keeps the Wind Blast, burns the...
That feels
Yeah,
bad.
that's just unfortunate. Okay, so now we're looking at Clark to face, Fiery Embrace, Kuon is lethal. And I like it. Anonymous,
Yeah.
a great show of the Spell Boost Rune. Didn't get the Kuon super early, but you know, the deck draws so well and so much that even by turn 8, he's still making the explosive plays. And every single point of damage counts because there is no heal in Rune. Gonna tie the series 1-1. We'll see if Muil can bring it back.
Okay, last game we've got Spell Boost going into Natura Dragon. Which side would you rather be on?
Well, I'm biased as a Dragon player,
Yeah, I know.
but Rune is the better deck. So, I'm still gonna vote for Dragon though. I gotta.
Whoever gets the highest roll, really.
I mean, we'll see what Baldane can do.
Maybe
Like-
Muil got that karmic energy for not drawing Kuon at all last game. First card he draws here.
I mean, the Rune deck has no heal, right? And Baldane, Corrosion is consistent, unstoppable damage, right?
Correct.
So if the Dragon gets enough time, they'll certainly close the game out. The question is, you know, how much time will they get? Because the Rune deck can be so explosive. We saw as early as turn 5
Well, do
plays
you
with
keep
double
Marion
zero
going
cost
first?
solid.
Whoa. Is he going first? I don't know.
I mean, Marion goes face against Rune. It's a 1-2, right?
Yeah, it is a 1-2.
Like, you would think that a Goblin is good against Spellbush Rune, right?
Muil not having Kuon at the start like I was hoping for him.
On the other hand, Anonymous with the early Baldane. Going second, he could Evo it right away.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, just in time. Before he played any Spell Boost, so...
Well, he did play an Inside on 1.
That's true, yeah.
But
did
he
miss-
needed to play that Inside on 1 to get
To
the
get the
Kuon
Kuon.
on 2.
Yeah, we'll see how much damage the Marion can do, but even if he goes phase once or twice and then eats her Muil spell, I think that would be good enough. But Anonymous has not found any early ramp, no Oracle, no Petrodon.
We like goblins.
I mean, Marion is more than a Goblin. It has a powerful effect on Overflow. It'll draw you a Droncraft follower and give it a +1 attack.
He's
But-
only more than a goblin in Overflow.
In Overflow. But that's Dragon, right? Overflow, supposedly. Dawn Splendor, just a 2-2 in this matchup. Actually, no, because there's so much Storm from Rune, right?
There is. There's a
Yeah.
lot.
But maybe he was going to hold it for a bit.
Inori, just to get some
Inori's
ambush.
ambush, it's guaranteed 2 damage, basically, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it's going to play with Splendor early on.
I mean, if the Inori gets Union Burst, and he's going second, that could be 5 damage on the Inori.
Well, the Inori phase damage is not that much, right? It's only 1 per follower.
Exactly. That's why it's 5 damage.
Oh, because there's going to be 5 Rune followers?
Yeah.
You know, okay, I like it, yeah. Like a turn where Corrosion is taken for like 4 or 5, and you get 5 from Inori?
That
Yeah.
could be lethal.
Seems okay. See the Inori, one of the newest cards from the Ultimate Colosseum.
The Union Burst gives all enemy followers the following effect. At the start of your own turn, deal 1 damage to your leader and deal 2 damage to this follower. And a fun little detail about Inori is if you give the Inori effect to a follower with ambush, because you give it to all followers,
Yeah.
that follower will lose its ambush at the start of its turn when it deals damage to your own leader. Because when a follower deals damage,
That's
it
cool. I
takes
didn't know
itself
that.
out of ambush.
Huh.
Yeah, fun little interaction.
It also would be kind of bad against Pain Blood, but that's non-existent, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Confectioneer for card draw?
Or just Evo Valdane for a 6/6.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's a 6/6. I was going to say, because if you play Confectioneer, you get that Evo to phase. But Baldane does need to come down at some point. And a 6/6 with Bane is, you know, good stats. I guess he doesn't want to float into play point. He's going to use the Spike, play the Inori, Evo the phase. And Neptune should be good in this matchup, but it goes face, right? So he's done a great job of getting 7 damage in the early game. And honestly, a lot of that has come from the Marion.
Yeah, the Marion's putting in work.
We'll see Magic Missile. No Kyoka for the Evo, though. This is where it's like, okay, Rune, you have the core, play the Kyoka, right? It's like the most basic, very powerful play. Does not have the Kyoka.
It doesn't have the removal for this 3/4 Marion.
So what does he do? It's really awkward, right?
Yeah, he can
Project?
project something.
Like, he could set up for better turns in the future, but while he's doing this, he's going to be taking that face damage. Like, the Evo Marion doesn't get cleared by the Clark. Clark only does 3 damage, so that wasn't a viable removal option, and all of a sudden,
All of a sudden, it's just looking real awkward. Just put down a core.
another core.
Another core.
I mean, if you're going to set up for a better turn 6, I guess the second core is how you do it, right? Like, he should have the best turn 6 ever. But Anonymous has 5 damage on the board, 7 with Evo, can Axel Neptune for another 2. Maybe he's not even gonna need Baldane.
Who needs Baldane when you've got Storm?
He could even hold Nori for guaranteed Evo next turn, but I don't know if that's worth it. Yeah, just go face now. Because Baldane is still gonna do, like, you know, 1 or 2 or 3 damage, and at that point you can just put Muil in a
Yeah, next
like
turn
2
you
turn
just,
clock, right?
no matter what Muil does here, you can just Evo
The Baldane?
the Orca face next turn.
Oh yeah, he has another Neptune.
Yeah,
Yeah, like, so now Muil will have to ward up, right?
but he can't.
He doesn't have Sorcerer. He's got 4 insides though.
That's a lot
He
of
sure
insight.
could draw a lot of cards.
He's got a lot of knowledge, but not much else.
Yeah, and even though the Kuon was drawn early on, it's still so expensive, nowhere near ready to be played. The lack of Kyoka, I think, really hurts him. And he doesn't have an out.
Yeah,
Just like that, Anonymous playing the aggro Nitro Dragon. I like it. The Marion put in so much work as a 1-drop.
I'm sorry for ever questioning turn 1 Marion. Turn 1 Goblins win games.
I mean,
How could I
it's-
ever forget?
Yeah, it's the classic against Rune, right? Eat the face with the Orca, 4 damage, exactly what he needs. Anonymous is going to take the series 2-1 over Muil and move on to face Asher Cloud. It was a great series. We got to see the power of Rune, and then we got to see Rune gets marked down, which is what you always want to
We
see.
get to see the power of Rune and the downfalls of Rune.
Yeah.
And there's Anonymous moving on. Winner
Looking
of our
pretty
second
good.
quarterfinal.
That was a pretty rocky start, I would say, for Anonymous, but he brought it all the way back. And to everyone's surprise as well, again, you had your initial game thoughts where it was like, would you rather pick Runecraft or Dragoncraft in this series? And both of you actually agreed to Shikigami, and that definitely wasn't the outcome, considering how important Marion and, at the end, Neptune was for that game, right? That clincher.
Yeah, when you think of Natura Dragon, that's not the Natura Dragon you think of. He just happened to play very aggressively, but that's because his build allowed him to do so. By playing the Marions and the Neptunes, he could be very aggressive against Rune, and it really paid off there.
Yeah, I think at one point I criticized his deck building for not having Kaya instead of the Neptune, but Kaya wouldn't have been lethal there, only Neptune there.
Right,
so-
Kaya goes online so late.
Mhm.
Neptune, Axel turn 3, Evil Fates, 4 damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty aggressive and better for Anonymous moving on again, making his name here in the top 8, the first time we've ever seen him.
Yeah.
I believe that's what we said when we talked about this prior to the show, right? None of us have seen him. Is that on record?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Can we say
I've
that?
not seen him before.
I've not seen it before. I'm sorry if we have and we just completely forgot, but I don't think that's the
Okay.
case. I think we
Alright.
have not seen him before.
Cool. He is representing from the UK again. It's all these regions into the West Division now for the Shadowverse Open. And again, if you want to make a name for yourselves as well, be sure to hit up SVO.GG. Again, that's where you need to go to sign up. It's all new here.
It's
Yeah.
so simple, SBO.GG, right?
Yeah.
Can't get any cleaner than that.
Listen, I think we're going to say it at least 4 more times today, so there's no way you're going to get it wrong. And that just, you have to sign up at that point. I feel
Yeah,
like,
you just
if you're a
gotta.
Shadowverse player.
Yeah, it's a whole new year, 2020. Anybody could make it.
And if you're not in the Western region, if you're in the Southeast Asian Oceania region, then your tournament's next week. Go to SVO.GG, sign up, find out those rules, get some decks, steal some decks from today.
Yeah, and it's just a great way to get in touch with the meta and being able to play so many games in the Swiss format too, right? You get so many games under your belt as well as accumulating more cards for your collection because it's not just every win, but every match you play, you get yourself a booster pack, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like we were saying though, because the regions are mixed, now the Swiss rounds are harder than ever before. You have so many good players condensed into one tournament. It's a battlefield out there.
And so many more of your teammates. If you're on a team, you
Yeah.
get more of your teammates in the pool, more team kills.
Like, we have a lot of players returning from World Grand Prix, like Asher Cloud, Noir, but we also see a lot of players that we're used to seeing not in the top 8. Players like Hishiro, Himari,
All
Paul
of the Rev
Washer,
team?
Akamara Red, Mango. Like, none of those players are here. It's a tough tournament now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're going to see 2 of those individuals actually. Elin was one of them as well, and he's actually going up against Noir in this upcoming match. Again, it's going to be Tempo Storms. Noir up against Mana Surge Eldrin.
Yeah, so Eldrin got 2nd place at the Contenders Cup, and Noir was the top player for Pan America. Now the regions are mixed, and now they're going face to face.
And I like their bans here, both banning off the Yokai Shadow, so we get to see Ambush and Evolution Sword with the Shikigami runes.
Yeah, personally, I like the Evolution Sword more than the Ambush Sword.
I like playing Evolution Sword more than Ambush Sword.
Yeah,
For sure.
it's a great deck utilizing the great Union Burst that Sword has, right? Shizuru, Pekarin,
But if I have to take
fantastic cards.
into consideration the matchup against the other deck, the Shikigami rune, I think Ambush has just such a good shot against Spell Boost rune because Spell Boost can't do anything to Leod. Can't
Yeah,
interact
like-
with him at all.
Leon has very polarizing matchups, and he just so happens to be good against Spell Boost Rune, which is the deck that everyone's playing, right?
But if you have a turn 6 Kuon and your Leod isn't lethal yet, then I don't know how Ambush deals with the turn 6
Yeah,
Kuon
maybe
board.
you don't answer the Leo, you just make your own crazy Spell Boost board,
Like,
right?
here's my big board, what you gonna do about it, Leod? And the answer is maybe play a Clash of Heroes and cry.
Yeah, Leon's just a great card. It's crazy that like the whole deck is just Leon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. On the other hand, you also have Evo Sword, which has a lot of the cards from the current expansion of Ultimate Coliseum, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Real good showcase of all the new cards and just like a new archetype.
Yeah, and like Sword has just so many great cards. I was talking about Pekarin, Shizuru, but even the non-universe cards like Kagemitsu is a great
He's
fantastic
a big
follower.
deal.
Yeah, like
The Samurai, the
yeah,
Steadfast.
the five enhanced 3/3 storm, right?
Yeah. The Clash doesn't reduce damage to the Spell War to 0. And it's not even just like follower damage. If you clash, if your opponent makes the mistake of trying to trade into it, then their spells no longer can remove it that
Oh,
turn.
really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a great
It's
follower.
big yikes.
Yeah.
My favorite play is Kagemitsu, and then you play the cat after to
The
get storm.
Wildcat.
So good.
I also like the Twin Blade, Twin Sword Master into the
There's
Wildcat.
just so many good plays. We have Chun-Li against Pekarin, of course. Eldrin
Let's begin.
from Mana Surge. Noir, Tempo Storm.
Getting to start off with Evolution Sword into Ambush Sword. So we talked about these decks going into Rune a little bit, but into each other, I'd rather be on the Evolution Sword side, actually.
Why is that?
Because I think Evolution Sword has the aggressive options to out-aggress Leod.
Right, because the Evil Sword deck has Leon, but they have so many other threats and tools, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Like-
the Leon Ambush Sword is just laser focused on that, right?
Mhm.
And Sword could clear opposing Leons, things like Ivory Dance. Elegance could even snipe Leons.
Oh. It's hard for Evolution Sword's Elegance to snipe a Leod.
Yeah, it is hard. It's possible. There's also Tsubaki. Tsubaki is a great answer to Leon. I believe Noir is playing
Oh, that was such a good luck
one
toss.
Tsubaki.
Noir tossed the Shizuru, and in came Taji to
I mean,
complete
quick
this.
later.
That's a Taji.
That
what
is
are
a
you talking
Taji,
about?
but it's a quick player. We all know, chat.
Mm,
And if you're gonna have the Taji,
that's
it's not quick
also
later.
Taji.
Turn 1, that's the turn to have it, right? So Noir gets to go face with his, while Eldrin is forced to trade. We see the Samurai picked up.
Which is a face tool for later, but right now Vals is our 2/2 follower, just going to go face.
Yeah, Samurai could be great because it can get free trades in the early game.
Mm-hmm.
In this matchup, there's so much removal for the Leo deck. It's just better for you to hold it for the potential storm later on, right?
I like the Everlasting Castle over the Leod.
Just to get the Leo out of the deck.
Yeah, and just the guarantee like your castle is pulling a Leod. Sometimes it's hard to finesse your play points to make sure that Leod is getting pulled by the Everlasting Castle rather than whatever else is in the deck. Like there's an Albert in there.
Yeah, one of Albert, right?
Yeah.
And just having the Leon on 2 seems pretty good start for Eldrin. Noir can now...
Wait, can Everlasting Castle pull Albert? Albert's not a commander. Does Everlasting Castle only pull commanders?
You know, it only ever pulls Leon, so I actually couldn't tell you if it can only pull commanders and officers.
No, I think it can play off. It can definitely get officers because it can get Taji off of it.
Right, you're asking where we could get 11 follower?
Yeah, I think it can just pull Swordcraft followers.
Can it get a neutral follower? No, right?
I
It
don't
has
think
to be
so.
Swordcraft?
I think it has to pull Swordcraft followers.
One thing that I do like about Sword in the new expansion is that all of a sudden, being a commander or an officer matters again. Now we have like Pekarin being a commander, Leisha's coming back.
Leisha, so good.
Yeah, like Leisha and then the Samurai that equals to attack twice for free
Yeah,
is such
Twin
a
Sword
strong
Master.
combination. What do you think is the play for Noir here?
I like the idea of this Pekarin just because it is a 3/3.
But
War
Aether
face.
is...
Aether's always clean, but Aether pulls the same thing next turn. Your turn 3 Aether will pull the same follower as your turn 4 Aether because of the way that the Evolution Sword deck is built, so it's just more aggressive to go with Pekarin this turn.
That's a good point, yeah. Pekarin is an extra stat. Could potentially be more if she survives as well.
Because if you do play the Aether this turn and get Shizuru, like, do you want to play Shizuru on 4?
Going second,
Going
you do. Going
first?
first, no, right? Not
Yeah.
great. The other thing, though, is that by playing Pecorin, you're potentially giving up on the Union Burst that he might hit later on, right?
But would you get a Union Burst
in the
Pecker-
Leo deck,
in
right?
this
So
Leo deck, like-
seems good. 3/3, good enough stats. There's no Spine Blade to just
Yeah.
answer it, so seems good. The Clash of Heroes is a new card from expansion, can be really good, but
It's not good when your Leon's not buff yet.
yeah,
So this Pekko is going to grow into a 3/4.
and that matters, right? Plus, it's 3 face damage. So is this the Aether turn then, right?
Maybe. It might be another Pekko turn.
Wait, he could just Ivory Source Dance, clear the Leon.
Yeah, oh my god, he could have, and he didn't.
Wait, is there a... Yeah,
I
he realized
just
it. I mean, I
realized.
realized it too. I'm like, wait a second.
Oh,
you can just
no.
clear the
I
Leon!
feel so bad. Oh, that's not good.
Just had to clear the Leon. You know, sometimes you get so ahead of yourself, you're like, oh, I'm making this play so that next turn I play Aether, and that's my curve. And then you get focused on other things. But the Ivory Sources there would have probably won in the game, honestly.
Well, if this Leon... Well, we'll see what happens. Maybe
Well-
the Ivory Sword can still remove the Leon later.
Yeah, maybe. It's just like now Eldrin can evo the Leon, give it the extra health,
Give it
put
the
the necklace on it.
necklace,
All of
yeah.
a sudden, it's a whole different story, right?
Yeah, it does not feel good. And then, like, just the realization on Noir's face that, oh
yeah,
no,
you can instantly see it, right?
the regret.
But I like that, like, it was exactly what I was saying too. I'm like, oh, play the Aether. Then I'm like, wait a second, no, you can just Ivory Swordsman, right? So
Yeah.
I could connect to how he would also have the same
The
thought
same
process,
thought
right?
process, yeah.
At this level, though, you can't let a mistake like that get to you. Have to just stay strong, focus on the game, and, you know, deal with the mistake later, right?
Yeah, he definitely has the face of, like, it maybe getting to him.
Yeah, but have to just stay focused on the game.
But now he's laughing it off. What a series of emotions he's been going through.
Okay, so, I mean, Noir still has a good board. He still has Ivory Swords in hand, which is a great tool. But Eldrin's going to Evil the Leon here. Give it the extra health. We'll see if he chooses to attack with it, get it out of ambush, or just re-ambush it. Or if he's just going to wait on it. Has a necklace to give it an additional +1.
Oh, he's making the trades, which will make this Ivory Sword Dance still in hand have an easier time of clearing this Leon.
Yeah, so he... Noir's still going to be able to clear the Leon.
Cut through the false.
Just have to re-ambush the Leon, and Eldrin can, you know, create another Leo to buff, but by having the first Leo get answered, it dramatically slows down his game plan.
Yeah. And it kind of worked out for Noir. Now he gets to use the enhanced Ivory Sword Dance, go face for a bit more damage with the Ether he played last turn. It kind of worked out.
Right, like while the Ambush Sword deck is trying to make, you know, one Leo go face twice for 20,
Can't be.
the Sword deck from Noir is just getting good damage at all points of the game.
And Noir's having a good time.
Yeah, Eldrin taps out and Noir takes game number 1.
Yeah.
I think when you make a mistake like that and you're able to win the game, it might actually be better for you because now you're on point, right? His name, right?
His name is 3-3.
Yeah, so Noir was 3-3 at the World Grand Prix, 1 game away from making top 8, 1 game away from changing his entire life, basically, right?
Yeah.
But I also like that, you know, on Twitter, he was like, hey, I could have played better, this and that, you know. It's easy to just be like, oh man, got unlucky or something, but the great players will look at themselves and be like, no, I could be better. I could be a better player, right?
And now they both switched to Shikigami, and they were like, let's play Sword, now let's play Rune.
Yeah, so now we're going to just have a Rune Mirror match. I don't think the lists are anything too crazy here. Eldrin's build does not have the Sorcerer.
Eldrin's build has 3 Golem squads.
Oh, he has the squad up.
Yeah, he's got them squads.
Do you think it's good?
I don't run it.
I've lost to Carol with the...
I like Carol's
Golem squad?
attack.
Yeah?
With the Golem squad, I've never seen Carol with the Golem squad.
Oh, I've lost to it multiple times.
Multiple times?
Yeah.
What sort of ladder are you on?
No, I mean to the quest mode.
Oh, the quest. Oh, that Carol.
Yeah,
I don't listen
the
to it very
actual
often.
Carol. The quest mode was great though. I'm glad they added it to the game.
Yeah. I love being able to flex. I was able to beat Kaiser all 3 quests, 1 go.
Her deck was so good.
I know.
Alright, so Noir gets the early Kuon. Eldrin does not. I feel like that makes such a big difference, right?
But Elegant does have 2 Zealots and a Clark, so that's 9 damage.
Okay, he does have damage, yeah?
It's damage.
The thing is, like, 9 damage is not 20 damage, right? But
But neither
You'll
is one
get him
Kuon.
there.
One
That-
Kuon
well-
isn't 20
It's
damage
it,
either.
you know, it feels like it sometimes.
It does feel like 20 spell boosts sometimes.
Yeah.
But
Noir also has the Kyoka leader.
I want to see that missile go face. Draw some cards.
Card draw is good.
I like card draw.
Can't go wrong, right?
Spell boost your hand.
Like, Missile draws the card right now, while the Clark will draw it later on, right?
I mean, if you play the Clark, you can remove if,
Remove a potential follower.
yeah, like if Eldrin played like Kyoka on 3.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? An Embrace picked up is not a Kuon. You can play Wielder for 3.
There's a Kuon.
There's a Kuon.
So now Eldrin has a lot more damage. Just
Right, yeah, now that he picked up the Kuon, even though he drew it a bit later, Noir's only boosted his by 1, so it's still relatively close.
kind of, it's like softly got 2 with the paper Shikigami
Yeah,
on the
that's true.
board.
Okay, so is the play now Magic Missile?
Or maybe it's Clark.
Is it go face? Like, he could clear the wielder by trading into a Magic Missile in it, but it's not worth it because that's 2 whole face damage, right?
And the face damage sticks, we said
Yeah,
before.
like, the rune has no heal. There's no truth
think-
adjudication.
If you missile and trade, you're just given the hard read of, I don't have Kyoka.
Yeah. And if he's a great player, he will just draw Kyoka next turn anyway,
If he's a
right?
great player, he's just gonna hard draw Kyoka.
Hey, Eldrin did it,
He-
and he's a great player. There's the Clark.
Travel in search of the unknown.
is Clark gonna remove a follower or go face?
Well,
What?
yeah, see, like, that's 3 damage gone, right?
Yeah, that could have gone face.
Picks up a Golem Squad, and Kyoka could still be drawn off of the inside.
It could be.
It
But
is
it's not.
So what is the play now for Noir then? Demon Caller?
Maybe. Probably. That's the. Or you could just drop the core.
Yeah, but you don't want to ignore the wielder because then it's a free evil spell boost, right?
Yeah, it is.
Like, I think it matters.
I think I'd be tempted to just drop the core anyway.
I mean, it might be a case of, like, rather than worrying about what my opponent is doing, I just want to have my plays be the best possible for me, right?
Yeah.
And core gives them the best possible next turn.
We like greed around here. Or
Ah,
I like
core it is.
greed.
So I'd like to see Eldrin Evo the face. Granted, he only has 2 Evos, so maybe that's a
Another
big
one.
commitment and he doesn't want to spend it there.
There's another Kyoka.
Okay, he has 9 cards in hand, has the Kuon, so many resources. Do you feel bad whenever you play Conjure Golem? Because it's not the paper Shigami?
Not really. That's why you rent it, you know, just a bit extra.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's still a good card. It's just like, you don't get the additional spell boost, right? Like,
Yeah, like you'd rather have paper Shikigami always, but like, especially right now, because like if you boost up this Golem squad, you'd rather have the Conjure Golem for later.
that's true. I mean, he does have the Golden Squad. And I like him playing out the Kyoka as a 3-3. Like, he has 2 of them and he able to face anyway, so just get the additional pressure out there, right?
Pressure, and it's still boost, even on the fanfare.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, it doesn't
which
give me the
makes
Evo.
it better than Magic Owl.
I think it's better than Magic Owl, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, Noir did set up the core, and he should have a great turn here. But what does that great turn consist of?
I think it starts with Clark. I think the great turn starts with Clark.
Okay, like Clark, Demon Caller Evo,
Yeah.
and then go from there.
And then you play some insights, do some other stuff.
Fire Embrace would be 0. Great, never mind. It's going to start with the project. Gonna
So
copy
it's-
the Kuon right away.
Yeah. Now there's
Travel in
Clark.
search of
Now the
unknown.
Demon Caller.
Okay, so with
Are
this play, he doesn't play the Ritual, but we can say that instead he draws the Kuon anyway, right?
Yeah.
Which might be better than anything you'd possibly draw from his deck.
Yeah. If that's what you want to be boosting, which it is what you want to be
Yeah,
boosting.
that is what you want to boost in. So I actually do
It
like
makes
that
sense.
play.
Yeah.
Like, instead of just hoping to draw something good, he can guarantee that he draws, basically. And he still has the Ritual in hand for future turns. Get a
You run
full
out of
clear.
time, which is one of the hard things about this deck. is You have a lot of plays to make in one turn.
Yeah. Like, this was a great play from Noir. He has no time.
Oh.
Don't want to float the play points. At least just toss the insights, right? Okay, 1 inside.
I think it's Spectator.
Okay, he gets both insides. Could get a wielder and a sorcerer. Okay.
For the sake of the
He gets everything just in time.
He's got all of it.
Yeah, picks up another Kuon as well. So, Noir played the core, having a weak turn, but was able to set up for a very, very powerful turn 5. And this is the power of the rune deck. As early as turn 5, you know, how many cards did Noir play that turn? Look at how much he was able to draw, influence the board, and set up for future turns as well.
And on the other side, Elin has a lot of things he can play here. This Kyoka is going to make his almost entire hand active.
Yeah, I like the idea of the Golem squad where like you play everything you're normally doing, your fluence and all that, and then you just get a free, very powerful, you know, 7/7 later on.
I don't think he's going to be.
No, the squad is a long time from now.
Yeah.
It's not play now. I'm talking like after you play the Kuans and like way later, right? Okay, so Kyoka, clear, spell boost. Now we get to see Sell It and Demon Caller. 0 cost. Noir had a very explosive turn 5, and Aldrin answers back with an explosive turn of his own.
Will this Zealot trade? He took a Clark to a 1/3 paper sheet going, so this
Yeah.
is in line with that play.
And, you know, Noir has 2 Evos left over, right? So. Okay, so we'll likely see Ku on this turn, 100%, right?
Yeah.
No way it's not happening.
It's just what happens before.
Yeah, exactly. There is a lot of followers on Aldrin's side, and Noir has a lot of resources to clear them. Like last turn, time will likely be an issue, so he needs to think, and he needs to think fast.
Unfortunately, I don't think he has the play points to be able to verdict Ritual Kuon and then Paper Shikigami. Because
What if you Evo Shigami and then have him trading against the 5/3 to get the additional spell boost?
that'd be a fun
Then
start.
you could, right?
Yeah, then you could do it all.
And that seems like a pretty good play, I think.
We might see the Mysterium Project.
Right. Again, you know, a lot of options, not a lot of time. So whatever decision he makes, he needs to do it quickly and just stick to one line of play, essentially. But he draws off the top, so as he draws a card, it might change what he wants to do, right?
Like that Magic Missile.
Yeah.
game.
Like when he started the turn, he wasn't accounted for it, but... Okay, Kuon shows up, gets to
Evo.
Evo, and then go face. At this point, we can ignore the wielder, right?
You're nothing.
Well, he might trade, but
I know,
it's
3
okay.
face damage is 3 face damage.
I mean, but Elin's been taking 3 face damage to trades the whole game.
That's true. You know, the thing about the Kuons is that, like, once one is played, the other ones will just chain so nicely, right?
Will we
Aldrin picks up
see
another one.
Fire Embrace into Kuon?
That seems like a fairly powerful play. Use the missile on the Kuon instead of anything else?
Yeah,
oh, because he wants
the,
to sell it, right?
the Zealot or the
Or
the Demonic Shikigami.
Which, yeah, it's better like this. So both players having really very powerful back and forth turns, showing off the power of the rune deck. I wonder where the Golem squad is at. I think it's active now.
I'm not sure how many boosts it has.
Like, are we at the point where you can go, you know, Kuon, Golem squad? I guess the Kuon is super expensive, right?
Yeah, the Kuon's still at 12 in
Yeah,
Eldrin's
but
hand.
it is going to get discounted by everything in the board. Or the paper and the Celestial is the name, right?
The Celestial's the 4/5 board, yeah.
Yeah. Now, Noir still has an Evo, picks up another core.
So he could play the core and then the 0 cost Zealot, Evo it, and play an Insight and Kuon if you wanted to do that. But that doesn't seem very good in terms of getting rid of the 4/5 and the Kuon on the opponent's side.
Right, like, it's a matter of being able to clear your opponent's board while still being able to push the damage, right?
I think this is just going to be full-on clear the 4/5 and 5/5. That's your highest priorities, and, like, base
Right,
damage
just
is
see
just...
what you can do after.
Yeah.
I mean, he has a lot of 0 cost cards in his hand. Wielder still draws. 0 cost Kuon is just very powerful.
Mhm.
It's better to chain the Kuons turn after turn, right? Not necessarily the same turn together.
I mean, sometimes you want to play both Kuons if you need to ward up against, like...
Yeah, okay, because it can be
certain
used as a
matchups.
defensive tool, right?
Yeah, in certain matchups, but I don't think this is where you need that.
Right, and Noir still has an Evo too, so... Okay, there's a Kuon.
So this gets rid of those 2 followers that I was talking about that need to be answered, the Celestial and Kuon himself.
Yeah, and he's spell boosting the other Kuon that is now 13 play points. Time is an issue again.
And taking trades.
It's a lot of trades. Like, how much damage? Okay, and then Evo. He didn't even Evo over the Kuon.
Yeah, he just left a Kuon there.
I think that's because of the time, right?
Yeah, probably.
Like, I like his play. If he evos Kuon over Kuon, then I feel like he'd be in an okay spot.
Now these Golem squads are not reactive by any means.
Do you
They
like?
don't
Is
do
he
anything.
ready for the Golem squad?
Noir?
Yeah.
I think he'll be fine.
Okay, there's the ultimate clay golem. The biggest golem there is.
There he
It's
is.
a 7/7. It's quite powerful effect, honestly. Like, this matchup is really interesting because, like, they have so many resources and you have to find the right balance of clear and face damage, especially when there is 0 heal available for both players, right?
Is he trading Kuons?
Oh, he is going to trade Kuons.
That feels weird.
Do you think both players are overtraded, or is it just better to be, like, safe?
I feel like there was a misorder there because I feel like he should have, if he was going to trade his 1 attack followers, he should have left the Kuon up first so that, well, I guess he didn't need this Storm from the Demon Caller because he's going to be trading anyway.
Right, but he essentially could have had Storm in it.
He could have had Storm.
Okay, Eldrin doesn't have a ton of cards in hand, but
Golem
another Golem Squad. Playing it this way means that he can't, you know, get a guaranteed EVO on the 5/5. But it is a 5/5 and a 3/3, and that's great stats.
Yeah, this is a lot of stats, and I'm not sure Noir can handle the stats. You're right. Maybe he can't. Maybe he isn't ready for the
The ultimate
squad.
golems. Oh, this has been such a back and forth game.
Like if this Kyoka were if the Universe were active on this Kyoka, maybe we'd have something, but it's not.
Yeah, and this would be the turns where, like, oh, now the Wind Blast, Fire Embrace would be great. But now we're just having this really awkward, or not awkward, but it's just interesting that now the way we play Spellboost Ruin is by trading followers, right? Okay, Noir thinking. He did have, you know, a slight misplay in the Leod game. Then he missed the Evo on the Kuon last turn. What is he thinking? Can he come out with a good play here? Time is ticking.
It is.
He does have Zero Cause Wielder still. If he plays that, it's going to completely change what he might be able to do.
But if he plays that, that's also a board slot, and the board slots become very tight with Kuon.
Yeah, every slot on the board worth so much. Gonna evo the Kyoka for the spell boost and the, honestly, the clear, I guess, right?
Yeah, and it puts 2 damage onto the Demon Caller, which is 1 more damage than it needs to. So in terms of like total damage still left on the board, it's kind of missing a damage.
Okay, playing the expensive Kuon. Gonna hold the one that costs 0.
Take the 3/3 into the 7/3 and the 1/3 face.
And then play Wielder. Because now you have the board space. Okay. So he is able to clear the majority of the board, not all of it. And push a little bit of damage.
Yeah,
Now, I believe the Golem can still evo for free, right?
I believe so.
Magic Missile. Now, Aldrin doesn't have a lot of cards in hand, but he's picking up some good card draw. A core.
I
It's a
mean,
bit too expensive for the enhance.
but you can have
Oh,
the
you
free
can
Evo.
Yeah, you're right. Honestly,
Cute.
I like that.
That's a fun interaction.
Yeah, that's a power
But
play.
it's not
I mean,
saving him.
It gives him card draw, which he does need, right?
He does need card draw.
He is going to have a Kuon this turn no matter what. So those are
But
good things.
Kuon doesn't answer Kuon.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward, right?
Yeah. Kuons can help answer Kuons, but they don't.
Yeah, I mean,
Straight up
he
answer.
does have the 7/7 to work with as well. But maybe Noir's board is just too good at this point.
But that Shikigami summons does help here a lot because you can summon another demonic Shikigami.
Honestly, if we're just like trading boards back and forth, it seems like Noir would have the lead just by nature of him having the extra Kuon, right? Because now Eldrin has no resources, but Noir gets a whole nother Kuon. And he could play it and enhance the core for, you know, free evil and card draw.
And Elgin's still making these trades. Wow.
It's crazy. Every single turn, a player is able to clear and generate such an explosive board, right?
There's been a lot of just
Like, a lot of trading.
a lot of trading.
So much trading.
Like there could be like potential for face so many
Yeah.
times, but Elgin goes trade every single time.
I mean, it's like respect for the player, I guess, but at some point you gotta go face, right?
Like it's just kind of like itches into my play style. Like, I'm just
Yeah, I
like,
know.
that's not the face. Where are you going? That's not the place.
Okay, can Noir find the clear? Because at this point, like, he's not even thinking about lethal, right? He just has to, like, sit here and clear the board.
Like what could you draw to clear the board?
What does he have left in his deck is a good question, right?
15 cards.
15 cards.
That's all he's got. And he runs all Ruby cores just by this fun little detail. like,
Okay.
fun little thing to look at.
Like, the Demon Core is very expensive, but core, insides, wielders, a lot of card draw. Like you said, though, the Kuon into the Kuon is not the cleanest play, right?
Yeah. And if you play core, what do you Evo? Do you Evo this Paper Shikigami? Do you just
Well, he needs to do
roll?
something because he's running out of time.
That's something. Just the 8-cost Demon Caller.
Sometimes you think so much, and then once you see the circle, it's just panic, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Kuon being played for 0. He's gonna clear the golem, right?
Nah, it's gonna take it all face.
Just face?
No, he's probably gonna.
Nah, clear the golem.
That's a 7-3. It's kind of hard to.
But then he doesn't answer the opposing Kuon. Granted, Eldrin has no cards.
Oh, that's a card.
That's a card.
That's a card.
That's a pretty good one, I would say.
What do you Evo though?
You know, the thing is, Eldrin has so many trades that he's so far from lethal right now.
Yeah. So he's got to keep trading.
Right, but he's also down in resources.
Evo the
So
Zealot. I
how
like
often
it.
can he sit there and trade for?
The answer is so long. He can trade for forever.
Okay, picks up a Kyoka.
Kyoka helps. Kyoka helps a lot.
It's one of the better draws. Universe is active.
I don't like
Face damage.
if he's not trading the Kuon.
Wait, he has lethal?
Oh, that's lethal.
He wasn't
Okay.
so far from it because he has the Kyoka with the
The
face
Kyoka was
damage.
it, yeah.
That was a wild,
gosh.
wild game of Shadowverse.
He's
like-
laughing about that Kyoka.
Yeah, they both traded so much, and then Eldrin just had just enough damage with the
Wow.
Kyoka. And that's, Kyoka is a great follower for
That
the
happened
early
so
game.
fast. It's just like Kyoka
Yeah.
slam lethal.
It's like full clear the ward and push face damage. It's a great, great card in the late game as well.
Yeah, didn't even have a chance to think about that really.
That was such a complicated game though.
Let's begin.
It's honestly hard to tell where the leads could have been taken. Like so many trades, so many different plays to make.
Elgin's having a
Yeah.
giggle. He cannot believe that he top decked that Kyoka.
I mean, now we're 1-1, and the winner will advance to the semifinals. The loser will be eliminated. And this is Ambush Sword
I
against
just love when
Rune.
players are so expressive.
Yeah, I like it too.
Just
Like, Eldrin's a great guy. We got to meet him at the Contenders Cup.
yeah.
Yeah. He's like a lot more like calm and chill than you would expect, I think. Which is a good thing. What I was going to say is that he's got Leon against Rune. This is exactly what you want, right?
This is why you bring Ambush.
Exactly. Like, you brought the Ambush Sword specifically to beat up on the Rune, right? And now he has to just do it.
But Noir does have a good, hand of resources for this matchup.
Is lit by
Having Clarks, and then you can Mysterian your Zealot to get multiple Zealots. And just go face.
Just
That's
try
how
and
you win.
race them.
Yeah, that's how you win.
I mean, I believe it, right? Because you're not going to clear the Leon. It's just... You can't, right? So...
Unfortunately, if he plays Kyoka here, which would feel really good, Eladrin has the answer to make that Kyoka feel really bad.
From
In
the kitchen?
Yeah.
It's great to see the kitchen just see play in a lot of decks. Because it's just a great card, right?
Yeah.
Like, 3-play Pandil 5 is fine, and you get the additional upside sometimes.
We might actually not see the kitchen this turn. We might see it be held until next turn just for the additional effect because he will have more Evos than his opponent on turn 4.
That's a good point. Does he value that extra resource? Or does he value his life more to just say, hey, let me clear the 3-3 right now and not take that damage?
I mean, looking at last game, it would be more in line with his last game to just clear off the Kyoka right now.
Right, it's like the safer play, right?
But we don't know if he's got a different mindset entirely when he plays Ambush. So it'll be really interesting to see which choice he goes for here.
Right, and kind of like the Rune deck, the Ambush Sword has really no heal, aside from the very rare Goblet. So if Rune's job is to smoke down Ambush Sword, that early damage is going to stick, right? Okay, just going to go for the Necklace and get the buff from the Leon. So now Noir gets, 4 face damage right now.
I'm really interested to see what Noir will use his
Is it-
projects on.
Do you think it's better to copy the Clark or the Zealot? It's not the Kuon at this point, right?
Yeah, Kuon's super expensive, and you really just want to hit face. So I think it's either going to be Clark or Zealot. They're both 3 damage.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're both 3 damage. Clark could give you card draw, but Zealot could be
Zero.
0 cost, right? The thing is, his
What
hand...
does it faster?
Yeah, like, he doesn't have a great hand to discount said Zealot, though, right? Like... But Clark is kind of slow because it's 4 play points deal 3.
Maybe you use both projects this turn. Use the first one on a Zealot and the
And the
second one on Clark.
Okay, just to have like a bit of variety maybe, right?
Yeah, because you get the 1 boost from the second Mysterian project on their first Zealot, and then you'll have 4 more boosts from the Clarks.
Right, by copying the Clark, you guarantee that you
Look
will
at
have
that.
spells.
I'm so smart.
Yeah, I
Call
like
that.
that. That looks pretty good. Like, Noir is just thinking in terms of damage, you know?
Yeah.
Like, Eldrin's at 16. How do I do 16 damage? And you know, 2 Zealots Evote is 10. 2 Clarks is 6. He's got 16 damage in hand. He just needs the time to get there.
Won't let up on you.
Will we have that time? That's the question.
Yeah, like the Leo deck is very powerful, but how fast can it execute the 20 damage? Eldrin did pick up the Dual Blade Fury, which is key in, you know, that.
Yeah, getting that damage. So
He does have the Assembly, the Necklace.
I think he's got the decision point here of, do I remove this board or do I go all in on making this Leod?
I mean, the kitchen clears the board so cleanly, right?
Yeah, it's so
Answering
clean.
both the Kyoka and the paper.
Well, he started with King's Welcome, so
Okay, so now
Not
kitchen
good.
is not the play.
yeah,
By
kitchen is not the play.
You know, if he doesn't answer the board though, that's more damage Noir gets.
Cut through the false.
That might be like a whole extra less Clark that needs to go face or something like that, right?
Well, he's already got lethal next turn if there's no ward. I think that was his thought process.
Okay, and to
He's
be
got the
fair,
dual blade.
that seems pretty good, right?
I like
that,
setting up
okay, yeah,
lethal.
that seems pretty good.
Yeah.
Because if Noir is gonna just go face because he has to in his matchup, then he's not gonna have any defensive tools, and Eldrin knows he can just have lethal next turn, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Noir has 16 damage over a couple turns, but he doesn't have it right here, right now.
yeah, exactly. Even if he could Evo the Kyoka, get a free spell boost, like that's nice. But the 2 Clarks are just so very expensive.
I don't like Evo and Nikoga before playing the Rodic if the Rodic is the play. And it might be the Chaos Fielder if this is the play.
I think Eldrin just won.
Yeah, I think so too, actually.
But I mean, that's
how it goes.
Ambush Sword against Rune. This is why he brought this deck to a tournament. He got here in the top 8. We had our really, and I mean really close Rune Mirror match.
Yeah, that was just so back and forth, and then this is just boom.
I mean, this was still a quick
Ambush.
game. Like, Noir got Eldrin down to 7 life, but Evo on the Leon, Dual Blade Fury on the 5/5. It's exactly 13 damage. Even has the bonus from the spell, and Eldrin is gonna take the series 2-1 over Noir.
Yeah.
Noir making it to World Grand Prix, having a great showing there. Eldrin, second at Contenders Cup, but here Eldrin is victorious.
Yeah. There he is. Our next semifinalist.
That was a really enjoyable series. We had
Yeah.
a really, really hype Rune game.
Yeah, he plays Rune so differently from how I play Rune, so it's really interesting to see how we can have like a very similar like archetype. I mean, the Golden Skull really changes the way he plays that deck, I think, for sure, because he can just build so much more board out of just one card, kind of like Kuon.
Yeah, it was great to see him just trade over and over and over,
Oh,
and then have such a great
16 damage in a
Kyoka.
turn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's great.
Yeah, it was a huge difference putting in the Golem squad, I feel like, for that mirror
I like
match.
the Golden Squad.
Yeah, I guess we could call it Cheeky Golem if anything. I'm not trying to be like cheeky or anything, but I think that's a good call, right?
I mean, you know, it's just one card, the Golem, but it made a big difference, right?
It made a
Yeah.
lasting difference, yeah.
Yeah, and so again, you guys can see all the points that these guys have accumulated so far over on SVO.gg, and maybe get some points for yourself along with some extra cards, you know, some more games with people in the current meta of the Ultimate Coliseum expansion. Again, what better way to improve your game by participating in the Shadowverse Open? Again, you can do so at SVO.gg. We're going to talk about it a lot, again, because we want more people to understand that we have some significant changes for the realm of Shadowverse, right? One of them being this expansion. And again, we saw a double mirror match. It came down to the wire. I think this is the longest set we've had so far today.
Because that Rune game was so long.
Yeah.
I feel like the mirrors of those top 2 decks, Shadow Mirrors and sometimes Rune Mirrors go quick, sometimes they go really
Right.
long like that. But like Shadow Mirrors, I feel like go so long. Can like Gensetsu and Tekkensetsu, those are tough turns. And I'm really excited to see some of those if they don't always get banned off.
And I know you kind of mentioned you wanted to see some big brain plays. I know you're being slightly sarcastic, but one of the big brain plays, actually, from what I thought was the long-term strategy of Eldrin bringing the ambush sword to play.
Yeah, it's a great deck in the tournament lineup just because you saw it at the end. It's so great against Shigami Rune, which like everybody's playing.
Yeah.
So it paid off.
Like, Shikigami Room seemed to have the stuff to beat Ambush there, but then Ambush had 13 damage on turn 5.
Yeah, honestly, even though it was favoring the matchup, you could see the way Noir played it. Like, if he just had a couple more turns, Noir would have had the win too, right? So
But he didn't.
it still was a close game.
Yeah, Ambush just can go so fast when it gets all of the right stuff, and that's what makes it very competitive.
Yeah, I like that today. We're seeing a lot of players where they will ignore the board just because they know how much damage the opponent can output. So, you know, if you don't have to answer the board, if you could just set up lethal for next turn, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like we saw Astroclad do it, Eldrin doing it there. Just know how much damage you can output, right, and how much you could take from the opponent.
It really changes the pace of all these matches. We're already into our 4th match, actually, for the day. And it's not even, like, that far into the show, really. We have HSK Frost going up against Pain, coming back from his run over at WGP. Again, the Euros Contenders Cup champion going up against Frost, who's been around the scene, but this is his first top 8 appearance.
Yeah, so it's a great mix of, you know, we have sort of a newcomer, Pain, was actually in the World Grand Prix not once but twice now.
Yeah.
And here he is in the top 8 of the Shadowverse Open with Amatas Forest that actually gets banned out. Ooh.
Yeah, very sad. And then Yokai Shadow on the other side being banned out, which I think is going to be pretty common amongst our bans. You either ban the 3rd deck that's not Yokai or Shikigami, or you ban Shadow.
So you think that's the reason behind banning the Amatas then?
Yeah, I think Amatas has a good matchup into Spell Boost in particular, which you know isn't going to get banned off. So from your other 2 decks, I think it also has a good matchup against Ambush, which at that point, if it's good against 2 or 3 of all 3 of your decks, get rid of it. Deny that win.
Yeah, the Amatas deck is one of those decks that was strong in the previous meta, and now with the new expansion Ultimate Colosseum, kind of fallen under, not as popular anymore, but still
I feel
good
like
enough for Pain.
Lily being gone just hurts the deck so much.
Yeah.
I miss Lily so much. But the Mallet Monkeys that are in his deck.
Yeah, he's playing
So
Mallet
cute.
Monkeys.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we don't get to see it, unfortunately, but we do get to see Frost's deck list, though. He's bringing up Ambush Sword. By the way, we get to see it coming back.
Yeah.
One of the differences between this deck and Elgin is that he included Clash of Heroes and Breakneck Draw.
Yeah, I don't know if I like Breakneck Draw. How do you feel about it, Momo?
I am not the biggest fan of Breakneck Draw. It is like removal and draw. That's what it does.
I mean, that's what Leon wants, removal and draw, right?
Does do those things, but at what cost? You have to think about the cards that aren't in the deck. Like a 3rd Kitchen is now missing, and
I mean,
What
we
else?
saw the deck. We've seen it before, right? It's Ambush Sword, it's a staple, it's classic. Eldrin showed us why it's good in the current tournament lineup, and we'll
We-
see if it pays off for Frost.
yeah. We didn't get to see Eldrin's win of Albert though. Kind
He
of
does have the one of Albert, right?
Yeah.
Which Frost did not.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. We don't get to see the Amatas Forest coming from Pain. I know that was one of the anticipated decks going into his matchup. What was the ban choice from Pain again? So Frost isn't allowed to play Shikigami, right? Was that what we saw? I couldn't remember.
No. Frost has his Shadow banned off, and Pain has his Amatas banned
Oh,
off,
okay.
Okay, so we'll see the Spellpush rune.
and the Ambush.
Yeah.
Okay. Just checking. I had to make sure. But we do get to see the Amatas Forest coming from Pain. This was the ban choice. Let's take a look why.
It's the Mallet Monkeys, right? That's why?
Yeah, that's why they're
Because he
just too.
feared the Mallet Monkeys.
He's too good. He's got
Yeah.
Storm in him. He's got a big mallet.
It's a huge hammer.
How does he hold that hammer?
Well, that's
buff.
why he has friends, right?
Yeah, but like they all have hammers,
Oh, that's true. Well, power of friendship.
or they're just some real buff monkeys. They
Yeah.
don't look like it, but they is.
I don't know if like it's a good addition to the deck or not, but I mean it has Storm. Storm is good.
Storm is good. The Spirit Shine, I think
Yeah,
is
it's
what it's
the
called.
new fairy circle, right?
The new Fairy Circle.
Right.
I like it a lot.
I like the Divine Smith and top decks.
Yeah, those are fun. I mean, Spirit Shine is just Fairy Circle in terms of this deck.
Yeah,
But like week 1, when everything was crazy, I was playing a little Nitro Forest, and just having that extra like card
yeah.
really makes a difference in terms of invoking May, playing other cards, getting Irene active.
I feel like Natural Forest is probably not that bad,
Yeah.
but we're not seeing it at all. Now Forest has control Forest, Amatas still. But here we have Pain against Frost.
Pain with the Miyako leader. I'm sorry, but my bias is here. She's amazing. She's perfect. I
mean,
love her.
Even if Frost has been, again, a part of the community, you know, this is like his first showing here in the top 8. But Pain, on the other hand, you know, being in the World Grand Prix multiple times, Contenders Cup winner,
Oh yeah,
Definitely-
Pain runs Minnow.
Oh yeah, I think some players play Minnow as a one-off.
He's got it as a
And then,
3-0.
yeah, exactly. He has it as a 3-off. I wonder if that's because it's good in the rune matchup where you want to go first and have the one drop.
Potentially. It also helps here because you can like kind of aggress a little bit against the ambush.
Yeah, it's just naturally a bit more of an aggressive card, and it can help with the shadow generation because the current shadow deck, you actually do so much with the shadows, right?
Yeah. Frost tossed his whole hand looking to find some way to put Leod into his hand, not finding a way to get Leod right now, which can put Ambush in a really rough spot. When your whole deck revolves around one card and you can't get that one card, it's not a good look.
It feels bad, right?
It feels bad.
I mean, we saw the Evolution Sword have a lot of great tools and mid-game plays, but like you're saying, the Leod deck is the Leod deck, so you need Leod. And granted, there's a lot of ways to draw him and get him out of the deck, but Frost does not have any of them right now. And you know, even a card like Breakneck Draw, which is card draw, like if you're playing on a turn 4 to find the Leod, that means you're not playing Leod till turn 5, and that just seems way too slow.
Yeah, it's pretty late. But we do have Taji to get things started.
We do see Frost taking his time here. I wonder if that's because he's like nervous.
Or maybe
Or
it's because
he's
he's like,
just-
if I don't have Leod, maybe I have to buff this Taji.
Does that ever win games though? Like, if you put the buffs on a target that doesn't have ambush, it just gets cleaned up, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's going to get cleaned up anyway with this Minnow.
Okay, Pain draws his Shiva as well, Shinobu.
But
Does
no
need-
2-drop.
Yeah, he needs a 2-drop and a 3-drop actually.
What if you Ivory Sword and go
You know,
face with Taji?
It does clear,
And then you have a target for your Forge Weaponry next turn.
and then you can follow that up with another Ivory Sword stance.
Yeah.
That's power plays.
I think they're just plays.
Well, okay, that's fair, yeah.
They're just playing what you can.
This is not the hand that Frost would want, but, you know, he made it here. He does look a bit nervous, you know?
Yeah, he's... This is one of the reasons why not everybody brings Ambush. Like, it seems like obvious. If Ambush is good into Shadow and Spell Boost, if it's good into Spell Boost, and everybody brings Spell Boost, why doesn't
Right.
everybody bring Ambush? And this is why. It can be a pain to play.
Yeah.
Ha 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 ha. I'm sorry.
I mean, it's also like, you could say something about like Control Force, right?
Yeah.
If Control Force is good against
Shadow.
Shadow and Spell Boost,
Mhm.
then why isn't everybody playing it, right?
Same reason. Because it doesn't always work out.
Yeah, like just because you have a good matchup and you're favored against a deck, does not by any means mean that you ought to win against them or anything like that, right?
I would have liked to see the Ivory.
I mean, it would have done something. Instead, he just passes, and Pain
does.
gets Miyako, which is not a 2-drop, but honestly, it's good early game pressure.
And it's hard for Frost to remove.
Yeah, see, but now he has no target for the weaponry, no target for the Ivory Sword stands,
Should have
no
used Ivory
target
last
for
turn.
Clash of Heroes.
Should have kept that Taji alive. Should have protected her.
Yeah, and Pain's
Kept her
gonna
safe.
have the Shuden, which is gonna give him, you know, Storm.
Mhm.
And then Shiva could be a great defensive tool, especially if Leod is not even there. So, looks pretty good for Pain right now. Picks up a Sora, which is fine. He just needs any playable follower.
Sometimes all you need is a fighter.
Exactly, right? Like,
Yeah.
honestly, I can't stress this enough. In Shadowverse, sometimes you just need a 2-play point 2-2.
This Everlasting Castle a bit too late. Going to use the Ivory Sword Dance just to play the Everlasting Castle and get Leod.
Yeah, it's not a misplay. He needs to have 2 play points to get the Leod, right?
Yeah.
So, kind of awkward, but
It gets him out.
he finally got Leod out there. Now we can see Shuden. And then, I think still E1 it for the leader effect is fine.
Yeah, for sure.
He doesn't get any trades, but honestly, a 3-6 is a great stat line defensively. And the leader effect is just so crucial.
And unfortunately, Leod Evo into Ivory Sword Dance does not fully clear here, so that's likely not the play.
Yeah, it's the difference between when you play Leod on turn 2, and you've had your turn 3 and 4 to buff Leod, as opposed to it's turn 5 and Leod is only 1-3, right? So if that is not the play, what is the play?
We're just not sure.
Yeah, like even though he found the Leod, and now he has a fighting chance, he's definitely still struggling and behind on the board for sure.
I said it wasn't the play, but maybe it is, and you just kind of keep your fingers crossed that it works out.
Maybe he can draw another Ivory Sword stance, even though he had to use
And Ivory Sword
second
Dance-
one already, right?
Yeah, just to
Yeah.
play Leod.
A bit awkward. He's a 16 life, so he has a lot of life to work with right now, but you know, knowing that Pain has that Shuden leader effect, to gain Storm every single turn, that 16 life might not do so much for him. Maybe it's a turn to just play Forged Weaponry, Assembly, and just set up for better turns.
You can Evo Leon, Forge Weaponry, Clash of Heroes, and then
Need
use
a
the zero cost
truth
spell to
there in
get
the
rid of at
dark.
least Shuten Doji.
Okay. I was gonna say, do you like the Evo animation on the sword? What is her name?
Cut through the false.
I actually don't know her name, but I like her Evo animation.
Oh, Mikuru?
Yeah, she's like flailing around.
Oh yeah, she's like,
Yeah, cause she's like the clumsy girl,
yeah,
right?
she's a clumsy maid.
Okay, so it's just gonna be ambush the Leon, get some phase damage in there.
And she knows
Shinobu?
pretty good.
Yeah, like, maybe instead of thinking like, how do I clear Pain's board, he might just be thinking like,
How do I win?
how do I win? How do I do enough damage, right? And going phase for 5 with Leon is getting there.
Evo this Shinobu, trade it into the assassin, and get buff.
Yeah, it's great because Shinobu survives the 6-5. You get to clear the 2-1, and then hopefully get the +1/+1 on the followers that are gonna go phased, right?
But even if it hits Shinobu, like she's
Yeah,
so big.
he would just get 1 less damage this turn, but ultimately he's still good.
Like how does he deal with the 7-6?
Right, 7-6. Now Frost is down to 9 life to work with, and he could do Ivory Sword Dance in hands, and then perhaps like a Clash of Heroes, but there's just so much health on Pain's side of the board. Just from Shinobu and Shuden, it's 12 life alone. Extra 4 if you add up the Sora,
I mean,
Miyako, and she has the shield.
Yeah. If you breakneck draw first, you can do a little bit more damage, I think. You can do
Like-
2 more damage.
Oh,
than if
Breakneck
you-
and then 2 play point Ivory Sword Dance?
Yeah, I think it does a little bit more damage.
They also have Clash of Heroes, is thinking about it.
Yeah, you can Clash of Heroes and Ivory Sword Dance.
Yeah, I feel like Pain is looking to get enough shadows to just go Legendary Skulls on face, right? And he's getting close to that.
And if Frost clears the board, it helps get there.
Yeah, okay, Clash of Heroes.
Ooh! I don't-
Did he read the card?
Yeah, I don't think,
Well, he lost Leon and
uh,
probably loses the game because of it.
yeah. Clash of Heroes deals...
Yeah.
It
It
deals the
sort of
attack.
forces combat between 2
Yeah.
followers.
It kind of... It's like a trade.
He knows.
And if you trade your 5/7 against a 7/6, it
It
will
just-
clear
Look
your,
at Pain
your
though. He's
5/7.
like, Pain is on face. He's like, yep, seen this before. Alright, well, Frost, bit of a rough game. And maybe, it's the nerves, first time in the top 8, not having a great start leads to a huge misplay.
Yeah.
And he looks perplexed, he looks troubled.
Yeah.
He can still do this if he gets himself together. Like, you made it this far, Frost. You can still fight for victory.
Yeah. You still have Ambush Sword going into Rune.
Right. Like, this is
That's
still a
not a
favorite
bad
matchup.
spot to
Time
be.
to shine.
And then all he has to do is...
Win the mirror.
Exactly. So, definitely doable.
Easier said than done. But
Of course, especially against Pain, right? A
Yeah.
player of this caliber, so... I
another
like
hand that
Pain's
he has
chance.
to just toss everything back.
It would be quite unfortunate if he just has 2 games with, like, no Leots.
Yeah.
Like, we saw Eldrin show the ambush deck, and it was super clean, super strong. Right now, it is not looking the same. 100 golems for Pain. There's a Leon.
There's multiple Leos.
Yeah, I'm sure that's a big relief for Frost there.
King's
Going first
Welcome.
as well. Yeah, so now he can go from having no Leots to all the Leots,
Have
right?
all the Leos.
Yeah, every single Leot.
There for you.
So, in this matchup, we saw Noir try to be aggressive. That is the way you have to play against the Ambush Sword, right?
Mhm.
Do you think it's a great hand for Pain to do that?
I mean, it puts followers on the board, which is a good start for aggression.
Yeah, like followers that could then translate to face damage. Kyoka is a good draw.
Playing the inside on 1 because he does have at least 1 card to
Yeah,
spell
at
it.
least some Dispel Blues. Maybe get an early Demon Caller.
Which Leod? Left Leod,
Left or
Leod?
right?
Lit by
Go with the
truth.
right Leod.
It's kind of interesting because in the first game, Frost took so much time with his plays when he didn't have really any plays to make, right? And now he's just like, okay, play, play, play. I wonder if now that he has his Leod, is he more confident now?
Is he gonna play this other King's Welcome?
I bet you he's going to be more careful with the Clash of Heroes.
Yeah.
I can promise you that.
He's gonna be a little bit more conscious of
Yeah.
the card's
Reread the
effect.
card once or twice. Okay, there's the Kyoka. I guess the spell was on the Kuon that he picked up, so pretty good for Pain.
Breakneck drop, pretty nice against the Kyoka, actually.
Actually, pretty good, yeah.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, like Kyoka surviving even the phase would be pretty strong for Pain. That does force Frost to just spend his turn doing that, though, right?
But I think
he should be
he
okay with
has
that, right?
to. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so Breakneck Draw, not played in most of the Amber Swords list, but it's pretty good here, dealing 4 damage and drawing 2 cards.
And now it's got an Ivory Sword.
Yeah, and now the Leod was played on turn 2, so the Amber Sword is going to be much better because Leod naturally has way more attack.
We're probably going to see the second Conquer Golem here.
Yeah, I like Pain, just going to Evo the face because in this matchup, your Evos are just damage, basically, right? It's also more stats, which should make it harder for Frost to answer the board.
Actually, with the Shikigami draw, now Pain has to make the decision. Do I want the Conjure Golem or do I want the Shikigami?
Yeah, and I gotta say, Frost looks a lot better. Now he's like jamming to some music. He's like in the game. Like he's here and he's playing, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so is this the Ivory Sword stance?
I believe it is. That's fully clear.
Fully clear. Yeah, get a 7/7 Leon. There's the Evo animation.
See the truth
Just
there
flailing
in the
around.
dark.
Okay, might be thinking of something else. It's not bad to consider other options, even if you have one play that you think is like clearly the best one.
Because he doesn't have Dual Blade, he's just trying to get the base damage in, which I can understand.
Yeah, gonna use the Clash of Heroes. This time Leo does survive.
And then plays another Leo.
Right, and I don't believe the rune that can like ping off that 1 health on the Leod anyway, right?
No, they can't interact with the ambush
ambush
followers
at all, right?
At
So-
all.
Unless you like sneaked in a Carol, but
Yeah, and even then, that's another turn off.
yeah. Okay, so Pain's gonna try and clear. More than likely Evo the phase once again.
Try to get that base damage in.
Yeah, he is spell boosting the Kuon and 2 Zealots, and all of those things translate to a lot of face damage. Now Frost does not have lethal unless he top decks Dual Blade Fury, which he does not.
So then it becomes, what does he do now?
So how much damage does he have? One Leod is 6, the other one could be 4 with the Evo, right? So that's 10. Ivory Swords gives him 2. So he's actually 2 damage off of lethal. But at this point, you know, while we saw players ignore the board to set up for lethal, I don't think that Frost can ignore this board because,
He doesn't want to die.
yeah, like
He doesn't want to lose the game.
he should respect the damage burst from Pain, right?
Looks like he's having Grand Acquisition on the Enhance.
Yeah, so in Enhance you get all the loots, right? Another Leod, perhaps? Like, he already has 2 Leods on the board. I'm not sure a third one will really change anything, right? How much could an Enhanced Ivory Sword Stance clear? It's 8 damage, but there's so many followers on Pain's side. Okay, Evil Leod. Maybe this Leod is just trading then, right? Straight up, just
Just a trade Leod.
just a 3-5 rush. Okay,
Gotta trade.
and then Reckoning.
Cut through the
Ivory Sword Stance doing 6, which is not a full clear, but
I fight in the shadows.
I mean, it's not a full clear, but he can fully clear if he trades off the early on.
He
And
should
that's
have
a
traded
guaranteed full
Leod.
clear.
Oh,
Wait, okay,
just
doesn't
leaving
attack.
that.
That's 3 damage, though. Does deny the spell boost, technically.
And he's got lethal on board if he survives.
Yeah, like, he find a nice sweet point of clearing enough of the board and pushing enough damage that he would set up for lethal, right?
Mhm.
Seems like a nice in-between. So, Pain does not have lethal, right? He has 3 damage on the board. And
If
really,
he could
just
play
a-
both Zealots, he'd have it, but he can't.
yeah, if he plays the summons, 1 cell goes to 4, the other one goes to 5, it's just way too expensive. If he trades off the paper on the board, he gets a free spell boost on the hand.
But he still won't have enough damage.
Right, then he loses damage, so... Doesn't have enough damage, doesn't really have any defensive tools either. Because Kuon is not getting played. Might have to Fire Embrace a 2-1 or a 3-1. But I think he knows that if he can't answer the Leons, that will be the end of him, right? And he has no way to clear the Leons, no wards. Pretty close game, but honestly, Frost did a much better job this time around. Didn't let that huge misplay, you know, get to him. Finds more than enough damage. And Frost ties up the series 1-1.
Leaves it to a spell boost mirror.
The spell boost mirror we saw was so crazy. I wonder how this one will go.
It goes crazier depending on how well each person's hands go. If each person breaks, it goes on forever. And if each person gets a bunch of Kuons, it still goes on forever.
I think it's also dependent on the playstyle, right?
Yeah.
Just because we saw Eldrin maybe by playstyle just trade a lot, which did end up being, correct for him, so.
Yeah, I think Noir definitely outnumbered his amount of Kuons, but because of Elgin's trades and boards that he was able to generate off of the Golem squads.
Yeah, the Golem squad.
The squad.
Alright, so all comes down to a Rune Mirror match. I don't think there's any huge difference in the list. Pain is playing Eleanor in his list. Eleanor's still just a great 3-drop. It's no Kyoka, but it's a good card.
It does do 3 boosts right off the get-go if you've got like a full Kuon.
Yeah. And
Or
Frost
anything else.
has Clash of Heroes in his, which I'm sure he's read by now.
Yeah. To have so many Clash of Heroes in your decks, it's
Yeah, I mean,
quite unfortunate that he just kind of flubbed the effect there.
okay, Pain also has Inside on turn 1, Kuon to boost already. That seems pretty good, right?
Toss an Insight. Frost tossed Insight.
Is that like a ruined sin you're not supposed to?
I mean, when you're
Like
keeping Magic
Insight,
Missile,
right?
like what? Wouldn't you rather keep Insight?
Okay, Pain's got Inside. Picks up an early wielder as well, so I like Pain's hand right now. It looks pretty explosive. Frost could
Missile the face.
missile the face, set up Clark. He could, have core. Like, Frost is going to be playing cards that draw, hoping to draw Kuon, right? While Pain's going to be playing cards that draw while discounting his Kuon, right? It's a huge difference.
For sure. And he's also got a Zealot, which goes face, and I like that.
Yeah, we can't stress enough. In this matchup, there is no heal, so every point of damage, even that one from the Magic Missile, can matter so much. Okay, probably just see Pain do the same Magic Missile to the face, picks up another one.
I love the alternate art Magic Missile.
It's pretty good, yeah,
Yeah.
it's great. Summons is a great draw for Pain as well. Because he just wants to spell with the hand right now, get through that early wielder, right? Another core for Frost.
Are we going to see 2 turns of cores, or is he going to preemptively play this Clark?
I mean, you can set up the Clark, which is okay. It floats you the 1 play point now.
You can just play Clark next turn if you really
Right,
needed
but
it.
if you play Clark next turn, then you're not playing core. Then the question is, when do you play your core,
We
right?
could play core this turn, and then play Clark 4 play points next turn.
Yeah, right. Like, that's
Yeah.
a way to utilize all the play points.
Yeah, and still have core on the board. Still
Yeah,
all
that
do
seems
the
like
stuff.
the correct play for sure. Is going to go with it. Plays the animated core instead of the basic one. Maybe for the intimidation factor.
Or maybe he could just play alternate art cores. There's multiple of them.
Okay, summons for Pain. Just good, solid spell boost. Picks up another one as well.
Clark
so-
face, or
Yeah, I was going to ask, do you Clark the face or do you Clark the paper? It's 3 damage.
I'd rather Clark the face.
Well, you
or,
would rather Clark the face, yes.
Yeah, yes.
But
Maybe me. Or you can play core.
Maybe whether he Clarks the face or the follower will tell us how he wants to play the matchup, right?
Or if he
Where
just
he
drops
wants
core.
to be. He could just play core as well, yeah.
You could play the wielder next turn. Draw so much.
Wait, are you suggesting he play Willer for 5 play points?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll see what the target is. It
And-
is the follower.
The follower.
So
The
maybe-
problem with the follower is that it spell boosts the hand.
Yeah.
And you're removing 1 damage at the cost of 3 damage.
Yes.
I don't like that.
I mean,
Those numbers,
it's how
don't
we saw
like
the
it.
last mirror match be played out. Just a bunch of trades, right? Maybe Pain will be much more aggressive.
Pain, it's all on you.
I mean, he still has a great hand, honestly.
Yeah, he can play a lot of cards this turn.
What he doesn't have is Kyoka, but
But if he draws Kyoka, at least then
he'll be good, right?
he can Union Burst it.
Okay, gonna copy the Kuon, missile the face. No need to have any followers on the board. That would just get like Evoed over, right?
And then you can Wielder. And then you can wield.
Okay, that seems good because he has the extra Evo. And he's gonna spend the resource. I like this. Knowing exactly how he wants to use the Evos. Doesn't really do this for the, rush or the +2/+2, just for the spell boost. Which shows you how much he values spell boost in your hands once, right?
I'd like for us to start with Insight, draw first. Because his hand is just not quite there.
I mean, he's got the core online. There is no Kuon anywhere in sight.
Or maybe he plays the wielder first because he wants to boost whatever he draws. Oh, he's starting with a missile.
Okay, missile phase. Nope, missile on the... There's a Kyoka. Is it good enough, though, at this point? I mean, it's good, right? It's a great card.
Yeah.
It certainly would be powerful as a way to, you know, spell boost the hand, get the wielder down to 0, for example.
Is it going to project Kyoka?
It's just like, his hand would be so much better if he had a Kuon, right?
Yeah.
Like, so much better. But honestly, like, that's ruin, right?
The Zealot. I understand it. It makes sense.
Right, if you don't have Kuons, Zealot is damage, and you need to do 20 damage at some point.
There he
Finally
is.
picks one up.
But is it a bit late when this Kuon Pain's hand will likely be coming down turn 6?
Yeah, we'll see how low he can get it. He does have, you know, insides, get the spell boost. Play a Demon Caller well for some pressure.
And he did mill an insight there.
Sometimes it happens with the core, right? It's just...
Yeah.
There's the Kyoka for Pain. That's an amazing draw. That's probably his best possible draw, I want to say. Looks like Frost is ready, but... I don't know. I like Pain's hand.
It is a good one. He's
Yeah,
got a
Demon
lot of
Caller Kyoka.
resources.
Yeah. Like, one Kuon is at 7.
It's a turn 6 Kuon.
Yeah, for sure, right?
Yep.
Has a Celote he could play this turn. Magic Missile would be good here. It's just like...
He's got so many cards that he can play whichever of them and it'd still be a
Actually,
pretty good turn.
Yeah, it's better to play Missile and Summons. Rather than Kyoka there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
More
like this
Kyoka.
better. Because you can always play Kyoka next turn and follow it up with a Kuon. I like this, yeah. And we'll probably see Pain at least go phase with the Celote, right?
Evo phase with a Zealot.
I like
Yay!
it. Okay, being much more aggressive.
I like this.
Yeah. Also, like, the Evo phase is good for damage, but having this all be a 5/7 does make a difference as well.
Mhm.
It's a lot harder to clear. It could trade against, like, the Kyoka, for example. I will see what the response is from Frost. We're going to get to a point where every single turn here is going to be very explosive from both players, right? And again, it's about finding the balance of clearing your opponent's board, developing your own, and also pushing enough damage so you can eventually win the game, right? Because we just sit here and trade.
It takes a while.
Yeah.
I've heard it said that Fire Embrace is not a card you ever want to keep, but always a card you want to draw into and see in your games. Like, you always want to see it, but you never want to have it in your starting hand.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. But nobody has Fire Embrace right now, right?
Exactly. And
Yeah,
these
it would
Kuons
be
are
a
gonna-
card that would be amazing here.
Yeah, these hands and boards are starting to get real big.
Yeah, but look at this Kyoka. Imagine if Pain hadn't Evo to sell it. Kyoka would be so easy, right?
Yeah, it'd be such a clean
Like,
Kyoka.
oh, answer the 2/2, Evo the 3/5. But now it's like, oh, so awkward, right?
I think this whole Kyoka is gonna go into the Zealot.
Okay. Is he gonna just ignore the rest of the... I mean, he still has Demon Caller, right?
He has the Demon Caller, he has the
Zealots.
Zealots.
Oh,
He's
he
got,
still has a lot of stuff.
yeah, I'm surprised actually that the core didn't come down with it.
Yeah, it feels like a bit of a wasted opportunity, right? To just not use the core.
Yeah, because all of these cards would still be playable after the Insights.
Right, he would just get the extra spell boost from the insights, right?
Yeah. Actually, the Demon Caller would not have been because you lose a play point in playing the core.
You do lose one play point, that's
Yeah.
fair, yeah. Okay, so Frost does find a pretty strong turn of his own, clears the board, gets, you know, a 1/2, 1/1, 4/2, and a 3/3 left over. Now, Pain should have a very explosive turn of his own. I'd like to see some sort of, like, Kyoka, Kuon type of turn.
He's looking at the Clark
Clark
actually,
set, okay.
because you can still play the Clark and then
Yeah, maybe
go on.
don't need Kyoka if it's going to be awkward on the play points. He can just be play point efficient here, right?
Yeah, and this Kyoka, these Kyokas might be looking at Union Burst effects at this point.
That's an excellent point, yeah. If you don't Evo the Kyoka, it's still fine card later on. We saw it win the game for Aldrin.
The only time Kyoka is bad is if you're playing her and you don't have an Evo and she doesn't have Union Burst.
Which is like never.
It's like, no.
Yeah, so this is 1-1. The winner will advance to the semifinals. Loser goes home.
Well, stays home.
Stays home, that's fair. Shadowverse Open West 2020, start of the brand new year. Pain going with the Zero Cost Kuon. Does still have an Evo available.
Making trades.
I'm okay with trades, but I like Pain has been more aggressive. I think he's gonna go face, right?
Yeah, he's taking this paper
Yeah.
over the 4-2 and then Demonic to the face.
Right, so what seems to me that's happening is that they're both trading back boards, right? But Pain is getting chip damage while he's doing so, right? So Frost is at 10 life and Pain is at 19. The lower your opponent is, I mean, it might sound obvious, but the easier it is for the burst from the rune player to finish them off, right? Okay, Frost, a lot of options here. What he doesn't have is a great Kuon play.
Yeah, he cannot answer this Kuon with a Kuon. Not that Kuon answers Kuon
Right.
anyway. But,
But if he answers Pain's Kuon, you know what he's going to do? He's going to get another great one, right? Because his whole hand is going to get spell boosted 5 times. Going to go with the draw. But all of a sudden, doesn't look that good. There's no Fire Embracers, no Wind Blast, no...
yeah, he put the magic missile on the
clear.
Celestial, maybe in the hopes of getting this the Demon Caller active, but the Demon Caller just can't get there.
Yeah, like, it's just no way he can play this turn. Honestly,
This is looking
he
kind of
just
over.
can't answer the board.
Oh, well,
Okay, Zealot can
Zealot.
clear one of them. And Kyoka has no burst.
Hey, it's the Kyoka that doesn't have an Evo and doesn't have a Union Burst.
He knows it. It's done. Pain is going to take the series 2-1.
Just plays another Kuon just for... Oh,
Just to show him, right?
Pain. What is that?
You wouldn't see it in his emotion, but Pain's like a really confident dude.
Yeah, just like blank face
Yeah.
BM.
Takes the series 2-1 over Frost. You know, great turn from Frost. First time in the SVO top 8.
There's a
But-
little smirk. He's got some expression.
Yeah, Pain, World Grand Prix competitor, Contenders Cup winner, looking really strong at the start of the new year.
He has to set the precedence, right? Coming from his run over in 2019 over at the WGP, he has to kind of set his dominance now, no matter who it is. Doesn't matter if it's a newcomer, a seasoned vet, what have you. But overall, a great showing from Pain, keeping his composure despite being counterpicked in that second game. Again, we talked about how Frost kind of flubbed up that first game a little bit
And
with
he
the
had
Heroes.
a terrible misplay, but it happens, right?
Quick realization here. All of our EU players just moved on.
That's true. Yeah.
Pan
That's
America.
actually absolutely true.
Well, Pan's doing okay.
We've got Azure Cloud.
Asher Cloud.
Overall, it's a strong West region
Yeah,
showing.
for sure.
We're not one region, okay?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Let's
we
just
are.
be the
we're all
West.
one. We've all
region,
agreed to
okay.
that.
Yeah.
Right? We might argue about it over lunch, but who knows? Either way, you guys have already experienced the first round, the quarterfinals of the top 8. We're going to get into the semifinals after this 30-minute break, so you guys do not want to miss it. Again, in the meantime, if you guys want to get familiar with the situation of Shadowverse Open, be sure to visit svo.gg. And again, we will see you after this break.
I think that I'm going to hiding, somewhere by a gated star. Baby, they ain't never gonna find me. I'm a renegade. I could be the one who saved you from this place. We could be as one and we'll escape. We could run away, we don't gotta stay. I can feel it, it burns inside me. Take away the pain, we can go insane. I can feel it, it burns inside me. Burns inside me. Burns inside me. Burns inside me. I won't let you down. We could have the world to ourselves, going to a place that's far, staring at the stars for hours, 'cause you're a renegade. I could be the one who saved you from this place. We could be as one and we'll escape. We could run away, we don't gotta stay. I can feel it, it burns inside me. Take away the pain, we can go insane. I can feel it, it burns inside me. We could run away, we don't gotta stay. I can feel it, it burns inside me. Take away the pain, we can go insane. Trust me, I won't let you down. I won't let you down. Yeah, I won't let you down.
from a hot California. I forgot how you looked like in rain. I swear I never thought it would matter. If I'm gone by now, all my weakness keep on linger on repeat like it will be my favorite song. Oh, I know I should be moving on, but you got me good, you got me good. I keep on linger on repeat like it will be my favorite song. Oh, I know I should be moving on, but you got me good, you got me good. I keep on driving till it bends, still it feels like I pretend. Keep on driving along the road to never end. Lost my head over my back between the jars and bottle drop. Just me and all the red lights. Keep on driving. But I'm never alone. On a road to wherever I want. And you see, I go with the wind. The places I've been, I keep them within. Holding on to a feeling so strong.
Give me something new. I wanna don't wanna leave. Use it, the little things. Without you, don't mean a thing. My crime is being too good for you. I'm too good to you. I'm too good to you. My crime is being too good for you. I'm too good to 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 you. I'm too good.
discover a passage of antiquity where a sword of legend awaits. In solitude it rests, dreaming of long-forgotten tales. Tales of heroes rebelling against fate. Raising their blades to the sky, they forged their own destinies. Tales of gods delivering righteous judgment. Shepherding the blind toward the light of the heavens. Tales of demons praying for plagues. With a conflagrant malice, tempting both earth and sea into a void of darkness. Alas, tales lost to the winds of time. Yet a new dawn rises, chosen one. So grasp the hilt for yourself and bring forth the champions of yore. Revel in the presence of glory.
We swore to protect this forest.
To ensure its peace with our own hands.
That was our ultimate vow.
A shame, then, isn't it?
That oath was cast aside for hubris.
Cast aside? No. This has always been our wish. You will succumb to our rage until we have chewed through your justice.
Guardians of the Deep Wood, our enemy draws near. We rise to stand against evil.
I'll tear you apart.
Let's you try.
You've breathed your last.
Words of a coward. Come. Let's put an end to this. The verdant soul of conflict springs forth.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Shadowverse Open. And I gotta say, those trailers are actually ridiculous. Every time I see them, it gives me goosebumps all over again. But again, we are back from that long break. Again, nobody said short break. I know you guys in the chat. I'm watching you guys. Nobody said that, but I'm glad you guys are back. We're here with these semifinals of our top 8. We do have lineup for you today. We have Azure Cloud going up against Anonymous, and of course, the epic run back from the European Contenders Cup. We have Elin going up against Pain, and again, rejoining us is Momo Jelly and Lewis. So far, we've had some pretty exciting matches. They've gone pretty quickly in the beginning. Azure Cloud started us off with a 2-0. Immediately afterwards, we had Anonymous versus Muil. It was kind of back and forth at that. I think that was one of our longer sets. And then we had Noir versus Elin. It could have gone either way. That one was actually quite the nail-biter. Then we had Frost, the newcomer, going up against Pain. Pain showing his veteran prowess, taking it over Frost towards the end.
Yeah, we saw Azure Cloud be quite dominant in his first game, and then we saw some very exciting Rune Mirror matches, which were super, super fun.
Right, so in the meantime, we do have Azure Cloud prepping up to go up against Anonymous. Now, in this particular matchup, they have these same kind of decks going into it, right? But here were the ban choices here from Anonymous. Again, going for the Natura pick against Azure Cloud, and then going for the Yokai pick from Azure Cloud, banning Anonymous. This is going to be a very interesting setup for the two.
Yeah, I wonder about the ban, because Anonymous is banning out the Natura Dragon, but Natura Dragon is, you know, in my opinion, not as good as the Shadow and as the Rune, and I like Azure Cloud's strategy here.
I think it's two very different ban strategies. I think a lot of people will either sit in one or the other. Either you ban Shadow or you ban the third deck that's not Shadow or Spell Boost. So Azure Cloud did the ban Shadow strat, whereas Anonymous did the ban the third deck strat. So
Yeah.
even though they have mirror lineups, they have a different ban strategy.
Right, like it makes sense in the context of like there's 2 top decks, and you should be very practiced in these matchups.
Yeah.
If you just ban out the 3rd deck, then you just have to play the 2 matchups that you're used to.
Exactly.
But Shadow is the strongest deck, so I like just banning it. I like
It
Azure Cloud
makes sense,
strategy.
yeah.
I can't fault them. So here we go, semifinals. Azure Cloud, Anonymous, who will move on to the finals? Who is going to be the first Shadowverse Open West January champion?
Anonymous's hand do you toss at all? Do you keep a core if you're going second?
Yeah, like a core is okay, right?
If you're going second. If you're
Yeah.
going first, I wouldn't keep a core with
But
his hand.
You want like that Insight, Summons, Kyoka,
Yeah.
Owl boost in the Kuon, right?
Yeah.
And right now he has like none of those. So
Yeah.
maybe just going to toss it all
Full
out,
toss makes sense.
see what he can pick up instead. For Azure Cloud, he's got no early game plays either, honestly. He needs to find at least a 2-drop, right?
Yeah.
Like, I like having a 1-drop against Rune, but when you're going second, it's not as impactful. And if you don't have one, it's okay, right? It's much more important that you at least have a 2-drop.
So if you don't have a skeleton from Bone Crane, what do you like to use Demonic Procession on?
It's a good question. I definitely think it depends on the context. And the skeleton from the crane is like the go-to, right? The easiest one. When you don't have it, it becomes a more complex decision. You can see even Azure Cloud, one of the finest here, maybe not even sure of which card to discard, right?
Yeah, because there's a consideration here of like you could toss Gensetsu because you're not playing it for a long
Well,
time.
but that's Gensetsu,
but that's
though.
Gensetsu.
Yeah, come
exactly.
on.
Exactly.
That's the card, right?
Yeah, and like you could toss Kasha, but Kasha's gonna draw 2 cards on 3 anyway.
Yeah, like Kasha would draw you cards anyway, and it's a good turn 3 play, which right now he doesn't have anyway, right? So
I mean, you can use Demonic Procession on cards that don't have the 1 attack or 1 defense, but then you only draw
Can.
1.
yeah, you like rarely see that, right?
Yeah.
And
I've done
honestly,
it.
like if he doesn't play Procession there, like he still has a good 2, 3, 4 curve. He can just find a spot later on to play the spell, right? Picks up the Miyako a little bit too late, but honestly, that means he might just hold that till the universe, right?
Yeah, and that's not bad.
Yeah, we see Anonymous is actually playing the edX of Truth. So even though the majority of the Truth cards rotated out, the ones that came out in Altosphere still around, and that's edX. How do you feel about it in the deck?
I actually run one of the Edict of Truth in my
Okay.
spell boost, so I support it. I think that it's one of those tech cards, like trying to fill in the rest of your deck if you're not playing Sorcerer, if you're not playing
Yeah.
X or Y. It's just one of those cards that you can slot in there. And I think can be pretty impactful for someone like me, and I think someone like Anonymous right here who just
Well, he
doesn't.
needs that extra boost.
You just need that boost. You're not finding
Yeah.
Kuon, and you need to extend
You need
just
something.
a little bit.
I feel like it could be a bit of a win more card.
Yeah.
In the sense that if things are going well and you're spell boosting and you have your stuff going on, then edX will like ensure that you win the game when you draw 9 cards out of it. But in the games where you're not succeeding in that and the spell boosts are kind of rough, then it could just be a brick in your hand, right? But maybe it just comes down to like playstyle.
He eventually does decide to Demonic Procession with those Gensetsus because he draws into a second one, but still no Shooting Doji in hand. So he's got a bunch of Yu-Gi-Ohs though.
I mean, I like Yukiona. I think she's okay.
I think Yukiona's best on 8, and before then she's just kinda alright, especially if you don't have Shooting Doji active.
Yeah, I can agree with that. It's just like, I'd say it's a bit better than alright. Like, it's a fine playable follower and like, it annoys your opponent, right?
Yeah.
It's
It's
just-
annoying, but it's
Certainly she shines with the enhance, with the Storm going face for 6, right? So, not going to play Shinobu on 4, which would have been a fine, on-curve play. But instead going to play Possession, Yukiona, Miyako.
even if Kyoka can't attack, she still
could
gets
still
her
be Evo'd,
Evo'd,
yeah. So, do you like Evo in the Miyako here to just clean it up? You lose the shield, but maintain a 3-3. He's just going to let it rock. So, I wonder if Anonymous is going to then Evo the Kyoka, because it's still a very powerful effect.
Gotta draw first before doing any spell boosting in the hand.
Okay, draw first. Magic Missile is pretty good here, honestly. Clean up the Yukiona. In the Shadow deck, having 1 attack or 1 health is usually seen as an upside, right? It makes those cards have synergy with each other. But, sometimes being a 2-1 is kind of a drawback, right? Getting cleared up by a Magic Missile where like a 2-2 just wouldn't.
Even taller
And
to clear out the Miyako after
nice
the Kyoka
clean
Evo.
turn. Yeah, so Kyoka couldn't attack. but it still, you know, did its job, and it's still a 5-3 after all that. Now Ceres is pretty good here. It can clean up the Kyoka or the...
Probably the Kyoga though.
Yeah, because it has a bit more attack, right?
And it doesn't spell boost the hand when it dies.
It also puts Astral Cloud right up to 19 life, which is a lot. And, you know, even though he pitched one of the Gensetsus, he still found another one, so...
Can find all 3 Gensetsus and all 3 Yukionas, but no Shootin' Doji. Feels a little bad.
Yeah, you do want that extra
Like
leader effect, right?
Yeah, Gensetsu's great on
She's pretty
7.
good.
Like that's a good time to play
Yeah.
Gensetsu. But
It's better if it had Storm, right?
it's much better, yes.
Of course. Sometimes when I play against Shadow, I'm just like, oh, it didn't have Storm? I'm just so used to like they always have the shooting, right? But yeah, Gensetsu is a great follower.
One of the cute things that I saw someone point out about Gensetsu is after you trade in all the foxes, she goes from a 1/9 to a 9/9,
Yeah.
like a 9-tailed fox.
That makes sense, yeah. Okay, Anonymous, doing his best to clear, pushing good face damage. Do you think that's a good turn for Astral Cloud to Eternal Bow, or is it... Oh, he's doing it.
He's doing it.
Yeah.
He's going for it. Gonna Yukiona the 2 attack.
Yeah, see, like, Yukiona effect is powerful here, right? To just buy you time until you can play the Gensetsus.
Especially when you're actually locking up board spaces against Rune, who wants those spaces really badly.
Right, and here he is looking up followers that, unlike the Kyoka, has still got value. Like, these followers can attack, they can't do anything.
And these Shinobu Union Bursts are both at 8, I believe. But another Evo next turn will bring them to 7, so that could be playable next turn.
Right, for 2 play points, it's a quite powerful effect, right?
Yeah. You could have a lot of removal with the series Evo double Shinobu.
Oh yeah, that's going to be really crazy. On the other hand, Anonymous has 9 cards in hand. His Edix is good to go. He's got just a lot of resources, honestly.
When you've got your Edict ready to go, but it draws 1 card.
Yeah, that's true, right? You'd rather like draw 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 with it.
So he might play out a few more cards before just drawing a single card with an Edict.
Yeah, definitely want to, you know, get better value out of it, right?
Get 4 Zealots of Truth. I like that. That's a lot of
I mean, it's good because
Zealots.
he hasn't drawn the Kuon, so why not get Zealots to get the phase damage, right?
Yeah. And he can start dumping some of at least one of the Zealots here, maybe 2.
Yeah, definitely want to empty the hand a little bit. Might even embrace the 4-2, because why not?
Yeah. Why not is because anticipating that turn 7 after the vow, what could you use this embrace on that's bigger
like,
than a
maybe much
4/2?
better on the Gensetsu herself, but
Yeah.
like we've been discussing, Gensetsu wouldn't have Storm, so
But you still need to get rid of her.
yeah, for sure.
If she's a 9/9.
you have more time to deal with her.
Yeah.
Like it's a huge difference whether it has Storm or not. We'll just see 2 cells come out.
Go to the face.
And I like this because Anonymous is such a good wide board that even if Gensetsu was played here, like Gensetsu's not clearing this full board, right?
Yeah.
So is the play perhaps a double Shinobu?
Well, you have to Evo something first, whether that's
Well, you can go to
Ceres,
3 Black Ceres, right?
Yeah.
And then double Shinobu.
and then clear anything
That
and everything.
probably clears the full board, right?
That clears mostly anything, I think.
Yeah, because you still have the Ceres attack to clean up, right?
Yeah.
And the power of the Shinobu Universe.
Do you hold another Shinobu just in case they build another board? Like, you're just scared of, like,
Well,
Kuon?
I think if they build another board, you have Gensetsus for days now, right?
That's true. But
So-
Gensetsu only clears, like, 8 damage of defense. And Kuon is more than that.
Right, but playing Shinobu also gives you an extra 4/3 that must then get cleared, right? So
That's true.
I like just, like, that was his turn to just commit to the board.
And he committed it all.
Yeah, which I respect. Now, Edix did draw a good amount of cards.
Yeah. After
And
dumping
we
all
still
the
have
cards
Celos
last
left
turn.
over, but Ceres healing means that, you know, the Celots, it's hard for him to close the game out. Unlike the Rune Mirror match where every point of damage matters. I mean,
When you play an Edict of Truth and you've played so many cards and you still have no Kuons in your hand,
yeah,
there's 15 cards left.
bit of a struggle, no Kuon anywhere in sight.
That feels real bad.
Yeah, and the Ceres heal is going to make it so the Celots, you know, going face is not the greatest game plan.
Yeah. And there's no Fiery Embrace anymore, so...
Right, and Gensetsu, you heal with the foxes, right?
Yeah.
So, like,
Gensetsu comes out and Azure Cloud heals back. Anonymous doesn't stand much of a chance, I don't think.
yeah, while the rune deck really has to value their life because, you know, you don't get any extra, Shadow can just get so much life out of nowhere. Now, Azure Cloud doesn't have a ton of cards in hand, but the cards he has are very, very powerful. And he does still maintain a pretty good board as well. The Ceres surviving means that he's going to get another 3 life back as well.
Is he gonna
Is it a
double trade that
double trade?
series?
That
That feels bad.
that would that would feel terrible,
Trades
right?
the Shinobu, takes 5 to the face. The series is still on the board though.
So if you have followers on the board, your Gensetsu gets a bit worse because you get one less Fox. But honestly, it's still pretty good, right?
Yeah, you can trade the Yugi-Onna and then still get a good amount of foxes.
Yeah, I still like to see Gensetsu come out. Just, you know, the powerhouse in the deck. Gets 3 Foxes, that's still 6 life gain. Plus Sarah's gonna survive, that's an additional 3 life gain as well. Just a great board. And the Gensetsu was a 1/9, represents a big threat because she could, you know, get the extra attack, become a 7/9 in this case, right?
I think Azure is considering here, does he want the heal or does he want the ward? And he wants the heal.
I think the heal is better, right?
It depends. Sometimes 3 little wards can be hard for spell boost.
Spell boost, yeah. Maybe it's a
deal
matter of what he wants to play around, right? Maybe he might double dip and do like half heal, half the ward. Because he might also be considering like, hey, if I get the wards, he could go phase with Ceres, I guess?
Yeah, I don't like the double dip. I like going either full.
Yeah, commit to one strategy.
Yeah.
Just goes for the full defensive. And he ends at 15 life with a Ceres,
Pretty
a
healthy.
5/9 Gensetsu, and the Fox left over.
And Anonymous still has not seen Kuon.
But he's seen Zealots.
He's seen Zealots. He's got
seen
so
a
many
lot of
Zealots.
Zealots. You know, at this point, it's like, if he keeps drawing, he put Kuons in his deck, right? They're in there somewhere.
Yeah, he definitely built the deck with
It's
Kuon.
just a matter of
I'm
time,
assuming.
right?
Yeah. But
So-
if your Kuon is your last 3 cards, you can't boost them enough.
Can't boost it, yeah.
You just can't.
Can he win without them, though?
I don't know. He's
Like-
used a lot of Zealots.
A
at this
lot of
point.
Zealots. Still no Kuon. Okay,
I
Clark
travel in search of the unknown.
for the draw, perhaps?
Maybe.
I mean, how is he going to clear these walls?
Oh
No
my
Kuons.
god.
Wow.
that
Like,
is-
we're actually bottom 10, all 3 Kuons.
Does he have other Fire Embraces in there? Because he might need those more at this point.
The Kyoka is not Union Bursted, so...
No, she did not see any of the Evos this
Yeah,
game.
because it would be such a great clear to like a Ceres here.
Yeah,
If-
he actually drew that Kyoka off of the insights from the last Zealot play.
Yeah, so
So, didn't see
Sorcerer
that.
as a defensive play is okay. You'll buy him the little wards.
Of the future.
And hey, he gets the better, he gets a 3/3 out of the summons, right?
Yeah.
There
There's
it is.
Kuon, finally. 7 cards left in deck. He's got to make sure that he doesn't deck out at this point.
But Asher Cloud is really only drawing Bone Cranes.
Yeah, that's not helping Azure either.
And remember, he doesn't have the Shooting Leader effect, which is it's a big deal, honestly.
What if you just vow Ceres?
Okay, and then,
Maybe Bone Cranes. as
well,
well.
at that point, yeah, I might as well slam some Bone Cranes in there, right?
Yeah, because I mean, you could put down Gensetsu.
It doesn't feel great since you would only get 2 Foxes. Now the
Wait.
Foxes...
If you, is there lethal? Are we being silly? No.
Well, the Foxes only have 2 attack, right? So.
yeah,
But when you have 2 Gensetsus, the Foxes buff all Gensetsus.
they do. Yes.
So it can be a big deal, but
Because you could take 2 of the Foxes into the 3/3 and buff the first Gensetsu
Okay.
to an 11, but you're
Yeah.
1 off.
maybe he just puts him at 1 then, right?
Oh wait, they get the double.
Oh, wait, no.
That's lethal.
Yeah, it is lethal. Yeah, you're right. They
That
get the
is-
extra attack.
The extra attack.
He has enough burst.
Yeah, there we go.
It's actually exactly lethal. Asher Cloud finding
What a feel.
lethal. Takes game number 1.
That was a game.
Yeah, we didn't account for the Foxes having the extra attack.
Attack,
But
yeah.
they buff both Gensetsus, and both Gensetsus buff the Foxes as well.
Mhm.
It's like a nice relationship they have there. Asher Cloud, 1 game away from going to the finals.
So it looks like Shadow without shooting Doji can still win against Spell Boost without Kuon.
That's a nice way to put it. Yeah, both
Yeah.
players missing like a very key card. But even though Anonos had like only Zealots, Asher Cloud still had Ceres into Gensetsu, which is still very powerful, right?
And to another Gensetsu.
Yeah.
2 Gensetsus can be kind of
Time to
Okay,
shine.
so
breaking.
now
Warriors.
we're going to
What a
another
cool
room mirror.
dimension.
These have been really, really exciting, honestly.
Very popular today.
Yeah. And at this point, I'm just curious to see how the players choose to play the mirror match, right? Because we've seen it play in a variety of different ways.
Keeping a Mysterian Project and Chaos Wielder. That's an interesting keep.
Yeah, it gets an
think.
embrace. This is not what I consider a great hand for Asher Cloud.
Yeah, I would have considered full tossing that.
Yeah, try and
It's
find.
just much better starting hands, I think.
We'll see if Anonymous can get an earlier Kuon than bottom 10.
All right. They both have Chaos Wielders and no Kuons.
Okay, we'll see what the draws are like.
Clark.
Clark is good just by nature of being 2 spells and, you know, damage. We talk about how much damage matters in this matchup, right? But Asher Cloud's hand is really expensive right now.
Yeah. If we think back to like old days, there was like a 4-drop, 4 PP, deal 3. Like that was a spell that existed.
Oh, you're talking about Demonic Strike?
Yeah. And Clark does that, but draws a card and is 2 boosts.
And his 2 spell boosts?
He's
He's
just
also a follower, you
He's
know?
also a follower.
Might not know this, but you can also actually play him for the body.
Yeah. I don't.
You
We don't see
shouldn't,
that these
but
days.
You can.
It used to be done once upon a time.
Yeah. Oh, that Asher Cloud hand is not looking too juicy.
And it comes down to an interesting keep at the start.
I mean, maybe he tops like Kyoka and then all of a sudden it's okay. At worst, he could play Wielder for 4 and then Evo it.
So
But
that's
not a great start, honestly.
not what we call a power play.
No, it is not. That is just a play.
It's just a play.
Insight helps. That's something.
It helps. Kyoka.
Okay, that's seems good to
That's
me.
a leader Kyoka, and he's rocking the Daria.
I respect that.
Mm.
You're judging him so hard. Okay, Kyoka Evo gets 2 spell boosts in the hand. All of a sudden, his hand looks a lot more playable. But, you know, honestly, still doesn't have Kuon. It's still a bit on the iffy side. Well, Anonymous has set up the core, and now he should be good for some power plays.
But he doesn't have a clean removal for the Kyoka,
Yeah,
actually.
even just as a 5/5, it's actually kind of awkward. It's kind of funny that the rune deck of today, you know, you have like the big answers with the Power Embrace, like the Kuons can deal so much, but they sort of lack that like 2 play point deal 3 or that Wind Blast doing 4 damage. Okay, just gonna get a couple bodies on the board. The Evo Wielder is not gonna clear the Kyoka, not even with a Magic Missile.
Yeah. He might be looking to try to get like that Fire Embrace online, but that's still another turn off.
I mean, as long as he's posed in the hand, he might have an awkward turn now, but maybe he'll get a better turn next
But
turn.
that Kuon in a couple turns.
Gets the Sorcerer. It's actually a pretty solid turn, I would say, still.
For the sake of the future.
Like, that's a good board, or good enough right now, but another Kyoka picked up for Asher Cloud.
That's another leader Kyoka.
Does that make it even worse that he's not using the...
I don't know. I don't know how that makes me feel. I have a lot of feelings right now.
So, is Kyoka the play, though? I mean, yeah, okay.
Kyoka's the
It's just
play.
too good, right? Like, now it's not good only for the spell, which is fantastic, but also for the, you know, deal 2 damage and the 5/5. Might see summons.
Might see a project on the Zealot, maybe, just to use it.
I mean, he could, like, Evil the Kyoka, play the Wielder for 0,
Yeah.
and then spell boost whatever he's drawing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the play. It's a nice 2 damage on the Sorcerer.
Going beyond
And do you think he might go face with the one that can't go face?
I mean, it would even like put their life totals at
5 damage is
15
a fourth
each
of
side.
someone's life, and it would equalize the life totals, yeah. Definitely gonna draw first, of course.
You like it?
Has triple Fire Embrace though, so he's gonna be ready to clear the boards. Has not found a single Kuon though, so maybe that's what's gonna make the difference, right?
Yeah.
I kind of like going phase. The Wielder's already evoed anyway. Embrace for 2. Wow. That's an interesting choice. It's not one I would expect, but maybe it lets him go phase for 5
And respect
without
the damage.
feeling guilty about it, right?
Yeah. Respects the damage on board, respects any potential damage in hand while still taking that 5 damage base.
Yeah, and because he had triple Fire Embrace, maybe the individual cost or worth of 1 Fire Embrace sort of goes down anyway, right?
Mysterian Project on a Demon Caller. Start the turn.
Do you think that's better than copying the Kuon?
I think he's at this point where he thinks that he's not going to get to that Kuon, those Kuons in time.
Yeah. Like, maybe if you could see the hands, he'd be like, oh, Kuon for sure, right? But he might be thinking like, oh, okay, Asher Cloud drops a Kuon next turn, and then I just get rolled over, right? I mean, maybe all he needs is that 1 Kuon, so. He also, Anonymous has 3 Fire Embraces in his hand, so he's gonna have a good amount of clear as well. The Evil Demon Caller proc the core, get 2 insights first over.
I'm sitting here justifying the Demon Caller copy. I think Kuon copy was still probably better.
Yeah,
but
it seems like it'd be a little bit better, right?
yeah, because this first Kuon is at 9 and it's going to become pretty playable pretty soon. Actually, next turn it's playable.
Right, like he gets the Demon Caller, but if you copy the Kuon, the first Kuon you play boosts the second one.
Yeah.
They chain into each other so nicely, right?
I think it's just a matter of underestimating how many spell boosts he has in his own hand.
Yeah, or maybe showing too much respect to Asher Cloud, who now has to find a way to deal with his board. And we're going to see him maybe copy Demon Caller as well, or sell it.
I like Zealot copies.
Yeah, he might be, once again, thinking of just damage, right? Like, how is he going to get 15 damage? We'll sell just 3 of it. Gonna play the core, get the Evo and Demon Caller.
A lot of cores being played.
Yeah, core is really showing up in the deck, honestly. It's just a great card for Rune.
Not all of the cores get played all that often, but...
Okay, Clark is damage. We're looking at, hand in terms of damage. He has 2 Zealots, a Clark, and a Magic Missile. That's 10 damage. Would only need 5 after that. I wonder, we saw him use the Embrace on just the 3-4. Is he going to just, keep using Embrace on these small bodies?
That'd feel bad next turn when the Kuon comes down.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it would feel good here where you're making this very powerful plays. But it might be worse later on when he wishes he had the removal, right?
Yeah, I don't think he'd use the Fire Embraces here.
Yeah, I don't think so, right? It's hard to know whether or how much respect to put in, like, the Demon Caller, for example. Like, are those followers worth answering? And Asher Cloud thinks it is.
Answering it with a Fire Embrace.
Okay, once again, gets to...
Whoa!
Trade.
Even trading the 1-3.
Okay, we're back to the trading game.
Wow.
Gonna sit here and trade.
Copy the Zealots just to trade? Might as well copy the Demon Caller at that point.
Yeah, interesting, right?
Yeah.
Because Asher Cloud is the player with no Kuon, so, based on his hand, like, he needs the damage, but is going to trade.
Now must play the Demon Caller, trades against the Zealot, I believe. Or the 3-1 Demon Caller on the other side.
Yeah, and as long as Anonymous could play Kuon, which he certainly can this turn, he should be good, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Here we see the Demon Caller, 8 play point 1/1, can be spell boosted to cost less, summons the Demonic Shigami, and then gives it +1 attack and rush, which is quite powerful.
And any Shikigamis that come into play will get that +1 and rush.
Right, which is why, I wonder in those cases whether it's worth to clear them or ignore them, because, like, it's a 1/1, which you think is an ignorable follower, but it is a powerful effect that, he gives to the other Shikigamis.
Anonymous using one of his Fire Braces in hand to answer the board.
Okay, and he's going face. I like it.
There we go, that's the place.
I was going to say, I bet he wishes he had another Kuon, but maybe he's good. He's got 2 Zealots still.
I mean, but if that Demon Caller was another Kuon,
yeah, it'd still be a bit better, right?
it'd be a little bit better.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those games, I think, where the edX is going to be really powerful.
Yeah, that's a good looking edX.
Yeah, because, like, he had a great start in mid-game, and now the edX will likely help him to close the game out.
Yeah, you can play these 0-cost followers and get a nice full hand at 7 play points.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Well, at 0 play points.
Asher Cloud finds the Kuon, but not only is it really, really expensive, but because of his usage of the Fiery Embraces early on, now he's going to struggle to answer this board. And I don't think that he can, right?
I think he can answer the important things. He can Fire Embrace the 5-5, he can use the Demon Caller and the Magic Missile against the 4-5, and Veridic Ritual the 4-3 and get rid of the biggest threats.
Yeah, at least answer as much as he can, right?
Or he can just do other stuff, that's fine too. I mean, he can also use the Demon Caller with the Shikigamis in hand to make trades and do something similar.
Yeah, so Fire Embrace, the 5-5, like, that's always happening, right?
Yeah.
Demon Caller for 0. And then either summons or...
I think a Veridic.
Ritual, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ritual a bit better because it's going to be 2 play on deal 3, right? While summons turn into 2 play on deal 2, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's the Caller.
Shikigami.
And has a Fire Embrace. But after this, I don't know, like, Asher Cloud doesn't really have anything left over. While we're going to see Anonymous just play the edX and just, I think, completely take over the game. We saw him trade before the Zealots, so I like him coming into a strategy and just fight for the board.
Yeah, full clearing, especially when you're down on life title, it makes sense.
But this turn from Anonymous,
This is gonna be good.
This is gonna be a crazy turn.
I am so ready for this.
All right, let's see it. Oh, he's so
ready
good.
for it.
Okay, zero cost sell it.
Zero cost. Oh, one cost.
Sell. Not good enough, right?
Zero cost demon color. Oh no, Clark. Okay.
Wait,
Oh, all right.
did he? Does
Oh, he's got
realize?
lethal. He's got lethal.
okay, okay.
We're so
It's
focused
just-
on
yeah,
playing Edict of Truth.
He's just got lethal. All right, well,
He's got lethal in hand, and we just want to see an Edict.
I just want to see it, you know. It would have drawn like 9 cards.
But he already had all the cards he needed.
Anonymous takes game number 2, ties up the series 1-1. We're going to a final game to decide who is going to go into the finals. Honestly, Anonymous played that really well.
Yeah.
Like, he found the damage, had a good coup on, didn't get baited by the edicts. Seems good.
Yeah. And yeah, we've got Dragon into Spell Boost.
Okay, so if Anonymous is going to make it to the finals, it's going to be with the Dragon. Ratchet Cloud, just another game of Rune.
Ruler of the skies.
Last time we saw this, we saw the Dragon smork the Rune.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's happening too often.
Well, there's a Marion. Anonymous has a Marion. It's happening.
If he was going to smork down Asher Cloud, that's how it would start. With a Marion, right?
That's how it starts.
I mean, Anonymous was the player that did it.
Yeah.
So he could just do it again. He is playing Marion and Neptune. Both
Unfortunately,
cards.
he doesn't have the tree. Like, he can't play a tree before the Pteranodon on 3 with his hands.
If only Marion, like, gave you a tree.
Just put a tree on the board.
Yeah.
That'd be a little too much.
He's going first, too, so that Marion's going to probably put in work.
Really bring out your eyes.
Yeah, it's putting in work.
Maybe this is strategy, right? Just smork down Rune. I mean, it's what you're told, right? Like, you play Shadowverse, they're like, oh, how do you beat Spell Boost? Go aggressive, you smork them down, right?
That's how you do it.
It's got a good draw in the Baldane.
Azure does have a Conjure Golem, which he can summon here to get rid of this Marion or this 2/2.
Yeah, and he also has a very, very early coup on, which could make all the difference, right?
Do you just play a tree, or do you slam the Pteranodon for stats?
No, you play a tree.
Yeah,
It's just,
you just can't.
yeah, you can't. It's like a rule of Dragon. Like, you can't play that Petrodon without, you know.
Without a tree, you
You just can't.
you can't. Like, no matter how much you want to smork.
Yeah.
Anonymous, that Pteranodon is not a Neptune. You cannot do it.
I mean, it feels bad. He's so
He wants to smork.
conflicted.
I understand. I understand the desire to smork, but you're playing Dragoncraft. This isn't Bloodcraft.
Yeah.
You just gotta.
I don't want to see him being banned from ever playing Dragon again, so don't play with Petrodon without the...
Yeah. You don't want to have to ban him from the class.
Yeah. Okay, well, Summons is good for spell boosting.
Trading the 1/2, doing the value trades.
I guess he feels he can afford to take that extra 1 damage, right?
Yeah.
Now this could be the Petrodon. Anonymous looks doing okay, right?
He's doing all right. He's getting some damage
Yeah,
in.
gets the ramp, the card draw, the face damage, I would imagine.
Yeah. But Azure can fight back this early board.
I mean,
a
you can draw a
little
Kyoka.
bit. What was that? Whose side are you on?
Kyoka's
I thought you were on the dragon side.
Did
what?
you not watch the World Grand Prix cast? I'm on Asher Cloud side. Whoa, he's not going to play the Kyoka.
Whoa.
I mean, I guess this is more play point efficient, to be fair. Kyoko in 5 is still going to be excellent.
Check on 5's gonna be pretty nuts in his hand.
Yeah,
Fire
and like
Embrace.
all of a sudden, his hand is going to be insane, right?
And he can even start pushing face damage with his Conjured Golem.
Yeah, and even though Anonymous had a good aggressive start against the Rune, you know, he didn't have that turn 3 Neptune. He's not going to be able to just start even with the face here because the Marion actually did get answered. So it's not going to be like that game we saw before at all.
But Baldane is getting played, so there is... So even though it's not all straight face damage at the start, there is going to be the chip damage from Baldane this time.
Yeah, Baldane gives you consistent damage, but it takes time to get there, right? Gotta play the corrosion spell, then destroy the trees, while Asher Cloud is about to just speed up the clock so much with the Kyoka here.
What if he doesn't play the Kyoka here? What if he plays the core that he
And then
just drew,
Evo
and then Evo, and then just Fire Embrace the Baldane, go face, save the Kyoka for another
For
turn?
next turn?
You get a next turn or for Union Burst.
He's thinking about it. I mean, it's crazy enough that it might work.
Because you'll get draw, because like this hand kind of isn't it.
Yeah, I mean, I like this because a lot of people would just be like, oh, I drew Kyoka, let me play Kyoka, it's the play.
Yeah, but
But-
Kyoka's not clean here.
Yeah, just because Kyoka is a good play and it's what you usually play on turn, 4 or 5, doesn't mean that it's always the best play, right?
Yeah.
So I do like this from Astro Cloud. He can even play the project. Now gets the 0 cost Fiery Embrace, copies the Kuon, and I think Astro Cloud is in a great spot to take this.
Like that turn was
Serious.
so much better than just playing Kyoka.
I agree, it was way better. And it was the mark for a great player, Astro Cloud, to see that and not fall for the most basic play. Now we'll see how much damage the Corrosion can do for Anonymous. You know, he had an early board presence. Now he needs to just ignore that to destroy trees and push damage, basically.
Well, he does have these Iridium Magnets in hand to clear off the biggest followers from the Kuon.
Gonna play another Maldane.
Escape the shadow.
Playing second Maldane is kind of nice here because it discounts both Corrosions. So the first Corrosion you get now goes down to 0, he can play it this turn. And the second one becomes a 2 play point, destroy any follower, which is a pretty powerful removal.
I'm doing 3 damage right now, the Corrosion.
Right, and even though it's only doing 3 damage, because he did have that early game aggression with the Marion, he doesn't have to do 20, you know, Astro Cloud's only at 11 life.
That's
So,
4 turns.
Again, no heal for Rune. I think we just have a real game on our hands.
Yeah,
Could
we've
go
got, like,
either way.
A max 4 turn timer now.
Right. But that clock's going to get sped up as more trees are destroyed, right? And he could always just draw a Neptune, Axel it.
Play it for 8.
Okay, Fiery Embrace.
Kuon. Kyoka Kuon. Demon Caller Kuon.
Kyoka Kuon. I mean,
You got a Kyoka.
the best board
Kuon
he
if you
can
wanna
get
play
is Kyoka Kuon, right?
Yeah. Or you can just play Kuon. Hold Kyoka.
But hold Kyoka for what?
I mean, if you Evo face, you could hold her for the Union Burst next turn, because I do believe her Union Burst is next turn, but this is my turn.
Okay, so this gives him a pretty good board. Gives him damage, which I think he needs, since he knows he's on a clock now. You want to face, maybe?
Maybe? No.
Okay. I mean, it's 5 followers. Oh, he's gonna
Evo
pre-level
the ward, so this way Viridian Magna can
I
only clear
like it.
the ward.
I like it.
He plays Dragon himself, he knows what the deck can do.
But Corrosion...
Could hit the 1-3.
Yeah.
He hit the 1-3.
It was a 1 in 5, right?
He was trying.
Okay, so now Viridian Magna only clears 1 follower.
Does leave
There's
a ward.
Kuon left on the table, though, so...
Yeah.
That Demon Caller all of a sudden turns into actually a lot of face damage. And the Embrace can easily clear the Viridian Magna.
This ungrateful
Is-
world
That's just lethal.
Yeah, just like that. Astro Cloud
Takes it 2-1.
just has to go face with the Fire Embrace and the Caller. That was a really, really close final game. It was really going back and forth. But Astro Cloud with the Kuon finds just enough damage. Gonna take the series 2-0 over Anonymous and advance to the finals.
That pre-Evo was so heads up.
So smart. Astro Cloud had such great plays. The Kyoka turn, like you said, his play was so much better.
Yeah. Like if that Corrosion had hit the Celestial, it would be in a different spot right now, but
I mean, Anonymous went for it, but it was a 1 in 5, and
yeah.
Astro Cloud looking really powerful, really strong.
Big surprising plays there into game 3, but let's talk about game number 1 with Anonymous. Again, didn't get the Kuon in time. The bottom 10 cards, or where his 3 copies were. How unfortunate is that?
That's just really, really unfortunate. I feel like that happens to me when I scrim, but I never find out that they're that low because I lose before then.
Yeah, it's like the thing that people complain about when you're playing that you rarely see in like the big stage, but honestly,
It happens.
it can happen, yeah.
And that's why sometimes Spell Boost just kind of feels a little bit worse than Shadow.
Yeah, and then in game number 2, he had somewhat of a rebuttal. Anonymous actually had a better draw. He had early damage to the face against Azure Cloud, getting his Kuon significantly earlier compared to game 1, of course, right?
Yeah.
And was able to put that board presence and that pressure in general over on Azure Cloud, getting him that game number 2, but overall didn't get to see the light of day at the end.
Yeah, the final game was nice because, you know, we saw him before play the Dragon aggressively against Rune and pay off. And this time it looked like he was going to be able to do so. And then when the aggression game plan kind of fell apart, he turned into the Baldane to find the damage. It was just a little bit too slow. At the end, Astro Cloud had great plays. And Anonymous just couldn't quite close it out.
Yeah, so big congrats to Azure Cloud as he is moving on into the final spot where he awaits the victor between the epic run back. It's going to be Elgin versus Pain.
This is great. This is going to be a run back from the European Contenders Cup where we saw Pain beat Eldrin
to go to the World Grand Prix.
Right, which is a
Ooh.
very big deal,
That's a
right?
That's
big
a lot of
ticket.
salt to me, man.
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah, if Elin beats Pain here, he won't go to World Grand Prix, but he'll be one step closer to getting there.
And again, here we see the third deck being banned on Pain, Amataz being banned off once again, and Shadow being banned off on Eldrin's side.
Right, so last time we saw the strategy work out better when you just ban Shadow, right?
But we do have the difference of Eldrin's third deck being Ambush, which has
That's right.
a terrible matchup
That's an excellent point.
against Amataz, I'd say.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, even though the ban strategy obviously matters a lot, like some of these games, like the one we just witnessed, was honestly so close, could have gone either way. So, like, the players might have their strategy of like, hey, I'm gonna ban the third deck, or just ban Shadow, and it's just about executing it
Yeah.
on the day off, right?
And depending on how Eldrin actually plays his decks out, if he matches up correctly, he might be able to get that counter against the Shikigami with the ambush sword. Again, we saw that from his previous match in the quarterfinals, where he found a lot of success in that, in being able to predict what deck the opponent wanted to play first.
Yeah, and Eldrin had that very exciting Rune Mirror match
Oh,
where he
yeah.
like barely clutched it out.
We might get to see another Rune Mirror match
Yeah,
here.
but on the other hand, we saw Pain had the rune where he was just like controlling the game, had the extra Kuon at the end. He was like showing off, and he was looking
Didn't even need to
really
do
good.
it, by the
Yeah,
way.
Yeah, he's just
exactly.
like, here's Kuon. He's just a 5-5.
Not enough board
But here he
space.
is.
Sorry, you just see the little flash. It's like, yeah, you're not getting any more followers. Sorry.
Right, we had Pain beat Eldrin before, so
Let's see if Eldrin can do it this time.
yeah. I feel like sometimes when you lose to a player, you take the loss worse than the player that won. Because if you beat somebody, you're like, oh, I beat you, and then I move on. But if you lose, that loss stays with you, and you're like,
Yeah.
what could I do better? I need to beat this guy next time, right?
Yeah.
So maybe it's time for the Eldrin comeback.
I mean, we might see it. Here we go. It's going to be the run back for the ages. It's already only in January, too. It's so early. But
Yeah.
here we go.
Yeah, it's the start of the year, and we have already such exciting sets.
Let's begin.
Pain against Eldrin. Winner moves on to face Astro Cloud in the finals. Who's it going to be? We have a sword against Shadow to start with.
Being aware that Ambush is in Eldrin's lineup, Pain starts with the Shadow. Pretty heads up Q order.
Yeah, pretty smart, right?
Yeah.
I feel like we've always seen the quick blader early on for...
Yeah, Taji's been sticking around.
Yeah. It's usually... I mean, it's not always like it, but it's nice to have early on.
And Miyako on one, going first. Good, nice, aggressive start. And even though the Taji is in hand, she can't trade against Miyako.
Yeah, because she's got that shield, right?
That shield is just too good. But King's Welcome, better one-drop play to get that Leod for turn 2.
Yeah, better than having the early quick blader. It's just having Leod, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we might see Yukiona here just as a 2-1. No effect. Sometimes you need a 2-2, and then sometimes you need a 2-1, right?
Sometimes you just need something.
Yeah, so do you think it's Pain's job to just go face and be aggressive?
Of course, that's always your job when you're playing against
Right,
Ambush
like a lot of
Sword.
these decks, like they have no way to answer the Leod, so you just default to like, okay, well now I'm the aggro deck, right?
Yeah, I'm just gonna hit you in the face, I guess.
Yeah, and you know, Shadow's one of the decks that can do this well, just because they have Shootin', which gives you Storm every turn. And if you're trying to go face and be aggressive, Storm is how you would do it, right?
Yeah. And Eldrin come in, clean up the board a little bit.
Yeah, it's cool seeing the flexibility of the Quick Blader. Essentially, they're just being used as removal. Like one play point, deal 1 damage is fine. Just comes out with no Evo.
Just drop and shoot and Doji on 4.
It's kind of rough because...
Because that punishes it really bad.
Right, if it gets answered, then he loses the leader effect, which essentially costs him all his damage, I'd say.
Yeah, that's...
But if he doesn't play Shootin', then like, what is his turn? Like Axel Gensetsu play Minu? That's not great either, right?
Yeah.
But now that Shootin's been answered...
Just Axel gets that.
And an Evo face?
Evo face?
Yeah, okay.
Alright.
I mean, you know, the Gensetsu gives you a lot of stats on the board. Sometimes you just need health to survive the average sword dances,
Are we
right?
ready for like the craziest elegance in action we've ever seen?
I'm ready. You think it's just gonna snipe all the...
I mean...
I guess he takes the shield off first, right?
Yeah, it takes the shield
yeah,
off
yeah,
first.
and then just enhance elegance?
Makes it easy.
I mean, that would be a play.
I'm ready for it.
It could be a power play.
Give
He's
us
thinking
the
about
power
it.
plays.
Yeah?
Like, what else are you going to do this turn?
Yeah, he doesn't have like an ivory or anything like that. Card draw is good anyway. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Doing correct order with removing the shield from Miyako first.
Yeah, because of the way the Leon ambush deck is built, you have primarily spells. So the likelihood that you roll that and get the removal is higher. So, you know, great awareness from Eldrin of, you know, knowing his deck inside out.
Yeah.
Pain's going to continue to just spend his evos to generate face damage, because while all this is going on, Eldrin's not at 7 life, and Shiva's going to be hitting for 4, guaranteed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So...
What is the play?
Okay, Pain is to top deck a Shuden Doji, and then he's like in there.
Yeah.
What does Eldrin need? He needs to
remove this
clear.
board.
Like, he has to clear the board.
He has to clear this board.
Yeah, and it's not an easy job, honestly.
Might be like Clash of Heroes.
But a Clash of Heroes hit the... Like,
The Fox.
it's awkward, right?
Yeah, it is not
It's
easy.
real awkward. What about, you can hit the Fox, Evo, the Assassin. Ivory Sword for 4.
Maybe that's...
Okay, Ivory Sword stands on the Leoth with in hand. And he doesn't look too happy about that.
No.
Yeah.
That wasn't great.
Honestly, that's game.
Yeah.
Now he just can't win the game. Pain has just enough damage, and that was not the play.
That wasn't it.
Yeah,
It was,
honestly, Pain can just go face and just...
It was a rough turn.
Yeah, that was a difficult turn for sure.
But that wasn't it.
It can't be.
Sometimes the Ivory is just... Because you don't have guaranteed, right? It's just... It can
Does
be hard to set
Elegance
up.
still do the damage if you mill the cards?
I would assume so, yeah.
Because then he could have Clash and then just Elegance, milled the cards, but probably draw all non-followers to do
Yeah.
the damage.
I
And that
like
would have
that
been enough.
we have like some very long like Rune Mirror matches, and then we just have this like very quick ambush sword games, right?
Yeah, it wins or loses by like 7 at the latest.
Now,
Yeah,
let's
or
begin.
earlier than that, right?
Yeah.
So Pain has a 1-0 lead. He needs one more game to face Asher Cloud in the finals.
Oh no, that's not the right ambush hand.
It's not, but this is the right matchup for the deck, right?
It is the right matchup, but that is not the right hand.
Well,
It's a bad time.
no Leon inside.
He's got one more draw to get this figured out.
And he does.
He did
There's
it!
the Leon
He
off
did
the
it.
top. You know, Pain has a pretty
I
good
never
hand
doubted.
too, though. It sounds like you doubted it. There's the summons, has core, wielder, Kuon, all the good stuff.
Oh, and dual blade. He's in there.
Okay, this is now a great hand for Eldrin, right?
Yeah.
Like, dual blade is how he gets the just enough damage. Could play like double assembly on 4, enhanced ivory source dance, dual blade flurry.
That's so much
for game,
damage.
right?
That's so much damage, but
So we'll see if Pain has any like defensive tools to use. Because right now he has a bunch of damage, right? But his hand is very expensive right now. He doesn't have a Kyoko or anything like that.
can't fight back.
Yeah, I like just double assembly, right?
Yeah.
I mean, no need to quick blader and can hold ivory. If you wait for the assembly, it just gets a lot better actually. So seems really good, keeping the ambush, of course. We'll see what the draw for Pain is. Kyoka is an excellent draw.
Yeah. She
And
definitely come down.
Yeah, he has core, so like the Kyoka Evo wouldn't be like Kyoka Evo floater play point. He could like do something after, right?
Yeah.
And he is discounted Kuon, which is so crucial.
The Eleanor not very good here. Looking like he's gonna start with the paper Shikigami Evo. Or maybe not.
Okay, no, it's the Kyoka. It's the extra spell boost, right? Probably still worth it.
Nope, go
Nope.
with paper Shikigami Evo.
Okay. Well, this is more face damage, which he needs, right? If he can't clear the Leoth or be defensive, then he just needs to go aggressive, right?
Yeah.
So, Evil, the paper gives him 2 more face damage.
Chaos Builder, 2 more drop.
Okay. But now Eldrin gets Evo, Leon, Ivory Source Dance.
That's a lot of damage. Doesn't guarantee clear.
Yeah, it doesn't, right? But it still might be the best play.
Actually, it does. No. It's 1 off.
Well,
Being able to clear everything.
you have the
Veiled Reckoning.
Yeah. So it's not a full clear. Well, let's see what survives.
Oh,
No, it is a
full
full
clear.
clear. Yeah, because
okay.
yeah,
There
it
we
is
go.
a full clear.
Yeah.
9+1 is 10. Yes, of course.
Yes.
It is a full clear. And now Leo's 11 attack means next turn Dual Blue Fury is lethal.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any way to get this traditional sorcerer in hand
There's
on
not.
the board.
So it looks like Elgin's going to take game number 2 in a very quick fashion.
Ambush
again,
has just been
right?
so convincing against Spell Boost today. It's just...
It's been great against Spell Boost and I guess bad against everything else, but
Yeah, but that's why you bring it.
that's,
'cause
yeah,
it's
you just
good
need the
against Spell
win,
Boost.
right?
Yeah.
So are we going down to another Rune Mirror match
Here we
with
go.
Eldrin?
I'm ready for it.
Like, this was such a great draw for Eldrin on the Leo turn 2. If he didn't have that Leo turn 2,
He wouldn't have
Yeah.
had a game. Because
but
he didn't draw any other way of getting Leon this
right,
whole
like
game.
it had to be a way to get Leo to win. He did get it off the top, so Pain doing his best to get a good board, get some damage in there. But Dual Blue Fury is there. Eldrin has more than enough damage, and we're going to a final game to see who's going to move into the finals to face Asher Cloud. A chance to be the Shadowverse Open West January monthly champion.
That's a mouthful of a title.
Gotta get the prize money, the league points, so important of course.
The monthly champion Flair.
Gotta get the flair.
Elgin rocking the Winter Cup 2018 champion Flair. I rock that one myself every now and again too.
I mean, Payne's got the salty one. Like, he has some great flares.
And
Like
he's
he
using
has,
salty.
he's got like Contenders Cup champion, World Grand Prix attendant for 2 years.
Yeah.
No, he's just salty.
He knows who he is.
Yeah, I respect it. All right, so here we go, Rune Mirror match. These have been so exciting. Last time we saw Aldrin play super defensive, take all the trades, and he did win the game off of a great Kyoka top deck. But I wonder if that was like intended or I don't know. We'll see if the strategy can pay off. Maybe he'll
He was
look
able to
back at
see
that.
it much quicker than we were, at
Yeah,
least.
100%. But maybe he'll look back at that game and be like, hold on, let me be a bit more aggressive next time.
I don't think he's going to do that. I think with the way he's built his deck and the way he plays his deck, he's just going to full trade the whole game until he has 16 damage.
Yeah, he has the Golem Squad, right?
Yeah.
So can use this to out-resource the opposing Rune deck.
Throwing Magic Missile over the Conjure Golem here on turn 2.
As far as Kuons, none for either player.
But they both got some cores.
Yeah, Core's pretty good. Like, so much card draw in the Rune deck, right? You see the wielders, the insides. Core gives you insides. Magic Missiles, Clark. Rune is just so great with the card draw.
Insight, card draw. Chaos Wielder, more card draw.
Yeah, even Mystery Project can sort of be looked at as card draw since it generates your card.
Generates Zealot.
Okay, gonna copy the Zealot. Yeah, interesting. So Aldrin gets the first Evo.
Gonna play some Insights first and then maybe a Chaos Wielder.
Yeah, maybe just Evo the Chaos Wielder. Probably still find good value out of the evolution effect, right?
Yeah. There's 2 Zealots discount. That's pretty nice.
No Kuons though for either player.
If he does play the Chaos Wielder first, actually, he would overdraw.
Oh yeah, because when you Evo the core procs,
You get 2 Insights.
kind
yeah.
of awkward.
So going with the Shikigami instead.
Yeah, like you would hate to overdraw and burn your Kuon. That would be
For sure. That would be the worst.
yeah, like the worst. So not gonna take that risk. Just Evo the paper, get the card draw.
Thinking maybe a Magic Missile and then Chaos Wielder?
Okay, instead of playing the insides. Could also just play another summons, but
These Zealots are going to be so cheap.
I mean, both players, what they have is Zealots, right?
So many Zealots. So
Yeah.
cheap.
There's the Golem squad, though. Let's see if
That
Eldrin
gets
can get
boosted.
the
How
squad
much boost
together.
does squad need
It
to
needs
get good?
12.
12? That's a lot of boost.
Yeah. I mean, it
That's less
is.
than Kuon.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, you're like, oh, 12 is so much, but, like, Kuon needs 15, and he's
I
good.
mean, 8 and he's playable on 7. 9 and he's playable on 6.
Yeah, that's
You don't
fair.
need to boost all 15.
Okay, Chaos Wielder Evo, Chorus Proc. Like, right now it's the setup phase where both players are just drawing cards and spell boosting. And, because they're facing the same deck, there's not that, like, early aggression or pressure, right? So they can just take it slow and draw a ton of cards.
Pain has drawn his Kuon. Eldrin has his Golem squad.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens.
And,
They both have a lot of Zealots.
Yeah, now we're going to move to the phase where,
He just copied another Zealot, even though he's got Kuon in
I mean,
hand.
well, he's got 4 cells, right?
Yeah.
But we're going to quickly move to the phase where, like, now we're going to see a bunch of zero-cost cards show up. and boards are going to be wiped and made, and faces are going to get hit. Trades may happen.
May.
That's one.
I mean, sell it phase. Why not, right?
Yeah.
Extra pressure, extra damage.
I want to see it. There
Yeah,
it is.
phase. I like going phase.
It's a little board, but it's a big board. It's like a
Okay,
wide,
Kyoka?
short board.
No Kyoka.
Draw into Kyoka.
Also acceptable.
It also works.
Already Eldrin, you know, facing so much pressure. He doesn't have like a zero cost embrace. No discount the Kuon, so a bit of a rough spot, honestly.
Oh.
Because this was just like the start of Pain. He's gonna have so many more explosive turns, right? There's the Kuon, kind of late, but
Yeah, put a magic missile on the zealot so that this Conjure Golem could evo over it, maybe. And
he gets to play a Zealot for 0 play points.
Zealot trade on the 3.
Okay, these are all trade.
Yeah,
Like all of these are trade.
yeah. This is Eldrin, and he's
Yeah,
behind that life
everything
point.
is trade.
Everything's getting traded for sure.
Okay, doesn't fully clear the board though. It will make Pain's job easier whether he wants to, you know, clean up with his followers or just start going face, right?
But first, you gotta draw.
Okay, missile on the 4-1.
Makes sense. Kyoka,
Kyoka Evo.
so clean.
And then double Zealot face. And that's
That's damage.
a great turn of Shadowverse. That is damage that cannot be recovered. Great board pressure. And while he's doing this, he's setting up for that Kuon that is still spellbound in hand. But honestly, it might just be a Clark and a Zealot next turn, right? Because he doesn't need that much more damage.
Yeah, he only needs 6.
And yeah, Clark and Zealot is 6 damage.
Golem
So,
squads do have wards, but you need to clear this board before you can just ward up.
yeah, no embraces, no Kuons. I mean, Pain was pretty aggressive, and look at these boards he's making. Like, the transition from the, you know, draw and boost to the power play turns is like, it's so rapid, right? Like, one turn he's like, draw, pass. Next turn it's like, play 20 play points with the followers, clear your board, and go face for 6, right? Like, it's such a... such a difference in the rune turns.
Yeah. Rune is just also very hard to play against sometimes, especially when you're like waiting for their turn to end. And you're like,
Yeah.
okay, this is what they're doing. This is their board. And then they play 3 more 0 cost followers, and you're like, wait, now what do I do?
It's just, it's hard to gauge what they could have. Eldrin taps out, and Pain takes the set 2-1. Moves on to the finals to take on Asher Cloud.
And Eldrin loses another one to Pain. Pain's
Yeah.
just back at it. There he goes.
That's a tough spot. That's a tough spot.
Now we have the European Contenders Cup champion against the Pan American
do.
Contenders
Right.
Cup champion for our first Shadowverse Open
Yeah.
for the West.
It's such a
in
good story
2020.
because the regions are mixed, and the 2 representing champions are facing off in the finals.
Wild.
Yeah.
I could not have predicted this actually happening.
But it shows you how consistent and how great these players are.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they didn't win contenders by like a lucky victory. They obviously earned it. And
yeah. Really reaffirming their
Yeah.
position in the community.
Yeah. Well, before we set up the story for the finals between Azure Cloud and Pain, I want to remind you guys that you guys can also enter the Shadowverse Open by hitting up SVO.gg for your chance to face off against some of the best and brightest in Shadowverse, as well as getting yourself some extra cards, you know, getting yourself some practice with the meta, and overall just getting well acquainted with the overall expansion, Ultimate Coliseum. With that said, again, this last game between Azure Cloud and Pain has... Again, there's a lot of lore behind it, right? We have
Yeah,
2
it's a great
WGP
story.
players, contenders, going head-to-head in the very first cup of the year.
Yeah.
it's a great storyline.
That's a great start to the year. Like
Yeah.
a great, like,
Like, we have, you know, NA, EU. Now we're one region, but
Yeah.
still going to be beef between them, right?
yeah.
And we're slowly seeing kind of the methods to the madness when it comes to counterpicking some of the decks out there. One of the more notable things I wanted to talk about from that previous match between Pain and Eldrin was how consistent that ambush sword was against the Shikigami deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, that's, you know, you bring it for that reason, and we saw it perform so well, always in the matchup, right?
Yeah. And then we saw that slight difference in that mirror match with the Shiki Golems, as I'd like to say, not being enough to bring itself as much of a threat onto the board, right? Because there's just so many play points needed or necessary. You have to play it flawlessly to get the spell boost going. But if Pain is just hitting you for face the entire time, it's like, how much time do you really have to get those bad boys out there, right?
Yeah,
Exactly.
maybe Eldrin expected another like 25-minute drawn-out rune battle, and Pain was just like,
I'm
I'm
not
going
trading.
face,
Yeah.
and the game was over before he knew it.
Yeah. It was really unfortunate. But the first game between them, I believe it was the Yokai Shadow versus Ambush, that actually proved to be the biggest threat, which is why we've seen Yokai being the targeted ban for a lot of these matchups, right? And so going into the finals, both of these players have that kind of deck. Do you think that's going to be the target of the ban in the finals?
Yeah, so Astro Cloud had the mentality of just ban the Shadow,
Yeah.
and Pain did too, right?
Yeah.
So I'll expect that they'll both ban each other's Shadow, yeah.
It's possible, though, that Azure Cloud would ban Amataz.
Right.
Just
Oh,
because
yeah, we haven't seen the Amethyst at all.
the Amataz is an option, and he does have Dragon up. And I think Dragon does not fare well against Amataz. Correct me if
Yeah.
I'm wrong. And Amataz, pretty good against Spell Boost.
I mean, it's cool because we've seen the Spell Boost and the Sword and the Shadow, but what if it's the Amethyst that matters at the very end, right?
Oh, I'd love to see it.
Yeah. I mean, we could possibly see it as this is the finals. Now let's take a look at the bracket and how we got here today. Again, for those of you following along, first we thank you. Second of all, let's take a look at the scores. Azure Cloud has been going undefeated, pretty solid record start. We had 2-0 in the beginning, 2-1 over Anonymous afterwards, awaiting himself in finals. And then we had Anonymous versus Muil, two newcomers we've never seen before, or at least from our official records here on the couch, right? Noir versus Elin, pretty close set as well. A couple of goofy expressions in that one if you guys want to check out the VODs. Frost versus Pain, the first time in his top 8 for Frost as well. Kind of shaky start, and then also the same case with Nitro, right? I forgot to mention, excuse me. Elin versus Pain, we just saw that run back, but Azure Cloud versus Anonymous. Anonymous was getting kind of giddy. He was feeling it a little bit. His emotions were kind of up there when it came to the match against Azure Cloud. He's like, yo, if I take this guy down, that would be such an accolade because this is a WGP player. So I don't blame him. But either way, Azure Cloud rose above and beyond that pressure, put himself into the finals, as well as Pain, keeping up that consistent attitude of being a pro player. Not a single ounce of expression from him, right?
he's just
Cold-hearted
like so-
killer.
The most we've seen is like a slight smirk after a win when you've got the full camera on him. We can like finally see that little hint of an upturned mouth there.
Like,
but
even when he was doing the extra coup on, just like showing off, he was still like expression's
Deadpan, right?
yeah,
The
just
entire time.
let me just BM you.
Yeah, you know he's typing to somebody on Discord who's like, "That was just for you, right there." It's all the emotions and expressions are going through text, but never through his like facial expressions.
He's the person who's typing out LOL or LMAO, and he's just like,
it's just straight face.
this is the face he's making.
I can respect that kind of attitude.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at the matchup, the final matchup here in the Shadowverse Open. Pain versus Azure Cloud.
So
Shadows
I
are
was
banned
right.
off.
Shadow is banned, and we are going to see the Amethyst in the finals.
Finally.
But will it perform is the question.
That's the question.
I still like Astro Cloud's Dragon. He's got the Mammoth.
He's got a 1 Blazing Breath.
It's
just
good.
The 1 Kaya, I believe.
Yeah,
the
one
1
of Kaya.
Genesis.
And I don't know. We'll see how the Amethyst could do, because it's not a deck that we see a lot in this meta, honestly. It got Pain here, so it must have done well in day 1, but it's just been banned out the entire day so far.
Yeah. I hope. I mean, he got through day 1, so he definitely knows how to pilot, I'd assume, unless it got banned for 7 rounds, which I doubt.
I doubt, yeah.
So let's talk about the possible matchups here. Amataz versus Shikigami. How would that matchup go, theoretically?
You would think in paper, correct me if I'm wrong, Amata should win, right?
Yeah.
Just because you can close the game out by like turn 6 with a good draw.
With a good draw.
With a good draw.
Asterisk on
Yeah, I mean,
with a
but,
good draw.
but that's Amata's. That's the deck, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be, I mean, usable? That same asterisk and condition be used for like the rest of the decks out there?
I think-
on a good draw.
I think it's like 3 asterisks next to
Oh,
Amataz
okay,
in
right,
particular.
right.
Because Amataz can do nothing if it doesn't draw the right combination of cards. If you don't have enough fairies, if you don't have Amataz, if you don't have Divine Smithing,
Sure.
if you just got all fairies or no fairies or not enough fairies, it just falls apart at the seams. You don't have enough damage. You've got little 1/1s that do nothing. And any deck can roll over it at that point. But if it has all the pieces, if it has 6 fairies by turn 3 or 4, and you've got Amataz and you've got Divine Smithing for that extra bit of damage, then it's unstoppable. Nothing can get it in its way except for like a couple of wards maybe.
Yeah,
So,
but if we have both players with Rune Pain with Amatas, Ashcloud with Dragon. I gotta go with the Dragon.
That's fair. That's fair. One more important thing to note is that the winner of this gets themselves an extra league point. So it's 2 league points for the win here in the finals, just to keep you guys up to date.
Yeah, and every league point matters as these players try to qualify to the Contenders Cup so that they may earn a spot in the next Shadowverse World Grand Prix. But here we go. Finals, Pain, Asher Cloud. Who's going to be the first Shadowverse Open West Monthly Cup winner 2020?
So we've got fairies and divine smithing to give them all storm.
It's a good start, too. All the pieces you were listing,
Yeah.
he's got some of them in hand right
Yeah.
now, right?
He probably wants a little bit more fairies, a little bit more storm, or a little more like buffing to him.
We can see the deck list. He also has the Mallet Monkeys, which I would love to
Monkeys.
see come into play.
If these Mount Monkeys come down on like 6 just to finish out the
Yeah.
game, that'd be it.
On the other hand, Asher Cloud has, good early game start, has trees, early Petrodon,
Pain
card draw.
playing out these tempo fairies and then playing out another Wily Puck to get some more back to hand.
You think it's a good play?
I mean, when you don't have Amataz and you have Divine Smithing, I think it's fine.
Okay, yeah. Gotta at least push maybe some damage early on. Even if it's only like 2, I guess, right?
Yeah, it does kind of get punished by like Ian.
Right, which
Is
Asher
in
Cloud
hand.
does have.
Yes.
Okay, Justice to clear.
But if you put 2 more fairies out, the Ian can't clear it. So if you're going to go with the fairies on the previous turn, I think you have to do it again this turn.
Okay, but if you play 2 fairies out right now, like, that doesn't win the game though, right? Like,
It maybe.
well, I mean,
It's damage.
like, I understand what you're saying, and I sort of agree with it, but I don't think that if he plays 2 fairies, he can win this game. There's no way, right?
I mean, right now he still needs something else to win the game anyway.
He needs a lot right now, I would
He
say.
needs Amataz.
Maybe he needs a Mallet Monkey. We see the Petrodon for the card draw and the ramp. An amazing card for Nitro Dragon. Now, he can only clear 1 of the fairies. But Ashmar is still 18 life, and he can get life from the Respite, the Ian.
Is it a Divine Smithing Evo phase?
And then just, I mean, that is a play. What about Barrage the Willy Puck to clear? And then replay it for more fairies.
Where are you going to put them? The
To
hand's
the face.
No, but the hand's getting full.
That's
If your hand is
true.
full of fairies and you mill Amataz, what's the point?
Okay, maybe it is just Divine Smithing then, right? He might be just doing the math right now.
Yeah, trying to figure out how much damage he has.
Like, technically he has 3 damage on the board.
Mhm.
So he would need to do 15 damage out of hand, right? Every fairy we could say is 2 damage.
Well, if he does a Divine Smithing and another fairy this turn, then it's more than 3 damage this turn.
Yeah, so he would get
5 damage this turn.
5 damage this turn. He would need to do 13 damage with how many fairies? 1, 2, 3, 4. And Water Fairy 5, I think?
That's 10 plus a Lila,
Yeah, like-
plus an Evo.
Technically it's enough damage in hand,
Yeah.
but it's not accounting for Dragon Wards or heals, basically, right?
Yeah.
But, based on the hand that he was dealt and the way the deck plays, I like his SVO just going face and going to board.
That's the way to do it.
That's what your deck does, right? Now for Asher Cloud, seeing this, picking up the Dawn Splendor is amazing for him.
Yeah, that will slow down Amataz quite easily.
Yeah, he can even play Ian not for the clear, but for the drain, which is quite powerful for the Evo. It's 5 life. That's a lot of resources. It's also a ward on top of that, so a great defensive tool. Dawn Splendor early on.
Going with the Valdane Evo.
Dang. Okay, so, instead of the play that it's like, how do I survive? This is maybe the play of like, okay, I need to win the game, right?
Yeah, I'm going to stall you and I'm going to...
Yeah, and
do
it
my own
might be the
stuff.
best of both because Dawn Splendor will still mitigate essentially all the damage, right?
Yeah. Even going face with a Pteranodon, because this fairy that's on the board has Storm, and so
Yeah.
if it attacks, it will still lose that damage.
Okay, so Barrage.
Kokoro.
This endeavor.
Kokoro's a great card. Kokoro's amazing.
Kokoro's so good.
Okay, so Fairy trades.
And then
They only lose the attack if they go phase from the Dawn Splendor.
Yeah.
Kokoro draws the Amataz.
Amataz,
That's the start of
we're
something
one
great.
fairy short. We could maybe take the Water Fairy trade, but then you have the Amataz for next turn. Or you can Kokoro. But then you'd mill a card.
Well, if you play Kokoro and you mill your fairies, then he wouldn't have the fairy anyway, right? He has to play Kokoro and then draw exactly like a fairy generator. But Asher Cloud has a lot of options at this point as well. Like, he still has a lot of life gain. Oh, there's also the Mei.
Welcome May.
Okay, so Mei clears.
4 fairies in hand.
Water Fairy can generate a fairy.
Water
And those
fairy
fairies have to attack and storm.
Was it more worth to play the fairy or Lila?
Well, he might be holding on to Lila for potential extra damage later on, right? Like, a fairy doesn't have much potential, I guess.
Well,
Lila is more explosive, perhaps?
the fairy is potentially an Amato's activator, which puts +1 to all the fairies in hand, which
Right,
is
by
6
playing
more
the fairy,
damage.
he's sort of like giving up on the Amatas, right?
Yeah.
Which, I don't know if it's okay or not. But Pain is thinking about it. Ash Cloud, a lot of options here again. I wonder if he's trying to hold the EN for the clear. Because, you know, when the fairies go phase, they stake on the board, and, like, you still need to clear them. And that might be fine. I just, like... 5 life gain from Ian is so much, you know?
But he's also got 4 life gain in terms of just respites.
Yeah, that's true. You can just heal from those.
But he did play the Pteranodon first, so I don't think respites are going to see him.
Another Baldain's actually pretty good because we've seen this before where you have 2 corrosions, now you get to play 1 for 0, essentially getting an extra 2 play points, and Baldain's just a 6/6, which is like such a well-stated follower. It's not something that Pain could ignore realistically, as ignoring that would mean taking 6 damage to the face and potentially losing the game, right?
How much damage can Pain do this turn?
Okay, he has...
You can play 3 fairies and Lila for
Is that lethal? That's 2.
6, 8, 10.
Oh, it is lethal,
it's
yeah.
way, yeah, that's
Yeah.
lethal.
Just like that. Wait.
Whoa. Whoa.
Oh, he can still Lila the 4-attack fairy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's still lethal.
It's still lethal. Yeah.
It's still
So, no Amatas needed. He has just enough damage, and just like that, Amatas deck showing up for Pain, and Pain takes a 1-game lead against Asher Cloud.
Yeah. Azure not doing any sort of healing or warding up there on that previous turn really just made it easy for Pain to just go through with all that damage.
Yeah, you know, I kept pointing out that he has the Yin, and it wasn't just the Yin. He had the Yin, the Respite.
Yeah, he had
a good down
heals.
Splendor.
He could have like evoed Viridian Magna for a ward. There were things that he could have done to be more defensive there, and just didn't respect the damage enough, I think.
Yeah, he might have been like keeping track of the fairies and being like, okay, there's no Amatas, and it might be okay. But the Lila has the extra damage, and
Yeah.
I don't know. Is it just a mistake from Asher Cloud?
And now Pain has 2 chances with Shikigami Rune to find a win.
Yeah, one of them against Dragon too, which
Yeah.
is definitely favored, right? So Pain looking really good right now, but Asher Cloud looks unfazed. We'll see if he can bring it back. We can go to a 1-1. I still like Asher Cloud's Dragon.
Yeah. He's been playing it a lot. I lost to it once myself.
I mean, I'm sure a lot of people lost to it, right?
Yeah.
Has the early Pathfinder, Ian, and Ori. Pretty good opening hand.
Insights.
That's a great opening hand for Pain.
We just love some insights around here. I mean,
Yeah.
he needs something to spell boost before he can really start playing them, I think.
Triple Insight opener.
But nothing to really boost.
There's something.
He
Okay,
put
hold it.
1 boost on a Fiery Embrace.
Okay, so Asher Cloud's gonna ramp with the Oracle.
Double Insight.
Double Insight. Yeah, someone's maybe a bit better. He's gonna have all these insights though.
But summons is 2 spell boosts for like this hand
For
where you,
nothing, right?
For nothing. Like if you do the double insights, you can maybe find something that you want the double boosts on,
Mammoth got picked
while
up from
still
Asher
double
Cloud.
boosting.
I was like, Asher Cloud has a good start, but like, not a great hand, I would say, right?
Yeah, it's not.
Like Genesis is a turn 10 play, or okay, that's
That's a turn 5.
that's a turn 5. Okay, so he's got a great
or
start.
a 5 PP.
Yeah, that's an
It's
amazing top deck. I like to see him go face. I like the clear there because it clears and pushes face damage. Now we can easily go face before.
Why
And
does
he
he
has an
rush
amazing
go
board.
face? That's silly.
I mean, he's just a good card, you know.
He does a lot of things.
Kyoka is an excellent draw for Pain, though. And
Really
because he has the
helps.
insights, he gets to, you know, not float play points, proc the core.
He's gonna draw a lot of cards.
Yeah, like, that was a great turn for Asher Cloud. But he's still in this mode where he's, like, top decking for good plays, basically. Because he has 3 cards and 2 of them are playable. Okay, was Will there for a card draw? I don't know. I think Pain's gonna just run away with it.
Well, he still needs to find game enders. He's got a lot of plays, but
Yeah.
he still doesn't have Kuon, he still doesn't have Zealots, he doesn't have damage.
He has a lot of card draw though, which you could use to find the damage.
But then you gotta boost the damage.
Yeah. Fire Embrace on the 2/2 doesn't look really great.
But it does help just like clear this out.
Yeah, and it means that he doesn't overdraw because he can't risk potentially overdrawing a Kuon or something.
Are we gonna see an Ian here?
I mean, Ian is the best play because
Clears
it's
the board.
not Genesis, right?
It's not Genesis.
So, yeah, Ian.
But I mean, Genesis ramps. Maybe you just like Evo, Nori face and play Genesis.
Okay.
Clear
You
the
know what?
board, go face,
I actually,
get some play points.
I don't hate that. He's thinking about it probably.
We're going with Ian.
Okay, Ian
Well, settle down.
gets the Jealous Dragon. Gonna use the Evo on it, clear the board.
White frost gather.
Maybe just use the Breath on the Kyokai anyway, right?
Yeah. But you're using like your whole hand.
I mean, he doesn't have a hand anyway, right?
Yeah.
Might as well use it. Yeah, I don't know how Ashlag's gonna win this game though. Like, he needs a chain of great draws.
Well, there's Kuon. Never mind. Pain's got everything. He's got it.
Okay.
You
One
can play
Kuon, just give him the
That's
$1
it.
million, right?
That's it. I mean, he's got this Eleanor that can boost it 3
Oh,
times.
I agree. His hand is fantastic.
Like it's nutty now.
Don't get me wrong. I was saying he had it last turn.
But now he's definitely got it. Like there was maybe some contention. Like maybe Azure Clock do some top decks, figure it out.
I think that's like the best use of Eleanor. So you can just get the 3 on the Kuon. That's like the priority target, right?
Yeah, for sure. Insight.
Yeah, like
Splendid Conjuring.
this might be not a great trade, just trading 5/5 for 5/5, but in the context of the game and what's going on, I think he's more than happy to just take it.
Yeah.
Like Ashcloud needs to draw like Velociraptor into a great chain of draws. And that is not the correct dinosaur.
Is he gonna Genesis?
It would let him play
Mammoth next turn.
Mammoth next turn. It would cost him an Evo. I think. Yeah, look at Pain. Some emotion finally. A little bit of emotion, but some emotion.
Slight confusion.
Yeah, he's like, ooh. Right, so now it's time for him to just,
Put stuff on the board.
yeah, just go crazy,
But if he puts
right?
all this stuff on the board, Coliseum will
Mammoth God?
clear it.
Yeah, actually.
Mammoth God is coming down.
Okay, maybe just set up the core for, I was going to say future power plays, but maybe for right now.
I mean, it's looking like a turn 7 Kuon, so just doing all these boosts right now.
Right, just, as long as he's focused on drawing cards, he's doing okay. He just needs to find the damage now, which he will likely get from the Kuon.
Oh no, he's gonna play this Conjure Golem, and then he's gonna play this Demon Caller, and then it's all gonna go away.
Demon Caller? No, he respects
The one-off
Mammoth
Mammoth.
guy. I mean, he knows, right? That's like the only thing he would lose to, so why not respect it?
The respect.
Petron's a good draw because it gives him draw.
But it didn't draw into anything.
Yeah, it's still not
great.
particularly great.
Tyrannosaur clearing off a 2/2. It doesn't even represent additional draw.
Right, you don't want to play the tree because
There's no trees.
you're losing it. Fire Embrace. Hey, that can answer the Mammoth God, right?
Yeah.
Project on the
Zealot. Oh, he's so about going face, and I'm for it.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
He's so aggressive.
I can appreciate it. Like, cards are glowing, he's clicking them, and things are happening. Pain's looking really good right now.
I mean, he is at 10 health.
He is.
He is at 10 health.
But
Let's
there's
just
no
give him
corrosion.
that.
There's no. Like, he saw the one of Genesis, right?
He did see the one of Genesis. But there's still Kaya. Kaya can go face.
Okay, Kai can go face. Like, what is the chain of draws that leads to Ashcloud in this game? There's no Masamune. Demon Caller?
Demon Caller to clear off one of these.
And then sell it to go face, right? Well, face with the 5/5. I like him clearing the Petrodon.
But would he...
Well, maybe he likes going face. Like, he has 2 cells in hand. That's 6 damage. Q1 is 4 damage. 4 space is the
Respecting the
thing,
damage.
though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at this point where he doesn't lose too much, I like the idea of just respecting damage.
Plant a tree and then the Mammoth God.
I mean, Ashcloud gets some draw. It's a bit too late. Mammoth God has a pretty great animation. Is going to clear the board. Doesn't get the free Imperial Mammoth. Just an 8/4 leftover.
Yep.
So now we'll likely see Kuon into... I like the Mammoth God Coliseum. Such a great card.
Probably see a Fire Embrace.
I mean, I think so, right? Like, you could trade against the Mammoth, or you could just fire Embrace it. And embracing it just seems a bit better, right?
Yeah, especially when you just want to go face. You just want to put some face
Yeah,
damage in.
at this point, Pain needs to just close the game out before anything crazy happens.
I don't even think anything crazy could happen anymore. I think that Mammoth God was the craziest thing that could happen.
The craziest thing is that Astro Cloud's top deck's Masamune.
Oh, even just tossing out that Conjure Golem.
I mean, he just needs to spell boost, right?
Yeah.
Astro Cloud had 3 life, facing 5 followers on the board, with not much of a hand. Had a great showing in the World Grand Prix. Great showing undefeated in Swiss. Great showing today, making it to the finals.
Until Pain came along.
Until he met Pain. I think Pain's gonna take it. You know, Astro Cloud needed this draw like 3 or 4 turns ago, right?
Yeah.
Just a chain of trees that draw trees that does stuff. At this point, it is certainly too little, too late. And honestly, we see Shadow got banned all day. We did see some Shadow, but players chose to ban Shadow and just play the Rune. And the Rune did lead to some great games for sure. And I like the way that, of all the plays we saw, the way that Pain was playing the Rune. Specifically being very aggressive with it, right?
Yeah. Just going face.
Yes. I mean, he takes some trades, but he takes a lot of face damage. That's the last thing. If there's anything else he could do. But there is not. Pain with the
whoa kiddo.
the
No
friendly-
expression.
the friendly
whoa kiddo.
Gonna go face and take the finals 2-0 over Astro Cloud. Pain is your Shadowverse Open West Monthly Cup January winner.
There it is. He walks home with $1,000,
Slight smile on his face.
a new flare to ignore in exchange of just using salty.
Well, he can't be
he's keeping
salty now, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's keeping salty.
He's inflicting his attitude through his banner to other opponents, right?
Yeah.
That's what he's trying to do. He wants you to see the word salty so you feel it, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The
It's
mind
a
games.
psyche, whatever.
Yeah.
But either way, you had the two WGP contenders go up against each other, and Pain coming out the victor. Amataz coming in and paying dividends for him in that finale.
Yeah, really knowing how to put down the damage and like stick it all face. Just
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, we didn't even get to see Amataz too much in general. Like that wasn't even
wasn't
like the card that was
even
even
played, no,
used
Yeah.
for that matchup.
he
It
was in
just
hand
like
for
the-
a second.
Right, yeah. So
Yeah.
let's take a look at the brackets real quick to see how we got here to the finals. Again, Pain, your first champion, taking it 2-0 over Azure Cloud. Let's take a look at how it all went down. Azure Cloud versus Nitro. It went over 2-0. Nitro, his first time in top 8. Anonymous versus Muil. Their first time that we've ever seen him, really. Anonymous taking it 2-0. Noir versus Elin, 1-2, benefiting Elin. And then Frost versus Pain. This is where he started right here, 2-1. Frost's first time in top 8 as well. We saw over in the semifinals, Azure Cloud taking it over Anonymous. A pretty close set from both ends. Elin and Pain getting that salty run back, but Pain still inflicting the pain train. He's on board all the way through. Brought it over to Azure Cloud, took it over him, 2-0.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we mixed the regions. We had the top players from last year, the winner of the Contenders Cups, Astro Cloud, Pain. Pain was victorious.
EU came out on top.
I mean, it was a pretty stacked competition
Yeah.
all the way through, and that's what you could expect over the Shadowverse Open. Again, for more details on that, go to SVO.gg. And for your own chance to compete next week, we do have the SEAO region going at it in that competition. So you do not want to miss that. Again, that's going to be next week, January 19th. You want to be a part of that for sure. So again, go to SVO.gg. But if you want to compete in the west side of things and see all of these killers once more, maybe see yourself in top 8, you can check that out next month as well. All the details and more on the website we've been mentioning over and over and over again. But again, you guys have been tuning in to the Shadowverse Open. Momo Jelly, Lewis, you guys done a great job, and I appreciate you both. And from all of us here at the Shadowverse Open, we'll see you next time. Take care.